What's up, dude?
What up, man? Did you just pop this open?
Yeah, I just popped it open, man. Or were you going
No,
to
I was just
do one?
looking up over here what was going on. And then
Oh,
this,
okay.
I was like, wait,
Yeah, because I probably would have jumped. I would have jumped in yours because I'm just packing the stuff, but I want to do a space where we bullshit and
no,
stuff.
that's bullshit, bro.
So if you want to run this shit,
No, I'm good. I'm trying to do stretches. I like threw my back
is
out.
that me?
Uh,
That's one of the reasons I didn't do the space much last night. I couldn't hear people, and I went and get Randall and some people, and then they couldn't hear people. I'm like, this is fucking stupid. The internet sucks here.
to that, yeah, that's weak. When it's like the Wi-Fi at the hotel, it's really bad. Can you
Oh
hear me
fuck
good?
yeah, yeah, I can hear you good. But what sucks is the Wi-Fi sucks, and then when you're inside, the service sucks.
Yep, yep, it's the worst.
So,
Dude, I'm having to do like this weird like doing yoga because I'm fucking like my back is fucked. So
oh,
I'm just
dude,
in the mix.
I feel you, dude. I feel you.
I Dude, last night I was on my back when you were like, I'm on the floor of the hotel. I'm in so much pain. And you're in way more pain than me, I'm pretty sure. But I was doing the same shit. I'm like laying on my back, like, yep, it's
Dude, it
no
sucked.
bueno. But dude, I've just
That's
been
the
doing these back stretches. It's helping. It's helping. But
yeah,
it's like
that's what I'm trying to do.
I'm
Actually,
sore at first.
I'm stretching too. I'm just like, oh my god. And what sucks is knowing I got to go through the airport carrying shit. Dude, I wasn't ready, man. When I got here, that thing. One of the things that fucking hit me hard was that pain. It's so bad. Like, I'm sure it'll be everyone that watched me had to think, how the fuck is he walking? Because every step was like pain. I'm like, this sucks. Trying to carry my equipment and then stressing about my equipment. I was like, fucking shitty.
Dude, and the stress doesn't help at all. It's like
Now,
you're constantly tense and like breathing heavy and trying not to like wiggle or move or turn your neck too sharp. It's like, dude,
oh, I meant to tell you too, Sam, just to kind of point out the shit that you're going through. It's just a common thing for UFO Twitter, like motherfuckers hating. That's all it is. Because trust me, I got
oh
that
yeah.
shit already too. Already. And I'm like, here's the funny part, right, Sam? Like last night, I'm gonna not gonna say names, but somebody pops in the space. Oh, so you didn't take pictures with your camera the community bought you. Now I wanted to say, well, okay, first off, the camera was $1,000. The community sent me 500, and that was really basically three people, two people. I spent the rest. I bought the rest of the equipment. I paid for they were fucking getting shitty with me. I'm like, wait, this was donations, motherfucker. I was like,
Wait, who said that?
oh shit, stir. One I told you, remember we already talked about this shit. It was straight up one of the guys
Dude.
that was in the space and kind of yeah. And I didn't say nothing. I was just kind of like, yeah. So you didn't use your camera for down there? I was like, well, I got it the day before I came. I just started saying, first off, I appreciate the help, but it isn't really nothing I can't pay back. And besides, it was literally Astral sent me 250, and Nora sent me from doing things. Some people sent me a little bit here and there, and I'm grateful. But I was like, bro, I don't think you motherfuckers get it. You don't own me. Who the fuck you think you are?
That's the dark side of the internet is people who think that they can now like you know, I mean, because they're lazy fucks and they think that like now you work for them or now they could be like point and shoot. You know, it's you the camera you got is it specializes in far away shooting, not in interviews, not
Yep.
in like, hey, I'm over here at this convention. It's literally designed and you got it in order to
Yep.
look at far away
And
objects,
UFOs.
not to like go around and be a camera jockey for UFO
Uh,
Twitter. That's crazy.
the other thing was too, fucking one other person. He's typical salty person that we know that likes to interrupt. Dude, he hasn't stopped since. It's like he constantly wants someone to fucking hold his hand, and he wants to be included. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? So I'm getting little blurps here and there. I get a message. Hope you're having fun on your social engineering, Shane. A little shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck? What's up? Ever since Ted Rowe turned him down, and it's just like, dude, well, no one would get me a plan to go to that conference. I'm like, dude, I don't run that motherfucker. I can't put a plan together. Get on the internet like every other motherfucker. Who the hell do you think you are, dude? I'm like, uh, and then he says, "Oh, so you're just giving everyone producer jobs?" And I'm like, "No, I said producer credit. You help me, you can put producer on your shit because you're helping me produce it. No one's getting paid, dipshit." Like I don't. It's the weirdest shit I've ever. People think that I'm like fucking trying to put some $1 million show together, dude. I said I'm just wiling out, having fun, and recording it. So fuck off.
When you're doing things, the people who don't do things, which is a lot of people, you know, they find their own ways to engage and their own ways to participate. And normally it's very cool, and they'll like to like live vicariously and support and be like, oh my god, hell yeah, dude, dope, man, it's good to see you out there. But there are a few who, the only way they know how to engage is to kind of tear down and criticize, and that kind of behavior is rewarded on the internet. And like, it's interesting because our community, and it is a community, like we don't have to face that stuff, um, because we're kind of nice, you know what I mean?
No, and I agree,
And
dude.
we're close knit, but we will still rub up against the normal, typical internet types, and that's like the dark side of it. And it's weird, like it was so out of place when I first started to catch, shit. Right? It was so out of place, and I was weirded out by it. And it's freaky at first because when you build a reputation, you build like an idea, and you get it going and it's loved right off the gate. I never had to deal with hate. I never had to deal with it. I didn't have to overcome too much of that stuff. And so when it finally showed up, I was caught off guard by it at first. And now I just know, like, you know, I even through it, like, a lot of it, the support I've gotten it outweighs it by a ton. None of my supporters talk about it. None of the people I know who like fuck with me, like in good ways, none of them have ever mentioned it. It's not a hot topic for them. No one's like beating down my email, like, oh, dude, what's up with this? Like, no one's none of the claims are substantiated. They haven't stuck. That vibe is completely like the minority. And I think the same thing goes for any one of us, out here doing stuff. Just by doing it, you will catch some weird attention. But yeah, man, that's crazy that someone thought that they would tell you got to go shoot stuff at the convention.
Yeah,
It's
it was silly,
crazy.
dude. It was the way they were trying to do it, and I'm like, I don't play these high school games. Just come out and say it, and then, but I think first off, they're under the impression that somehow maybe they. First off, I know they didn't donate. Second, like I said, there's several people who did, and just the support's all I gave a shit about. I wasn't about to put people on blast and be like, dude, I still had to pay for most of my camera and all the equipment. No, fuck it, dude. Any bit was cool. So I just said, dude, thank you guys. You did this. And then I'm getting sassed because they're like trying to tell me what I can and can't do with it. It's like, bitches, I don't even know how to use the fucker.
Could you imagine the hell a person would be under if they like listened to that person and was like, "Oh, okay, for sure, I'll shoot. I just want to make my fans happy." You know what I mean? And like having those kind of people in the community is so dangerous because not everybody has the confidence to be like, "No, I'm good." You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, it's wild. It's wild. I'm glad that you didn't take shit from anybody. Not that you would, but I mean, what a weird request. But dude, I really appreciate the fact that you're out there is so friggin' nice. It is like there's hella people out there, but we know you. People in like these spaces know you, and so to have you there is like, okay, cool. Like you can get like a real inside scoop because it's different than like a typical podcast host or someone who like has a lot of skin in the game. You're very genuine, and you're just going there as like one of us. It felt like so. Whatever you were doing, whatever you were talking about, it was adding to it. You didn't like. You could have came out with it and just wrote something, but the fact that you had like these spaces, you had a couple of video things. You went out and talked and networked through the pain and through the stress of the whole event. Like, yeah, your contributions are appreciated as is. Like it's already far above and beyond like what we could have asked for. Not that we had to ask for anything, but like
And
it's just
that's true.
cool. And then
It's the
Jared
same,
got out
Sam.
there, so
Dude, like literally my first day here, I was sitting bullshit and talk. I should have just done more spaces from here too, but I was just stressing about all this stuff I got to learn. But I was actually bragging on me and you and our spaces and what we could be doing. So I can, I'm pretty sure I got a lot of people that's going to come on spaces willy nilly. So that's the cool part. I mean, I get the community time, the stuff they type of think, but what they need to remember is my podcast is literally my podcast. Yes, it's sponsored by someone, but it's me, Mike. If I wanted to come on there and psychedelics, motherfucker, I could. I'm literally going to be myself, and just like every one of these other people. Hell, they don't realize like just coming down here, the amount of equipment I bought and stressing about baggage stuff that people help me on, and I love them very much. And just like going back, I still got to pay for the said baggage of the equipment, which is a fuckload, and that's fine. But I've literally paid out the ass to come here just to be a part of it, right? And then they were saying that last night, so and so, and I'm like, come on, dude, what the fuck you tossing shade about? Like, especially the person that was tossing it, and then getting little love letters from a little butthurt individual constantly. And I've just been kind of nice to him, just like, bro, no one's going to hold your hand through this process. If you want to take part in this process, if you want to be a voice, be a fucking voice. No one said, hey, Shane, here, let me hand this all to you. I've been just talking, doing this shit, paying for it on my own. But then dude wants to bitch about it. No one's making me package for the conference. I'm going to do my own thing. Okay, I don't give a fuck. Do your own thing. I think they misunderstood why I'm here. I'm not here to be a celebrity or any of that shit. I'm literally here for answers, right? And on the way, might as well just kind of record and help facilitate those things. So it was kind of, oh, I passed out so hard last night, dude. And I woke up like, oh shit, this shit's still going.
Dude, same. Same. I woke up, I was sleeping on my AirPods and shit. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I look over at the room, like everybody's sleeping. I'm like, all right, peace. But it was cool. It's cool to fall asleep to like podcasts and shit, and this is like no different. But yeah, these conferences are networking opportunities. You know, there's and the fact that most of these are streamed, it's kind of like up to you to go, you know, invest and go find out like what the hell it was about, or just listen to people and what they had to say about it. But in reality, these events, when you show up in person, they are networking opportunities to like not for business, but for ideas and for you know basically like getting a real read on the community is really nice. It's one thing to be like engaging and watching people argue and shit on like Twitter, but it's a whole other thing to be like, here's a beer, like what is going on? So tell me what you really think. You know what's you know all that stuff. Real people start to talk, and it's much more interesting. At least that's the way it was in New York. I'd imagine that's the draw to like all these events. Actually, getting some FaceTime with people. Um, but yeah,
I'll tell you
dude,
this too, Toop, that people don't get it. So if you want to learn stuff about this community, it's interacting, right? So you need to interact. No one's going to walk up to a person at one of these conferences they don't fucking know and be like, let me tell you the secret about the UFO. What I'm trying to say is you keep showing up, you keep being yourself, and you just keep interacting with these people. They start to trust you actually. And then so you can interact with them. Like what I'm trying to do simply is, yes, I've got this Spaces podcast. I by talking to these people, I can get them to interact with us more, so we can ask them questions and things like that. It's not necessarily about my podcast or any of that. It's literally showing them, dude, there's a part of the community that is really cool, and you can interact with them. So that's what I was showing them last night, Randall and all them guys. The space you couldn't hear anything. I was like, let's not jump in this one. He's having trouble hearing anything and shit. But they kind of like, is that easy? I'm like, fuck yeah, spaces are that easy. We could put together a festival straight up speakers ticketed and donate the money to fucking Wounded Warrior, like 50 cents ticket in Spaces. You know, you pay 50 cents and it goes to Wounded Warrior. I said, if people don't want to pay, they can watch it later on record. So that'd be kind of cool.
dude, absolutely, absolutely, dude. I hate traveling with camera gear. Can I just say that? Like, it's the
It fucking
worst,
sucks.
dude. Okay, so I had to go to New York one time. My buddy moved over there like 10 years ago, so I've been there a handful of times. And he was in this band, and they sucked, and that's fine. But then like they wanted to do a music video, and so I'm like, all right. And the music video was wild. I mean, I'll just explain it real quick. They had these elaborate masks made. They said like they were really expensive of Trump, Putin, Xi Jinping, and fucking somebody else, right? And then like they wanted to walk around New York City while I filmed them, and they were doing like goofball shit as these characters. So whatever, dude. Like let's go. I got it. But at the time, I had this like big ass camera gimbals, like two-handed bicycle wheel type shit, and like I didn't have a way to travel with it, and so I knew it was going to be this extra bag. And I was talking to my mom about this one day, and she's like, "Oh, I have a bag for you." I'm like, "Oh, you do have some extra luggage? Okay, sick. Okay, so I have another piece of luggage. I was good to go." Well, I'm a last minute planner, last minute packer. So like the night before the flight, I'm like, "Oh shit, I need that suitcase." So I run over and I grab it, and it's a pink and turquoise bag with white tiger stripes inside, like lined in that. And so I have to carry this to the air because there's no time. I have no time left, and I have to carry this through the airport. And of course, it's all my camera stuff, so it has to get opened every single stop. And I got layovers, and then I had to get on. I was like, okay, I'm at the airport. My buddy's like, oh, you got to take the subway, dog. I'm like, all right. So then I had to hop on the subway with this pink, and it was so big and so obnoxious. I was dying the whole time. Like, and then of course, the way home was the same thing. So it really made me hate traveling with a bag that time. I just thought that was a fun New York story. Check your bags beforehand, guys. Make sure
Just
you're not gonna.
ask Chris if you only saw the amount of shit I had that didn't even get put together because I was just so stressed, dude. That's one of the things I literally everything I brought was pretty much new, so I had to learn everything. And then the internet was sucking. I was like, screw this.
Greetings, everybody. I hope you're doing well this afternoon.
What's up, Spider Dad?
Likewise.
And I'm doing all right. Finally, think I've ditched COVID, but I'm doing pretty good. So
Sick.
I got a quick. Yeah, I got hit. Both Spider Mom and I got hit with COVID, and for about 2 weeks we were basically like death warmed over. But we finally started kicking it. The whole fatigue thing is gone, and it's getting better day by day.
Hey guys.
Hey, Nora.
What's up, guys? I got silent. I was worried that I couldn't hear somebody again. It's like, damn it, is Twitter screwing up again?
Who knows, man? Everything's all over the place nowadays. I hope I'm coming in pretty clear.
You are.
All right, good. So let's start off the conversation. To anybody who is a veteran, I gotta say thank you for your service. You guys do the job a lot of folks can't. And if any of you guys are vets and you have stories about UFOs and aliens, bring it on, because I'm always interested to hear what you guys have to say.
Chris does. Why don't you get up here, Chris? Talk, and then I'll tell mine. I don't know what I'm seeing, but it's a common thing too with veterans.
Hey, veteran. Hey, Army people, Navy, the whole 9 years. You guys are taught to observe and see things a lot of the public folks can't. So you guys have have an ability for more detail than we do. So anything and everything is useful.
What was the question?
Anybody who's a veteran, who's seen a UFO and all that, I usually find, because my brother-in-law, he's ex-military, and I've always found that any type of military person, from the Army to straight up to like the Air Force, all that kind of stuff, and even in between, they're taught how to observe and notice things a lot better than other folks, like general public types. So any information that they got, like, hey, I saw XYZ during O3 Dark Stupid, then that's really good information, because they notice things that a lot of regular folks don't.
You want to tell your story, Chris?
Sure. Hey everyone, my name is Chris. I live in San Diego, and about a year ago, July 2021, I guess. Prior to that, I had started finding interest in the topic because of all the news that was breaking regarding the military sightings. As a Navy vet, I was a hospital corpsman, and so it was just interesting to me and intriguing. So I started kind of doing really basic research and watching videos about UFOs. And lo and behold, like I said, in July of 2021, I had a sighting on July 4th with my daughter and her boyfriend. And that was subsequent to watching some of Sean's videos, just my videos down below. And I had found many of his videos, well, all his videos credible. I had found his stuff credible of all the stuff I was watching on the internet. I just, something about the way he posted, and he was consistent, and he just let the videos play the way they did. So that really intrigued me. So I actually ordered a night vision camera that he had, which we both agree sucked, but needless to say, we had it. And that's where I captured my first UAP. And it was a large glowing white light that turned into blue. It shot across the canyon, not super rapid, but definitely not in a typical flight pattern. I live in an area where I see lots of flights and I know their patterns. I flew across the canyon, turned from white to blue, reversed course, turned orange and red, went back to white, hovered for a bit, and then descended over the canyon, or over the mountain, or houses. I don't know. Um, and then subsequent to that, I've had several other sightings at night, but the most intriguing are the ones that I see during the day. I started seeing them February 9th at about 3:11 in the afternoon, outside my back deck. Bright light in the sky, travels in a non-traditional manner. It is, I believe, intelligently controlled. And so I started capturing those consistently, regularly. And I don't know what it is. I think I agree with what you said, Spider Dad, as far as training the eye, or I don't know if it's my military training, to be honest, but I grew up in the mountains. I grew up hunting, and I grew up spotting things, white. I always say spotting the white-tailed bucks in the mountains. I was taught to like scope that out. So it makes me wonder if that's how it caught my eye in the first place. Other than the fact that what I see sometimes does not appear, I mean, it appears on camera when I capture it, it appears on camera. A lot of times it looks differently than what we see. Almost all of my sightings have witnesses and video. And I don't know what it is, I just don't know. So that's part of the story.
Hey, Chris, I got to tell you, that sounds amazing. And thank you very much for being brave enough to share that with us. Um, in my experience and all, I've seen a couple of UFOs in my time, like stuff that like stood with me for a couple of weeks, like freaked me out. But just an example is, oh no, I'm not military. I'm strictly civilian. What you were able to do, Chris, is a job that I could never do. So again, thank you. And what it was is like back in the day, when I was about 7 or 8, I was outside with playing with some friends, and I. This is like way back in the 70s, well, back in the 80s, early 90s. So things were totally different then. And I'm looking out in the sky, and I see what looks like a red and blue thing going across the sky. But here's one thing though: other than the airbase um, that was like one city over from us, we rarely had any air travel over us. And it was a clear night, like you could see the stars and everything. All I saw was this blue and white thing going across the sky. It stayed with me for like weeks. It freaked me out until I had to like basically force myself to believe that, yeah, it was an airplane. But now that in my 40s, I know for one, it wasn't a plane. It was something else. It was like someone extra.
Isn't it fascinating the way our mind wants to justify what we're seeing and
Oh, yeah.
rationalize it?
Well, what it is I'm autistic. So basically, for me, is when I notice something and I know something's out of place, that image will stick with me. I will know what it is until my core belief, until I have to force myself to more or less lie to myself that it wasn't what it was. I know what it was, and it was not a regular plane. It wasn't something that I normally picked up. It was something else.
Sorry, I realized my mic was on and my dogs were crying in the background. Sorry about that.
I didn't even hear anything. But no, I got to tell you, the one thing I love about this group is that everybody's very welcoming and everybody's willing to give their own data and their own ideas about what we've seen, what we could have seen, or what we had seen. So it's one of the reasons why I love coming to this group, is because everybody's pretty open and groovy.
Yeah, and I have to say, I think right now I just got back from the conference, flew in like an hour ago. but meeting the community out at the conference, and I know Shane will agree, it was really cool. Just they're the same type of people as we're seeing here on Twitter Spaces. They're very welcoming. They're very open. All of the speakers, like literally, just we sat at their feet. I sat with Travis Walton, Randall Nickerson, the director of Aerial Phenomenon. Travis Walton, of course, the abductee from Fire in the Sky.
Yeah,
Uh, for like
that guy
four
was pretty
hours,
awesome.
like 4 hours yesterday morning, having coffee, and they're just telling their stories.
That's
And it's
awesome.
just really incredible. So these people are just welcoming and nice. So I highly encourage you guys, if there's another event coming up, which I know in March, there's one in Roswell. Shane, I'm sure we'll get more information on that coming up. So everybody should, start making their plans. I'd love to see more people out there. I hope to make it, and I hope that others can, join from the community, because I think the more I sit, number one, we need to liven up the community and get some younger folks in there, even though I'm not one of the young ones. But some of you all can really just raise the energy, I think, to the group. And then just knowing and listening to the minds that I see and hear on UFO Twitter. Honestly, guys, it's just, you guys are phenomenal. You have the foundation, you have the knowledge. I think that's going to take all this to the next level. So you should contribute any way you can. And that's kind of all I'll say. But it was a really great trip. And you know how it is when you come off the mountaintop. So now I have to come back to reality. But
As one who used to go to comic books fairly regularly before the virus, I could say for one, I do understand that you get that kind of depression that comes from after you're gone to the con of being amongst your own kind, for lack of better terminology. It
yeah,
is a bit of a letdown, but that's kind of why I like coming to here, because like everybody here is like, hey Spider Dad, how's it going? And I'm willing to just sit down and listen to you guys for hours while I'm doing dishes.
that's really awesome. And Chupacabra made a virtual showing there with his T-shirt. I think Jordan Flowers, who you'll find on UFO Twitter, who's trying to do some cool work with blockchain technology and maybe helping us with our future way to capture UAP videos. Anyway, he was wearing your shirt. So that was really cool. And there's some pictures out there of that for his Halloween costume.
Dude, he's the best. Like, I literally made that shirt hoping that someone would wear it to a convention because it was kind of fun. And I think that like Eric Davis is pretty cool. And but no one really talks about him ever. So to have that like worn there in those photographs was so dope in my opinion. And I think he has a photo with him and like James Fox and stuff. So yeah, I'm really appreciative of Jordan for that. I got a chance to finally hang with him. Um, in New York, and he's just such a cool, funny dude. Like we were laughing the whole time. The dude's a riot. So definitely
I'll
get
just
Yeah.
say
people.
too that I wore your Invisible College and Hynek shirt here when I was just walking around as well. So all your art was up here almost.
I must have missed that wardrobe change, Shane.
That's why I change 5 times a day. I'm a walking billboard. You guys were giving me shit the whole time.
Every time we saw him, he had a different outfit on. And I'm like, dude, you're worse than a girl. I'm sorry.
That's
Shane, have
awesome.
you had your morning nachos yet?
I already did actually, and she ain't wrong about the changing clothes.
No one else is laughing.
Yeah, I changed my clothes quite a bit, and mainly because it's literally a walking billboard. Plus, I smoked weed down here, and I didn't like smelling like weed, so I'd swap shirts and go in and mingle and have another one on this one, Roswell Daily, then Toop shirt, then just constant, then Wounded Warrior. Pretty much a walking billboard, just promoting all those three things.
Shane, what was the most impactful part of the weekend for you?
The edibles. Besides that, you mean?
Okay.
It was just getting to talk to people. So I'll tell you again, if you can go to these conventions, that's the cool part. You guys are going to, maybe some of you like the speakers and stuff, but if you hang out in these rooms, you're going to know what they speak about. You probably read it, heard it 1,000 times, or one of us discussed it. The cool part is just talking to them, getting to ask your own questions like we do in these spaces. Something that pertains to you. That's the coolest part. So here was exceptionally like that. And you saw like Chris just walking around, you run into people with bullshit. So that was super cool. I also know that we got a job to do, guys. Ufology needs an injection, and I'm telling you, it needs fixed. Trust me on this in so many ways. So I can tell you just from looking, it's a series of, it's the same people that are doing it, and they're all doing good things. But a lot of times it I don't know. It's not like things we host where people are teaching things and showing things, and I'm just kind of unimpressed by some of the stuff. I'm like, wow, we could probably put on a better one, just because the amount I learned in these spaces is way more than I learned at these events, right? But it's the connections here. So you guys impressed the shit out of me. I'd love to have an event where people like Nora, Sam, or any of these people speak, because you blow these fuckers away. Depends on if you have like in-person type shit, but they'd be blown away. So yeah, even the speakers here are just kind of like, when you get to talk to them, they're pretty impressed by someone that can hold a conversation with them, just from me being in these rooms, learning from you guys. So they love that shit.
Yeah, they really
Like, I'm
do.
impressed with my Monday. I like woke up, saw a bunch of Jolly tweets. I don't even follow her, but I guess people like liked it, so I saw it, and that pissed me off. And then I tweeted about her, and UFO Joe just retweeted it with a 6 comment thread. I haven't even finished my coffee. I can't read this shit. It's like too early for this shit right now.
Oh man.
Yo,
I love Nora's energy today. I fucking love it.
right? It's the way to go. You wake up, you're a parent, you got coffee. It's like I would do the same shit. So I started to not tweet in the mornings because like every time I found that every time I tweeted in the mornings, it was like hella like critical or like be like I would just calling people out on their bullshit. Like this is, and I think
You're
everyone's
so
the
right.
same
I
way.
was the comments I was like replying to this morning. I was just not having it. I'm like, I was being such a bitch.
Right? Because you're
Yeah.
just not, you got no patience for nothing. And then you scroll through, you're like, this is fucking crazy. Like, I almost like was like,
Our buddy Jared sent me an article. I was like, this paper's gibberish, Jared. Like, oh, I was so mean to him.
people got to know. Like, pre like 10 a.m. us is way different than like after lunch us. We're like very different creatures on the internet. And there's
Yeah,
no
I mean, when you
repercussions.
have kids,
There's
you
no,
just wake up pissed off.
oh my God. I always wake up to a mess. You know what I mean? You're like, okay, I guess I'm going to get to work. I guess this is being, this is living, which is fine. I get it. But it's cool. It's cool.
If my toddler's like a bully, he'll like literally like wake me up and be like, your breath stinks. I'm like, okay, good morning to you too. Jeez.
Damn. Right off the bat. Right off the bat.
Just
Man.
It
get
doesn't
I'm
bullied
going to
stop
anyway,
read
when they
huh?
get
this.
older, Nora. Wait till they're 29.
I met Anjali in New York.
Yeah.
I don't know if I told you guys that, but I
Did you record it?
remember that. I vlogged the whole thing. I Twitch streamed it. You guys don't follow me on Twitch? I'm
Is she
420
faking her
gamer acid
disability
freak.
to teach you off?
Yeah. No, she you know what's the strangest thing? I heard that she was there, and I was like, "Whoa, okay, I'll keep an eye out for her." And then, no joke, this woman floated by. Her feet didn't even touch the ground, and I go, "Is this David Blaine?"
Dude, I met her, and the same thought
I knew
came to
she
my
was a
head, dude,
demon.
as she floated through the hallway. I'm like, what the fuck? She's just flowing through just
Demon.
in this natural walk. And I'm like, dude, is she floating?
Dude, okay, so she floats past me, and I tap her on the back, right? And then out of nowhere, I'm looking at the back of her head, and her hair parts, and then her face comes out of it, and suddenly she's turned
Wow!
around, and I'm like, "What?" I go,
You throw the holy water on her?
You must be Anjali." and when she speaks, it's this weird like double tone. There's like her voice, but then there's this kind of a billowing voice from the ceiling that speaks as well. And she just, she anointed me with her gaze, and I felt kind of bathed in light. And all the answers of the universe were right there in front of me. And then she said, "Did they validate your parking?" And I said, "No, I took a train here." She's all right.
Did they validate your parking?
Oh my, that's it. That's it. That's it. Like I'm wished away back into that hallway of the theater. Though she was actually really nice. She spun her head back around. We talked for like a brief second. She was really nice, and it is exactly how you'd think. She was actually just dressed normal, white robe. Uh, she was wearing like jeans and a shirt. She was super normal, super nice. Not at all like weird or nothing like that. No prophetic vibes. She didn't try to like read my aura or nothing. She was super chill. And then yeah, who I didn't get a chance to meet was King Milkfart. I guess was there. That's cool. And Klaus was there. Didn't get a chance to meet him. But
I would have loved to have met him.
Who?
Klaus, man, he's got some brilliant writing, and he's just brilliant.
Same, yeah. Like us, I like went and I got there late, so I'm just kind of hanging in the back, and I just got off the plane, so like I had my bags with me, so I found a table to like sneak them under, and I was chilling way in the back while Darren was finishing up his talk, and then while the other dude, I don't know, was it Ben? I'm trying to think for his name, but he's like a fun writer guy. When he was talking, I found a seat close up. I ended up sitting right next to Jordan. Had no idea it was him. And then right, kind of like who I thought was Klaus, and then ended up being him for real. But he didn't. He just disappeared after the event. Everyone kind of disappeared. Tried to smoke some weed, drink a beer, grab some food. It was cool.
Hold on, I have an unjolly question real quick for the room. Real quick, right? Do you guys think that she believes what she says, or do you think that she's lying?
I believe that.
Or any other option? Do you think it's mental health? Do you
Said.
think that she's lying? Do you think that she believes it? Like, what do you think?
I don't know. I think she's like an attention seeker.
It's so weird because, I mean, the vibe I get from her is that she believes what she's saying. And I don't know what that means because I'm not like, I wasn't there. I'm not a doctor. But the vibe I get, it could be both, right? No, I'm not saying that she's not an attention seeker. She could be an attention seeker. But something about what she says, it seems like she believes it.
She probably does.
Now that's
I think that some people's superpower is derived from their ego and their confidence, and like some people feel maybe that the more people that believe them or hear them, the more that they feel like they can actually, maybe like channel or remote view answers or something. It almost feels like self-serving for sure. Definitely, like I don't want to say delusions of grandeur because that's hella rude, but like she, believing you're hot shit and believing you're that guy might actually have an effect on you. You know what I mean? And your ability to like discern things or pull information from the ether, whatever this trick is, whatever these things are. Having that sense of self might do something for it.
It's weird because like the whole prophetic thing, right? Obviously, it turns almost everybody off. Like when anyone does that shit, it's so annoying for a million reasons. Like no one likes that, and like that's like I mean I don't have an issue with her because I don't really care. But like for the sake of conversation, that would be my issue with her because. And I'll say this on the flip side, like a lot of the stuff that she says will get, and that has nothing to do with prophecy. It'll get shitted on unfairly, and it's just not stuff that she came up with. It's just literally stuff that you can find and know.
That's what I'm saying though.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
she was like, January 3rd, 2023, blah blah blah. This is gonna happen.
But what I'm saying is like, I mean, listen, if don't do any fucking dates to me, because if you're gonna do that type of shit, if you're gonna say you have a meeting and like, I'm not gonna believe it. But I think some of the value of what she has to say is in some of the stuff that a lot of us have read in books before. A lot of old traditions and cultures, like, you know, some of the concepts that she'll speak about just in general, like, it's not stuff that whether it's right or wrong, who knows, but that we haven't heard before. And I don't mean that in a shitty way. I mean that, like, I feel like she gets shitted on for some of that stuff, but rightfully so, because if you're fucking saying, you know, detailed things that you're saying, you know, people will just dismiss you out of fucking hand, which they should. You know what I mean? I just think it's interesting.
For me, it's like not even just her. It's like anyone that claims to be like a ET channeler. I'm like, where's the discernment between like you having a conversation with your imagination and like any actual like tangible evidence? And it's not that I'm like shitting on like people, but it's like that's just like your experience and it doesn't transcend to like everybody else. So like yeah, when you say like these vague things like the planet is dying and there's going to be war, it's like, well, so what? That's always how it is. It's not a revelation or anything. It's like what's the point of even bringing it up?
And that discernment part is so on point what you said, right? Because when people do the channeling or whatever they want to call it, whatever it is, if it's something you don't really know what it is, it could be you, it could be something else, it could be like, how do you know what I mean? So it's just, again, I just dismiss people kind of out of hand with the prophecy stuff. I watched the whole show because it was hilarious to watch. Like, okay, I mean, if she's right, it's awesome, you know. let's see what happens. But you know, it's more sad to watch than anything. Because for me, like I said before, like I wonder if she believes it. And that's just my curiosity, whether she does or not. It's just like you have people who lie, like, all right, I'm just deceiving people. I don't go fuck. I know I'm lying. And then you have like delusions of grandeur, like Sam said, or mental illness or whatever else, right? And they believe it, and they stand on this platform, this soapbox, and they kind of preach it to everybody. And it's kind of like, oh man, like read the
Well,
room.
it annoys me because people pay attention to what she says because of her like history and like her like work in government and stuff. So I think it's like kind of irresponsible for her to be like, yeah, there's gonna be a huge cataclysm and you gotta go live in a cave and hide in the mountains and like it's just like, dude, what are you doing? Like, I don't know. It annoys me.
And then too, right, with her past, again, another point to that is that's weird too, because people are like, all right, are you fucking for real? Are you like on some bullshit weird mission? Like, are you still working? And then it's like your mental faculties, like you had that job. All right, are you still? It's just weird. It could go either way. It could go either way. It's all nasty, just nasty shit.
But what's not weird about this conversation?
Nothing. I mean, I've had a little bit more of my coffee now, so I'm in a better mood now.
No, I'm just saying, like in general, it's just, I mean, we're all kind of in the same boat. You know, do we believe what we experienced? Yes. Does it, what the hell does it mean? I don't know. I don't know. It's just, I mean, obviously we have to use discernment, of course,
You know
but
what it is, Chris? You're right. It just gets all right, because like we can come in these rooms, right? People have experiences, and then we can, like, I can talk about my experiences, and you could talk about yours, and most of the time, people it's confined to them and their story. So you could decide to believe someone or not. But when you're like speaking for other people, that's where it gets a little weird, and the
Right,
questions start coming in,
exactly. Like,
and you
what
say,
if
you know what I mean,
her
like
like cataclysmic
cataclysm, and it's
vision
like,
is actually relevant to her life and
yeah,
not
it's not that
anyone
it couldn't be true. Like, listen, I'm not saying that she didn't fucking meet a mantid or something, like,
right.
and like, I'm not saying that at all. Like, weird stuff happens. Like, absolutely. It goes over that line. Like, I'll give you an
When you
example.
start
If I
using
were to
it,
get a message, if I were to get a message from whoever, if I got a detailed message, I would never tell you guys, and I would never say that I got it, just because I know it's not going to mean it. Like, I can't prove that to you, and then it just turns people off, and it's just a weird thing. So I'm not doubting that she didn't have experiences. It just gets kind of shaky when you're like, you know, you're nailing down dates, or you have this location and then nothing comes, and it's just like,
Yeah.
It's
you know,
asking a lot. It's asking a lot of people who you're talking to, and in some ways, it feels disrespectful. And I'm not trying to really be like I'm at all point anyone for making crazy claims or wild claims, but you really have to know that you're asking a lot of your audience when you start making claims that ask your audience in order to ride this train with you, they have to like forego a lot of their own discernment, a lot of their own suspicions, a lot of their own like questions just to follow you down that road. And she doesn't provide enough, road for me to like travel down with her, where it's like I can't go down this road with you. You know what I mean? Because the claims are so
I
specific.
think that's
And then it's like,
fair.
and I
That's
just got to
fair.
wait it out. Like, hey, okay, I'm going to wait it out. And no way do I feel disrespected by her, patronized maybe a little bit, but she's trying to work something out herself too. That I can clearly see, and I don't mean that in like a mental health way. I mean that in like she had an experience and she's trying to work out what that is, and to her it's this one thing. But we've seen this kind of thing happen and come and go a lot, where people believe essentially that their experiences make them special to everybody else, when in fact it might, but
You know,
that's
sorry, it just it's a contrast to what I saw with Travis yesterday because I was talking to him about, well, and his son was there, what it was like growing up in the household. And his son Luke and him, actually, it was really neat because Travis looked at Luke and said, well, what was it like? Did you get teased? What was it like? But so it was this really intimate moment where they were talking, and Travis had such a concern for his son and said that basically that was like not a big topic in their household, believe it or not. It was not the priority of their family or their life growing up. And this is the person who has got the most profound experience probably known, and believable, and he didn't make that topic a priority in his family. So it just shows you an interesting
Dramatic.
contrast.
Like, why would he want to keep bringing that up around his kids? It was like a traumatic thing for him, you know? It's like the thing about like people like Anjali, it's like they want to be experiencers so bad, it comes off to me like a little disingenuous. Because when you hear like other people's stories, like some people are actually really uncomfortable even like going over it again. So for me, it's just like, I don't know, it seems a little poserish.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from. I think that, but I don't know, every experience is different, I think. And
yeah, there's the other side too, Nora, right? Like the
yeah.
side where like someone has an experience, and then like Sam said, now I'm the shit. Now let me like tell you what it is. Now let me, you know what I mean? So which could come across poserish, but it could just be someone fucking full of themselves, you know?
Mhm.
Some people don't take like well to their obviously experiences, like in like traumatic ways, obviously, of course, but even on the flip side, like you have people who will fucking like get high off it.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? And then it changes their fucking personality. The ego comes out, and now they're like basically pointing a finger at you. I know what this is. You don't know. Even if it's not in those words, that's what their actions speak. So you do have
Yeah,
people who have had a genuine experience, and
they
they're just
constantly.
assholes now.
Yeah. No, I've experienced those people before, totally. You're right.
I've come across a lot of people. The first time it happened to somebody I knew, where basically they had like a bipolar type of snap, like an episode, and they started to believe that they were Jesus Christ. And I was like, okay, well that's its own thing. And then I found a lot of experiencers sometimes go through this feeling, and I was trying to figure out what it is. And it's not always synonymous with experiencers, but with these episodes, with a moment. And and I find it interesting because it feels like uh, a common assumption by people who are experiencing more of the world than they had before, right? And they believe like they must be experiencing the world at a godlike level. That's the only thing in their mind that they could relate this new type of perspective to, this new type of understanding, because now they're seeing the connections between things where before they were kind of asleep to it. And so they start to believe that they are probably a god and probably Jesus Christ, or better than Jesus. And I hear that, I've heard that multiple times from different people. And I honestly think it's due to this opening, this awakening of faculties in the mind that they were just asleep to before. Things like that might involve stuff like critical thinking and just kind of thinking outside of yourself, right? Because, and I'll say this too, a lot of religious people are born, or not born, but like raised believing, focused on themselves and their own decisions and stuff because of the consequences of not being in your own, control of that is eternal damnation in hell. So, I can understand why maybe in some circumstances, like hyper religious people have never really considered, right, a lot of these other elements outside of their own religious kind of upbringing. And so when they become aware to them, or aware of them suddenly through one experience, and now it's like a whole thing, which we hear about a lot with religious and non-religious people who have an experience. Suddenly everything's different. It's like a religious experience to them. So imagine a religious experience to a religious person. They probably think that they're a prophet now, and they have to come to terms with all that stuff. And I don't see much different with Anjali. She's not selling me a book or anything. So I think it's just maybe one of those steps with the true experiencer, someone who has experienced something otherworldly, that like that's a risk. She's riding it out, but those predictions always bite people in the ass. I mean, they always do. So people should be wary of if they have an experience. That doesn't necessarily mean you're that guy. It just means that's the only thing that you could relate it to. But do some more research. A lot of people are having these things, so yeah, it's worth looking into. Oh, we got B in here, and then we also got Josh in the mix. Good to see you guys. Go ahead, B.
Good morning, guys. Scanning the room. You bring up a couple of good points, like yesterday, in Shane's space when Neo came in. Like, I can't help but feel bad for the guy, right? But we do need, and I love that UAP therapy, or Deb's Data Dojo was in here in this space yesterday when he was speaking, and she's had experiences with him before. But setting up that safety net for people when that synchronicity starts hitting, and you start experiencing this kind of stuff, and that web of belief, once you start believing it's a certain thing, it's that feedback loop, and can drive people quite mad. So getting them that help is going to be vital. But and you and I spoke about this when Angelique was first coming out, Sound too, when she was relating her experience. It was a big red flag because she stated her experience was a CE5, right? And it was more like a Jehovah's Witness going in and just banging on the door and coming in your house. And that's not a CE5 or a human initiated contact at all. And that just set off a lot of red flags for me, because she started talking bad about Greer and the whole CE5 thing, and she apparently didn't know anything about it, right?
Yes. Now I didn't follow too closely her story because I just don't care about it. It's never going to affect me. Her predictions, I don't care about. Her statements, I don't care about. I've read some of the stuff that she said. Seems totally fine to me. She's got her own opinions, and that's great. The narrative she's constructing to like base those opinions on, I think the less I know, the better. Because then I can just look at her statements on face value. But yeah, she's definitely got a whole story behind her, and it's kind of sus, right? Isn't there some government connections? But she's also got some backup, right? Like people in the government, like, yeah. She's a real person. So it's interesting. It's like this paradox that I like to keep an eye on, but keep at a distance because you just never know. And I'm known for making snap decisions. That was my name in prison. Let's get over to Thoreau.
Hey guys, it's nice to see y'all again. I've kind of been a little bit MIA lately, but I just wanted to say you're right when you say that accessing these human abilities, very human abilities, right? Remote viewing, psychic stuff, all that stuff. It does a little bit of a mind fuck, right? Because and people do think that they are. It's that you are all gods kind of thing that Jesus himself said, right? It's this kind of shock and ontological shock that you have some access to these very immaterial aspects of reality, right? And when you look at people in history who have been like high achievers and done major important things in our world, a lot of times you see some of them saying things like, I'm a god and I'm a master of this reality, and things like that. Great inventors, like I think Nikola Tesla said things like that. um, and there's something to be said for tapping into that. I don't know what it is exactly. Immaterial realm is my go-to descriptor for it. But tapping into that immaterial realm, it's like you're leveling up, and you do feel a certain sense of empowerment that. Sorry, and I'm speaking here just from my own experiences, right? I haven't. There's very little objective evidence that any of these things are this way. All we can do is really surmise based on the common connections we see across these stories. But yes, based on my own experiences, it's it's shocking and frightening, right? And you do have this sense of like bow to me kind of thing. I know it sounds insane. I want to make sure I'm clear about that. But when you discover these things, it's a whole new level of ability, and I don't like that term ability even, but it's just this whole new realm that you're discovering, and you're lost in it for a little while, and it fucks with your sense of reality, absolutely. And so, yeah, you absolutely end up with people that are it's so weird because it is reality, but it's also not reality, like at the same time. Until it's consensus reality and we all agree that these things are very real, it's both real and unreal. So yeah, just a few thoughts there. But I think you guys are. I think as far as going forward for ufology, I think that there is going to be a lot of common discovery. I think that there's going to be a lot of people exploring new spaces that they have not explored before, right? The psi elements and the more esoteric aspects of reality. And I think that you're going to see more people kind of slowly come to some of these conclusions that many of us have already come to, right? And I think that the government's going to be part of that. And I think we're going to have to keep an open mind and a gracious attitude towards people as they discover this, because it is a bit of a mind fuck. And as we figure out, like, oh shit, the government's really done some shady shit, we're going to have to realize that because it is such a mind fuck, and the government, like the NatSec, like the national security folks, have very real things to worry about. And if this is a part of reality, if they don't know how to handle it, hell yeah, I'd have fucking covered it up too, right? So we're going to have to be very gracious, I think, going forward, and just charitable towards each other. So, yeah, I think we're doing the right things by discussing this, and I think the more perspectives, the more voices we have, the better conclusions we can come to. So yes, I'll just leave it at that. And I just want to say thanks for hosting all of these spaces. You guys are doing a great job facilitating discussion, and I think that the discussion is the most important aspect of disclosure at this point. So thank you all.
Hell yeah, Josh. I agree. This is discussions are helping a lot. Appreciate you for being part of it, man. Let's go over to Sean.
Yeah, I was just thinking about when you were talking about, people having complexes and stuff after experiences, and like God complexes and all the stuff that Josh was just talking about. And like, I guess for me, I understand how that could happen. But I think a lot of how people interpret their experiences and how they move forward after it, just plain and simple, has to do with upbringing, personality, and everything like that. And those things meet. So, like, just my personal experience, my experiences, they didn't fuck up my reality at all. They just added to my reality for me. I look at my experiences not within me, like, oh, it's more everyone, like, oh, this is possible. This is something we can do, that people can do. Oh, people can do this. You know what I mean? It's like it opens my mind to that, and that like empowers me in a way, just as something that everyone has access to, whether they want to do it or not, etc. and that's dope to me because I always love learning. It's just another piece to a puzzle. Like that's ever growing. That's never gonna fucking get completed. So, and I think a lot of times, like I said, it just has to do with just people. It doesn't matter, just for different reasons. We are who we are. We're a fucking a summation of our experiences up to this point, and genetics and that type of shit. So I think people who, if you have somebody who's, maybe more arrogant and just kind of full of themselves anyway, and they have certain experiences that open their mind to what humans and what we have access to, that's just going to add fucking gasoline to that shit. You know what I mean? And for me, I'm always learning and relearning shit, finding out I was wrong, learning something new. Like that's just how I've always been. So when my experiences started happening and everything up to now, it's just like, oh, that's dope. That's cool. But it's never with me. It's never like I can do that. It's like, oh, because if one person can do something, it's accessible. Everyone can do it. It's not one person who could do something and then no one else can do. So it's bigger than that. It's bigger than yourself. Like, and that's just the point that I want to make.
Dude, that's a great perspective to have. I think, if you engage with it like that, then you're doing so like on the behalf of like, not on the behalf of humanity, but it is like a different thing. You're exploring territory for people. You're not necessarily going out and now you're going to go off and be like, I'm king experiencer. No one can experience like me. I'm the only person that can do this. I mean, that one dude, Yahweh, in the park in San Francisco that one time, he really pulled it off on the news. That was really interesting. First time I ever saw anything like that. But other than that,
that was sick.
It was pretty tight. And then to find out later on that that's kind of like exactly the types of objects that people are seeing. What? We need to check his brain. Let's go over. We got Nora, we got B, and then we'll get back to Josh.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I agree with what you guys just said. Like I think for me, it's more like a quest of knowledge and realizing that there's so much more about our world that we are yet to understand. So that's like the coolest aspect for me. And if you have anything to like share as far as like information about our world, like that's the part that interests me. Like I'm not interested really in people making communications and revealing visions that are probably only relevant to their personal life, but somehow they think they're special and it's like pertains to everyone. Like, but if you figure it out how it does pertain to your life, like I would love to hear that, like how the symbology has played out later. I just don't like the like what you guys said, like the whole like social predictions and stuff, because that stuff never really pans out. But yeah.
And like historically, like it's when these things are like outed for being liars, that's why they're always outed for being liars. And I'm talking about the aliens or whatever, whoever's talking to these people, because they'll set the person up by getting a bunch of stuff right early on about things, but then make these big sweeping predictions that never come true, and then the people look like asses. It's very interesting. It's an interesting constant of this thing, and so when I see someone kind of fall into that, I'm already like, oh, either and you're playing dumb, or you really don't know. But yeah, we got B and then Josh.
Let's see, this is what sucks about these recorded ones, because I want to say some things, but I don't want people to come back later and take them wrong. Just know that I don't mean this in a harsh way at all. But people like Peter Jackson and the kid in here doing the aerokinesis, right? And like that kid, you can't even talk to him because he just wants to sell you a class, right? And what he's doing is legit. I've had experiences with this, and I was just talking to my husband about it too. But that's what's dangerous is when people with ill intent get a hold of this information. But in my mind, in my belief, we have that's why I want these experiments with the neurodivergent experiencers, coming together like Care Bears, right? I call it the Care Bear experiments, to start doing the random number generator experiments and the intent on water and the Maharishi effect and things like that nature, right? Because I think together with groups in synergy in groups of friendship and love and combined focused intent like we do with heists, right? Because with that, where two or more gather and that faith and that belief and that love is like the 0 point energy of everything, right? Love is just beyond anything that we can understand. But I feel like that's where the magic is going to be at, in combining everybody together and knowing that we have the power to change things around us in just miraculous, remarkable ways.
Can I ask real quick, to B, real quick before Josh comes in? Is anyone, because B, I know you know your stuff, is there anyone that's actively doing that kind of work or planning to do that kind of work with experiences that you know about?
That's my problem. I don't see it, but I'm searching for it, and that's why, like that link that I just put in, that got side. Those are, I found that from the IONS Institute of Noetic Studies, and even the brain people, my brain and me, doing where you can submit your MRIs and get the 3D imaging of your brain. I thought that was the subset of the experiments that Nolan was hinting at, and even at this prior event, he spoke about Dr. Radin, and he's giving these little hints, but that they haven't come out with them yet. But that's why I've been kind of like, everybody that I meet, hey, go do this, sign up. They've got open research through the Institute of Noetic Sciences, and through them. And then you're connecting, like even Dr. Wall that works with IONS is on the board over there at the My Brain and Me. And yeah, they're doing a lot of stuff, and I really encourage people to get into that, because maybe, but I think maybe we do some calls and require and request it, and maybe we can get something like that going.
I mean, essentially, we need somebody to sponsor a study that has a gosh, I can't think of the word at the moment. Totally drew a blank. Sorry about that. But in order to study humans, the review board. So if we had access to a PhD who was willing to sponsor it, I think people could put together a study.
Dr. Masters, Dr. Nolan, they're all amazing people. I'm sure we can. Hey, Shane. You're still in Arizona, right?
Yeah, just got done packing. Just sitting here.
You always said your goodbyes yet.
I think they're gone, but we can email them.
Yes, please do. Please do. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I missed most of my space yesterday due to edibles.
I wonder if Shane is having technical difficulties.
We can hear him, Tupac. I don't know if you can just not hear him, but I just heard him.
I'm out. I'll come right back in. Thank you.
All right, man. I'll get you back up, Sam. Yeah, so yeah, it was fun yesterday.
I would say one thing about like those studies, because I have my own stuff going on, like OCD and stuff like that, with the being different or divergent or whatever, is what's the baseline? They don't even understand baseline consciousness. So to have like any other variant in there, I mean, I think that maybe they're trying to look at that.
It needs to be everyone.
Well, yeah, and I think that looking through just the one aspect of it, which would be what we're talking about, which would be like people that have different things going on, from that regard, is interesting. I think that they're looking at that though to see if they can crack anything else, like if they can look at that and compare that to the baseline kind of a thing, which is interesting. But yeah, I mean, we just need a lot of different types of scientists. I love Dr. Michael Masters. He's a biological anthropologist. I think that if we're looking at like bones and, hominid type stuff, he's the guy. But we need different people from different fields. We need psychologists, psychiatrists. We need people that are already studying the brain. We might not love a lot of what psychiatry and psychology's put out there recently. But I think that those are the fields that we need people talking about the kind of stuff that we're talking about right now to jump in as well. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
I'd say too that there's two different types of festivals, like if you go to, since we're talking about this, you have the ones that have kind of the speakers that are like here, but then you have events that are really science driven. I super enjoy those, like SCU and things like that. I haven't been to one of those yet. I'm looking forward to it. But these here are cool, but it's more about a community get together, having a good time, listen to people that talk about their experiences with the subject, and then hanging out with the other people. So the other thing I want to say about this, that we got a lot of work to do, because it's fucking clear this is a system designed for other reasons, not disclosure. Let's just say that. So there's got to be different kinds of conferences, especially way more conferences that are just speaker related or about speakers, or, because there's quite a bit about tech details and all these other people, but sitting around talking to the other experiencers was probably the best part of this whole thing. So I actually brought up, man, they should have more experiencer panels, things like that, but they don't. So just remember, you go to these places, if you expect one thing, if you hang out in these rooms, you're going to be way smarter than you realize and probably going to know everything the speaker's going to say. So it's really cool to be able to go to these and interact with them and ask them the questions you want. Just remember this, you guys are smart as fuck. And because I hung out with you guys, it made me feel smart as fuck talking to these people and doing all these different things. But we have a lot of work to do. If you only understood, we need to inject some fucking youth and some fire into this topic. That's the problem. It's just, and it's not, I'm grateful for everybody that came first, but part of the problem.
Shane, not to cut you off, real quick. TJ Alley, we need him talk about this in depth, about exactly what you're talking, just the scene, the age, how there needs to be. I just wanted to throw that in there, because that's definitely an issue.
It is. So I'm glad you said that, Sean. That's one of the reasons I don't know how to do TikTok and shit like that. That's why I'm just going to record and put this shit out there. There needs to be younger people watching this. That's why comic books is a good thing that Estimate's doing. There needs to be media formats that's going to hit kids and stuff. Because when you come to these, you realize, oh, these people, I'm grateful for them, but it's the same people hitting the same circuit continuously, right? It's just what they do. They have newer people like Dr. Masters, who's cool as fuck, man. And it's just a matter of when you come to experience it, you can talk to these people. It's like, wow, what we do has fire and it's so different. Now we have to actuate that shit, right?
We do need the younger generation. To be honest, when I found out that Jacques Vallée was still alive, I was shocked. I was like, holy shit, like that guy's still alive and still like doing the circuit? Like, wow.
I would also say too, just for anybody listening, just be careful if you have a unique idea or hypothesis, or just be careful what you're putting out there, because there are people that will take advantage of it, steal it, recreate it, twist it. So just be careful about that. Make sure you have your ducks in a row before you start putting stuff out there.
If you're talking about mine, dude, like I don't care. Like if anybody, like Dr. Master, I would prefer.
No, I didn't mean that necessarily. I'm not even talking about anybody in here right now. I'm saying I've for the last 5 years.
But that's still a good point, though, right? Like if you don't care, then you don't care. Because some people don't care. They might just want it done. You know what I mean?
It's for everybody, man. It's our chance. We can. It's but here's the thing: the implications of studies like this can be profound. We need to get Buddy in here because he knows more about the Paralabs Institute and the Hutchinson effect, and there's a reason those are only available on archive, right? But just one person of that subset was able to change the base numbers by over 1 quanta. And I'm proposing that these people, and I know I don't like the genetics. I hear you saying that it needs to be done with everybody, and that is being done. And that's why we need to encourage more people, both experiencers and non, to get in on these experiments that Ions is doing, right? So they have more of that subset, but it's also very important because there's a sense that this is not going to be elitist. I thought it was like an elitist kind of thing too when they started talking about the Cherokee and the Irish, and I'm like, wait, because I have direct lines to both. But thinking of it as in the data preset and cellular memory, and that being like an echo chamber and the biomechanisms, or the cellular level. We need that data too, right? Because all these forced migrations that the Earth has gone through has done good, because we're basically all mutts and everybody has it to some level. And they've already shown that, we basically all go back to the same subset, DNA speaking anyway. But it can also both falter world religions, but as well as unite humanity. And that's, I think, the implications of these experiments could be profound.
Hey, I want to actually hop on and kind of tail end on that. Also, I've got a jet in just a few minutes. I think we can. One of the things we can do along these lines is establish practicums, right? And we do that by groups of us, just like Astral is doing with the remote viewing spaces, right? We did the very same. So my background is charismatic Christianity, and they do a lot of prophecy, which, in my opinion, is the exact same mechanism as remote viewing. And that was the fundamental assumption I made when I made my prediction back in 2013. But there are a bunch of lessons that I've learned from charismatic Christianity that I think are very applicable to this same topic. But one of the things we did is, once we learned that it might be possible to gain supernatural knowledge of the material realm through immaterial means, is we got in groups and tried it, right? And so I think that it's going to take bold explorers and experimenters like we see in these groups that are willing to take a chance and observe the results, right? And so I think that we get these unofficial results, and we get more experienced stories saying, holy shit, there's something to this, right? And at some point there becomes a critical mass. I don't know exactly where that critical mass is. I think we're getting close to it. But there's a critical mass where at some point it can't be ignored any longer. Just like when Galileo said that the Earth is not the center of the solar system, right? At some point it gains a critical mass, and that's what we're looking for. How we get there there are many routes that way, but I think that just the practicing of these things is going to do a lot for people, because you pique that curiosity. And when people can say, listen, I've experienced this firsthand and I know it, I'm telling you there's something to it. Sorry. We all have relationships that we can encourage others, right? I've gotten a lot of family members to talk about UFOs and even remote viewing, right? Because of my personal experiences, right? In fact, I've mentioned my background is Christianity, so I quote a lot of scripture. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm not promoting the religion. I think there are grains of truth in every of the religions. So whenever I quote a scripture, just know that I quote it with a grain of salt. But they overcome by the word of their testimony, the Bible says. And I think that is personal experience is a powerful motivator, and it's a powerful explainer of a lot of things. I do have a couple things that I wanted to specifically point out. There are a couple rules for dealing with these topics that I have followed and that I think is good for us as we go forward. There was a concept in charismatic Christianity of public versus personal prophecy, right? And sometimes people would be in a worship setting and they would get supernatural knowledge. And there was always this kind of play between, is this something for myself to know? I think that that's something that we will get to learn a little bit more about in this topic. But also, I think that another lesson that I've taken away is anybody who says they have all the answers is automatically suspect. There is likely an alternative agenda hidden. So the unfortunate thing is that because of the nature of this reality, as we start to acknowledge that, there will be more of those people, the Angelis, right? I've got all the answers. The Ryan Bledsoes, I've got all the answers. That is fundamentally a problem that we will have to overcome and solve. And so that is something that we need to be diligent, I think, about, is to encourage public discussion of any of these things, right? That's what happened with my story, right? There was a great, huge public discussion about it, and people didn't know what to make of it because it was so alarmingly well timed. But I think that the public discussion aspect it's called discernment in Christian circles, right? So discerning of spirits, right? And that's kind of how they couch these things. The principle is the same. There's a discernment, and the discernment comes through practice. It comes through seeing things and seeing the Anjalis, right? And the predictions that she makes that have no bearing in as we walk through time, and they don't bear out, right? So there, I think that the practicum that we can engage in is these practical lessons that we learn in small groups, right? And we extrapolate, we not extrapolate, but we kind of we take that message, those experiences out to the broader crowds, and it grows, right? So then they have these experiences that they can't explain, and they say, "Oh shit, there's something to this," right? But in the meantime, the early adopters like ourselves get to help shape that discussion and shape some of those lessons, right? And so you can have a massive influence on a very small number of people that extrapolates into a larger subset of people. And yeah. So just a couple of the things that I've learned from my own experiences that I would share that I think are worth digging into in this topic, right? So yeah, that's. I think that's all I had. I want to turn it over. There's a lot of hands up. I've got a meeting in about 10 minutes. I've got to be at, but I think you
Right
guys are
on.
doing exactly all the right things. So let's keep doing all of this stuff. And many thanks again.
Those are some good points, Josh. Thank you, man. Good luck with your meetings. We got Chris and then John up in the mix.
Yeah, well said, Thoreau. I think that one of the things I was going to comment on is the concept of early adopters. And in contrast to what we were talking about earlier, not to approach it as, a place of like authority or privilege, but in reality, we are part of that early adopter group. I mean, and so we need to approach it with humility and with, you know, sobriety, I would say, because we do have the potential to influence the future direction of these conversations. And I think many of you guys are. I mean, I know in my life you are influencing the way I think and the way, what I look at. So it is something we need to approach soberly, because it's so important that we do, but also it's exciting, and we can't let that, it's a super exciting time. And so we need to take that energy and, like Shane said, invigorate the movement, because it's going to be so important. And two things that I asked, I asked Travis, one of the questions I asked him, because I wanted to know, like, we look at the age group. I mean, he's what, 75? He's getting up there, and he's still preparing his next film to correct the inaccuracies of the last film. He's still pushing forward in this movement. And so I asked him, what do you think? I mean, do you think this is a different time than before? Do you really feel a different change in the energy and that something is about to happen? And he said, absolutely. So this is a man who has lived his life, in um, a bubble of ridicule and shame and all kinds of things because of his experience. And he's 75 years old, and he's still pushing forward, and he thinks this is a critical time. So I just want to leave that with the group, because I do think, preparing these studies or whatever we're going to do, it can come organically. But I also think if we start off somewhat scientifically, and if we can, and I don't mean to exclude experience. I'm saying take all experiencers and determine whether or not they have, neurodivergency, because we can't assume that only neurodivergent have experiences. And just look at different. I mean, there's different models to test, right? So, and to me, the fear that comes with that is, again, if you say a certain population or subset of people has certain experiences only, then that kind of, it also can elevate that group of people, which can be dangerous. So we do have to be careful what we claim. I don't know.
No, you're right. I mean, it's sensitive ground to walk on. I'm cooking my breakfast right now. If you guys hear some sizzling, but it's we got to be careful about how we do it, you know. But and I agree with you with everyone here. I mean, I created Chupacabra because I wanted younger people in the mix. I wanted people to be able to engage with this stuff without having to follow a bunch of like nerds and shit. Which nerds make the world go round. That's great. Um, but it's hard to follow. It wasn't entertaining. There was no personality in the mix. So I wanted to inject culture to it because number one, I wanted it, and number two, I thought that other people might naturally go to it. It's an outlet for it. Um, I everything I'm doing, I could have done for another company. I could have done for a brand. I get approached by marketing people, brand people often, asking who I work for, what I've done, how did I do this, simply because I saw that gap. It was so open because no one is trying to introduce culture into this. It's just kind of like either a pissing contest about what we know, what we don't know, who's experienced who our sources are. I mean, that kind of stuff is not conducive to science. And I had a bad taste in my mouth anyway, just from looking up, into like Egyptology and understanding how like academia kind of is a popularity thing, and it's kind of more about story and narrative, and it's interesting, right? And so we need to, I, I would suggest that people take what they do for a living and figure out if there is a niche for that in this field. You don't have to like sell the farm or anything, but there's probably a lot of things that could be done in a way that only you could do them, right? So try to find those things. Podcasts, a great way to do it, right? But if your game is multimedia, if your game is publicity, if your game is marketing, this community needs all of those things just as much because, in the outreach to the youth, we're either going to have a bunch of old farts pretending to be young people saying, hey, fellow kids, do you guys like UAPs? Are you going to vote for so-and-so? Like, that's going to be bullshit, and they're going to turn off from it. So we need to have some type of, like, actual efforts and roots in here that, like, attract people and create, like, a following and create, like, an actual way to engage. And that's why I was pumped to see that shirt, the Eric Davis shirt, as silly and goofy as it is, at the UFO Congress, because it's like, oh, there's a regular person, it's fun. It's not all stiff, it's not all stiff. It doesn't all have to be like take me to your leader type stuff. Like there's elements in here that are cultural. There's there's inside jokes, you know what I mean? There's a subculture within the subculture. And that's the kind of thing that we should be embracing and enjoying, as opposed to kind of like policing each other and shit. That's going to always it scares people off. But yeah, like figure out what you do well, what only you could do, and figure out if there's a voice for you in this field with it. And I promise you there is, because it's not well-worn territory yet. But yeah, we got.
I gotta go real quick, but I just wanted to ask you before I leave. For someone who wanted to like make videos to introduce to the UFO community, are there any like free like editing sources out there that you would recommend?
I don't know of any free editing sources. I
Canva,
mean,
Nora.
your Canva is great. I don't know if they do video editing. I knew that
They
they
do
did like
now.
Photoshop. Sick. So Canva, check that out. Your phone, check that out.
I'm
The type of like TikTok videos that are being made now are kind of crazy, and awesome. The amount of audience they get. So yeah, thank you, Chris. Canva is the answer.
Yeah, they just added video editing and a bunch of new features. As a matter of fact, they added a whiteboard to Pacabra that lets you have an unlimited timeline, which is kind of cool. You don't run out of page. Another cool resource. But anyway,
If you're gonna do it, just invest in yourself. I mean, Adobe Suite with all of the apps to do all of the different stuff, I think is only like $30 or $40 a month, which sounds like a lot, but if you're gonna do it, do it right. Premiere Pro, all those apps. So.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know about too many of the free ones. I've been paying for the Adobe stuff for like probably a decade. It just really helps. It's helped out. It's cool to have it. But if you're making money from it, then obviously it's just a business expense, and you already have it like factored in. But like, it's been really cool to be able to like take care of that stuff with like my Patreon supporters and stuff. It's like crazy to be able to like, oh, okay, cool, done, website's done. You know, all those things. It's dope. But if you can create something, you know, with what you're doing, if you're making videos, you're already contributing. I mean, putting your time and your effort to like make a piece of art that's centered around, you know, spreading the word of the topic is actually pretty dope. And you're people, I'm surprised too at how many different types of demographics there are. There's a voice for everyone in this field. We got John B, we got August in here. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I think B had her hand up first. If you want to go, B.
I've already spoken a couple times. Go ahead. Feel free. Absolutely. I'm taking notes on the side so I don't forget.
Yeah. No. I'm right there with you, Toop, about having a more fun subculture that is less dry and less elderly and just can bring more people in. I mean, I'm going to go to the James Fox movie premiere tonight. I'm going to wear that special limited edition, one-of-a-kind St. Michael shirt that you custom made for me, Toop. So I'll be showing that off. I don't remember what triggered this, but it was making me think about... I remember a couple weeks ago when Jess was in here, I didn't get a chance to speak, but she was going off talking about how everything over the last 5-6 years hasn't made a difference. Nobody cares anymore. The New York Times article, the 3 Navy videos, it did nothing. Nobody cares. Nobody knows anything. And like what it made me think about was like, so I'm a firefighter, and like my department, we have 1,200 people that I work with, and in my community I live in, we're a tight-knit community. I have like 100 people that I interact with throughout time. And I remember 4 years ago, people thought I was like a nerd or a dork or weird for being into this stuff. And over the last couple of years, like I have conversations at different stations at the table. Guys are coming to me asking like legitimate questions. It's no longer like the jokes or making fun. It's like, oh, hey, dude, did you see this? Hey, what about this guy? What about this movie? Tell me more about the history about this. And what I kind of see us as doing, what Wake was talking about is, you know, being humble, but we kind of have a responsibility or role to play as the early adopters of like facilitating this conversation and helping guide people. Just kind of what Thoreau was saying before, like a big message I tell everybody is like, if somebody's telling you they have the answer, like run. Don't even start with that unless it's open eyes. That guy has his finger on the pulse, and I think he's pretty close to what's going on. But aside from that, I see a lot of change happening. Just the whole attitude with people I'm talking to. It went from like, oh, don't bring up UFOs around John unless you want to get sucked down a freaking hour-long talk, to like now people are coming up to me with legitimate questions. I had more to say. I totally forgot, but yeah, I'll leave it at that.
I'm gonna say that I took a clip. That's already recorded, but I took a clip. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Who's next?
Right on. John, I think a lot of people vibe with that. More people are willing to talk about it. It's more exciting. It's less fringe now. And we get the chance to be the humble, I told you so, and like, you know, help them kind of come into the fold a little bit. People are going to naturally be curious about this. They always were, but society didn't give them a free pass on it. It came with its own baggage. And now that baggage is kind of dropped off. So it's really nice. You can feel the relief in people's voice. They're like, oh, I've been waiting to talk about this. And it's great.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for this Thanksgiving. I think a lot of people are going to have some really interesting conversations with their drunk uncles.
Oh, yeah, dude, I'm bringing my mom to the premiere tonight.
Oh, nice. Dude, I
Yeah.
cannot wait to hear how it goes. I know that he showed the film at the UFO Congress, so that'll be cool to get more views on that thing. I wish I
Hey,
could
hold up,
make
guys.
it down there for that.
real quick, I was just letting you know I'll be back in a sec. I'm actually just kind of prophetizing. I'm just showing these guys how to use UFO Twitter. There's other experiencers because they were kind of amazed that we hold experiencer groups every day because they like these places, right?
At Congress or whatever? Are you still there, Shane?
Yeah, I'm at UFO Congress, brother. I'll be right back.
Yeah, do you mind if I change the topic real quick to something that's kind of been on my mind that I've been working out?
I think Randy's had his hand up for a while though.
Oh, sorry about that.
I just wanted to say, I was adopted in '66, and Betty and Barney were, like the hot topic back then. And it just kind of like really always, I stayed in the shadows. I met Travis, and me being an empath, I could feel his pain. And I felt like he was like a victim, like twice. He got abducted, and then the way that everybody treated him. And I didn't come out till just recently. And I think just it's really sad the way abductees and experiences are treated. It's like they try to come out and into the light and share their experiences, and everything is just like you either not believed or they want evidence, and it's just like it, I know we want everybody to share their experience. It seems like, but every time someone comes out, it seems like everybody is like criticizing any little bit of information they try to share, and it's just like Travis. He kind of shared this story with the movie makers. And then they manipulate his story and change it around. So now he's trying to be this bright light again and trying to change his story to what was really what he try to tell. And it's like, oh, it's just so frustrating. It's like, I think sometimes we need to kind of, you know sit back and listen more instead of like, okay, we don't believe this, but we can, our eyes don't see everything that cameras can see, our ears can't hear everything that can be heard. And sometimes we have to just stay open minded, and just like I say, it was 50 years before I came out and opened up, and thank goodness for hashtag UFO Twitter. You guys made me feel safe to open up, and we still have a long ways to go, And I try to tell my son about this stuff. He's 21 years old, and this you say about we need to get these young kids, and he's like, no, 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 but he doesn't believe it, 100%. And it's like, wow, we got a long ways to go still, everyone, because we got to get these young kids on board on this.
Randy, thank you so much for sharing. I just like I just feel and hear your experience, your pain, and I really, really felt that yesterday talking to Travis. It's really profound. And I asked him and another experiencer there that asked me not to share that they had personal experiences, so I won't say who they were, but they felt that the trauma that they have is primarily from the ridicule and not from the experience. So that says something. And I don't know if other people feel that way, but I think that that's what our job is now, is to help those who've had those experiences like you navigate your stories into the public domain with truth and credibility, and honor those stories of those who've had those experiences. That's really kind of what I think part of our goal should be.
Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Chris. We got B in here. Go ahead, B.
I was going to say Loyalty can go ahead too. He hasn't spoken yet this morning.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Loyalty.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing?
Doing good, man. How about you?
I'm good. I'm driving, so it might sound weird. But hey, listen, I came right in with the editing part you guys are talking about. Like, I'm a master editor. I would love to edit for free.
Loyalty, you say you're a master editor, like video editor?
That's what I do. So I would love to edit anybody. I would love. Hello.
You're here. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I would love to edit any footage, man. Just I'm a what is it? What is it? Hashtag UFO what? UFO Twitter? Yeah, I'm with that. Man, send me some stuff so I can edit. I would love to edit. I shoot interviews or whatever.
Sam, you weren't in the space yesterday morning when we were talking about it with Shane and some of these old timers. They don't know about the veracity and the power of UFO Twitter and the ability to be able to do it without having to be front face, and but also the way that you guys hold the spaces and how it's like a public Q&A, and you guys maintain a certain system and a certain flow to where it doesn't get crazy and stupid. And I would love to see like a theatrical style release or trailer bit to show these guys, not for the general public yet, but to show these people in our sphere that we want to talk to, like Dr. Valet and Dr. Burks and all of these amazing people, and something to show them. And this is what to expect, and this is what you'll get. I would love to see something like that.
Look, I can show y'all how to do everything where you can record yourself. Like if you want to interview yourself or act as if it's an interview and send it to me, I can walk y'all all through that stuff, and just send it to me and I'll cut it up for you. I love to edit. That's why I'm at home all the time. That's what I be doing, editing.
Yeah, and I remember Loyalty did mention that yesterday too, and we talked about how the spaces are pretty much like a conference slash like crowdsourcing slash like support group slash like fundraiser like every time we get together. And you've mentioned it a couple times like you want to help, so like somebody's got to take you up on the offer, right? Maybe when Shane comes back he can send you a bunch
Well,
of
no,
like pictures and
no.
videos.
Well, no, I think the problem was, I think because I'm listening and I'm guessing he's running into people that want to get paid for it. But like this is just a topic that I'll do for free, but I'm a master editor though, so it'll be easy for me. I can knock it out like it's nothing.
Yeah,
And
well, hopefully, because he's not even home yet. So hopefully, when he gets home, we can kind of just like send you some stuff, and then you can like throw together like a little Shane at UFO conference video or something. Like that would be
man,
super wicked.
please send it to me. I would love to. I would love to.
I have all the blooper reel, by the way. So
Whatever.
Oh shit!
Oh,
You
there was
gotta
stuff that
include that.
probably not. That you
Ocean,
probably should keep that on.
Ocean. I will send you my email, Ocean. And the best thing to do is like to put it in a folder and upload them to a Dropbox.
Yeah, well, I
Right?
don't have the pictures. Shane does. You gotta send Shane a message, or I could do it.
Okay.
Don't matter. But yeah, I don't. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
being a bad co-host. I got a really upset belly, so I'm trying to like smoke my pain away right now.
Yeah.
But has who is next?
I
Sam.
was going to say, hey, Shane's here. Shane's here. I was going to say, Shane and Sam, you guys think about the best spaces that you guys have held on recorded space. Make a list of those. Send them down into Loyalty, and like give them examples. Like, you know what I mean?
That's a good idea. Actually, I just put together a thread with all my good spaces too. I'll post that shit in here somewhere.
I mean,
Uh,
we these like back in the day in like February, and with Diana Pasolka and Gary Nolan, and we had Richard Doty, and we've Science Bob. I mean, we've had some heavy hitters come through.
so maybe one of us needs to do some promoting, like when we promote the spaces, talk about our past guests and just like, I mean, these are the type of spaces that are being held. These are the quality of guests that show up. And I know Shane talked to several of them about hopping on a space down the road, like Dr. Masters, and he said he was interested. I think he prefers more of an interview format, which Jared I think would be really fantastic at running. But just because I think he's really good at the interview format. But the other one seemed interested as well. So I mean, there's definitely opportunity. Shane did a really good job of promoting the spaces.
Oh, my mic was on that whole time. Honestly, for me, like, I do enjoy, like, hearing from, like, doctors or, like, cool people like that. But for me, too, like, it's a part of it's getting out there and finding, like, new experiencers, like, people that didn't, like, I've met so many people that have, like, been like, I haven't had anywhere to talk to about, like, or anybody to talk to. Like, the only person that knows is, like, my best friend and my mom, and this is stressing me out. And it's, like, that's when I really feel like I hit the jackpot. Like, hearing some guy, like, say the same thing over and over again, like, no offense to, the older guys, but, like, that's all, like, stuff that we know we can look up. Like, I want to go out and find the new ones in the wild. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, John.
Hey, look at the
So
picture. Hey guys, look at the picture I just posted. That's what I do.
Cool. I remember what I was going to talk about a while ago. I think it was Awake that mentioned it about, maybe being worried about only some experiencers can see it because of genetics or brain structure, or maybe like the wrong message coming across that way. And I think the whole thing with the caude putamen is fascinating, but I don't think it's a requisite for experience or at least having a sighting. And I'm just thinking about like how many UFO cases there have been, like on the side of a highway where everybody sees it and pulls over, or even military encounters where, hey, it comes up on a radar screen, so they send some jets to intercept and they see it. Or even with the Prophet Yahweh doing his thing at the park with the news crew and everybody witnesses it. Unless by just some freak chance, all those people happen to have a developed caudate putamen or some genetic predisposition to experience, I would think no, it's capable for everybody to witness. For some reason, there might be something like the intuition that people are able to tap into that is maybe in the same neighborhood, but isn't necessarily the same phenomenon. I think it might be separate things going on there.
Joe, I think that's just might be due to a lack of understanding of what the papers are saying and what the studies are saying. So there's a genetic predisposition to notice things, but not to see them necessarily. So like it's about noticing something that is there, but normally would go unnoticed.
Right. It's like being in the wilderness with somebody who can pick out tracks or animal off in the distance. And once they point it out to you, you can see it, but you're not going to pick up on it just walking around normally.
Yeah, something like that. Like imagine that human beings have the sensor, the hardware, right, to see all kinds of stuff. But the software, the thing that we trained our brain to do normally, isn't predisposed to like register everything. And so what we have is some people have a hardware that's allowing them to notice it. And so it's like everybody's brain probably sees it, but it doesn't register it. And so this abnormality that is passed down through genetics is allowing people to notice it, and sometimes too much so, to where they end up in like a hospital or like losing their, what I mean? They end up really upset. It's not really great all the time because they're essentially seeing something that's there, but no one else is noticing. And sometimes, that's not the case across the board. But I think as it pertains to this like developed caudate, putamen, basal ganglia area, that's I think the kind of implication. Not that some people have superpowers or some people are more genetically, elevated in any way. It's more of like a noticing.
Yeah, it's like people have different filter settings turned on their brain for max filter, and some are a little toned down. So more's coming in. They can pick up on the synchronicities and symbols and different aspects of the phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly. And this can be done through training your brain. Like once I notice certain things, you can't really unsee certain things, right? For instance, once I learned how to play a song, and I learned how to play a dozen songs, and then I learned how to write songs, the verse, chorus, verse structure of pop music became very predictable. I can't unsee that. I know, I mean, the only time I can not notice it is when the song is so good that I'm like kind of not really paying attention. But I can always pick up when the beat's about to change, if it's 4/4 timing, 3/4 timing, if it's traditional. I know when the chorus is coming up, when the solo is going to happen. I know when the last verse or the last chorus is playing. You know what I mean? These are like a language, and I think that some people just like that they form a language with their own lives, their synchronicities, their what they're noticing, and through developing that language, they become more aware of it. And it's like some people have perfect pitch, most people don't, right? And so some, but people who don't can still play music.
Right. Yeah. Or at least listen to it and know what a song is. One last thing on the Kade Patemum. I was listening to Eric Mitchell's interview on UFO Garage podcast, and man, I can't believe I'm like just finding out about this guy. But he was talking about some of the studies on the Kade Patemum, and I apologize if you guys are already familiar with it, but I had just heard it, and he said when they were doing the fMRI scans that normally if you ask somebody a question and you think of an answer, you can see the different parts of the left and right side of the brain firing up and working to problem solve and reach an answer. But these people with the developed caudate putamen, what they're finding is the left and right side of the brains weren't lining up. It was like specifically within the caudate putamen that was firing off. Like it was outside of their brain. It was like this antenna that was just downloading the information or getting it the intuition. And I thought that's fascinating. Sorry if I'm
No,
late to the party.
no, John. Honestly, my hand was up because I was going to tell you that synchronicity. That Eric Mitchell introduced himself to me at the conference and started talking about his caudate putamen and the study. He didn't go into depth about the studies, but he indicated that he was studied. And then, excuse me. But again, I believe that was subsequent to his experience. So I think my point earlier, I didn't mean to imply that that the studies that were currently published were implying that a group of people was better. I'm stating that,
Oh, I know.
you
I know
know,
it wasn't you saying that. I think you
yeah,
were
no, no,
trying to
no.
communicate the wrong message getting out, right?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Like when we interpret these studies, how do we communicate that out so that, because things can get twisted really easily by people as far as language, and then also just in the studies themselves is just having your control group, either your non-experiencers or all your experiencers, and then the ones with the caudate putamen that it's bigger versus the ones that's not, and how are they different. So there's like so many different aspects to look at, correct? But anyways, it is interesting that you bring him up. I had not heard of him before. I met him, and I want to listen to that podcast if you'll mention once again what it was, because I didn't know him when he introduced himself to me, and I wasn't sure what his story was exactly.
Yeah, I'll try to
Hey,
post it
hey
in the
guys,
next.
I gotta leave, but yeah, definitely hit me up, and I'm gonna jump back in later. But I gotta make some phone calls real quick. But hit me up, man. I want to edit. Well, I want to edit. I love to edit, and no charge. Just
I might
let's
have
get
some
it.
stuff for you to work on. So
Come on, let's go. Now I know why I'm here. Now I know why I'm in this group. Let's go. I'm bored. I need something to edit.
I got you.
All right, thank you.
Could I chime in?
Yeah,
I
for
think y'all
sure.
are. I think y'all are talking about empathy. Does that make sense?
A part of it is empathy and acknowledgement and planning, because a lot of people get stuck in like what's going on and can't really think about what's next. And so when the conversation's brought up and other people share their experiences, it helps people figure out where to go next. But go ahead, Shane, you're the host. You just interrupt me. Send them Chase.
No, I'm gonna just let you guys know in about 5 minutes. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna kind of do an overview of the last month of my life, kind of real quick. So just prepare yourselves for some shit and some ridiculousness, and then we'll move back on the subject. It all has to do with UFOs, but it's also my Wooden Warrior trip to here and all this kind of stuff. Just a brief summary, because someone had asked me to do that in here, so I will do that. I'm just downstairs. Let me get upstairs. So prepare your host for taking
if you
over. I've been passed.
if you get the
I'm leaving the Congress.
Shane, were you gonna see if Dr. Masters was still there, or if you need me to send you a list of the type of experiments for the Care Bear stuff to talk to him
Oh,
about? Let me,
girl, send me the list because me
got
and
you.
Dr. Masters are besties now.
I got you. I love it. Love it.
This dude's come through, and I was like, okay, so this is exactly how I was talking because again, this was after hours. I had an edible. I was outside. All the speakers were having a good old time, and I ran into him, and I was like, "Fuck, dude, I'm so hungry." And he's like, "I got you. I got half a burrito." That dude hooked me up. I ate half of his burrito, and I was saved. And then we just, hey, I was like, "Man, I gotta go outside. I can't walk, dude." And when I say I can't walk, the pain is so intense that I ended up taking more edibles than I needed to. Well, he's like, "Wait, what you smoking?" And I'm like, "What you think I'm smoking?" And then Dr. Master's like, "Let's roll." So we went outside, me, Jared, dude, Dr. Masters, and we were just sitting there. And Dr. Masters like, "Oh, dude, this is pretty good shit." He goes, "Here, check my plants out." And I'm like, "Oh, dude, you got a green thumb." So again, Dr. Masters, he's cool as shit. I will get me those things. I'll get with him. As a matter of fact, like Chris had said, I was literally talking about. Yes, I know I have a podcast. I was promoting the shit out of it. I was also promoting these spaces because it's an easy way for them to interact. And I was just going through, pointing out, like, hey, all you got to do is this. You already have a Twitter. And then this. Pay attention. Come pop in every now and then, anytime you want. So when I get upstairs, I'll talk about my stuff. But for now, I want to thank my co-host for picking up the slack for me. And B, get me those questions because I'll do my best. Dr. Masters is totally interested because at first he was like, oh, I thought a Twitter space was just you typed back and forth. And I'm like, no, you talk, no bullshit. It's super easy. He's like, oh, I'm definitely down. So we got it. Let's take back over. I'm in the elevator.
Awesome. Hey, Chris, I posted that interview that John brought up with Eric Mitchell in the UFO garage. I spelled garage. I'm just going to leave it. But the antennas and the experiencers. And please, John, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I wasn't aware. So thank you. And I'm actually trying to compile a list of all these related stuff. And that, it's not so much genetically, it is like maybe it is easier, because it's all, but but it's also showing in this morphology of the brain. There's studies shown of these people, these older people meditating and being able and those neurons in the brain forming new connections, and also the being able to see the stuff in the hitchhiker that can fall back onto the observer belief effect in the quantum mechanics and engineering, the spooky quantum drama kind of stuff, but the placebo effect and even positive psychology that's being taught at Harvard can also point to this. Like, we've all got the ability, but maybe this genetic subset is making it. It's just it's just a wave of human evolution, and everybody's going to be able to do it. And once you decide that you can do it, you can. But they it's going to be
I
awesome.
love it. No, I mean, I'm fascinated as much as you are. And um, I cannot wait to see more in the realm of science when it comes to that. And not that it's all about science, it's just understanding of one aspect of the whole phenomenon. But experience is just as important, which is why these spaces are so important.
Definitely. And I saw Buddy. Buddy was here for a moment there, and I couldn't get him up quick enough. But he's the one that sent me the link with the Hutchinson effect of being at the pair Princeton labs. But it was on the archive and stuff like that. And with people like, I propose that I would agree with Ross Coulthart that Peter Jackson the man is more intriguing than the spear. And
Are
I
you
even,
talking about Patrick Jackson?
yeah, that guy. And I reached out
Peter
to him.
Jackson directed Lord of the Rings, and I was
I
not sure
love
where you
him
were going with that.
too. I love him too. Sorry. Yeah, the
He's
big guy.
still more interesting than the spear.
Yeah,
I
I reached out to him to try to get him on board to do these with the guy that's doing the aerokinesis stuff, and Buddy and other and a lot of other people. but it is scary too, and I can understand why something like that would be kept secret too, because we've got people like Order of the Nine Angels, right? And we've got
I've had Patrick Jackson on his Spaces before.
yeah,
He's come on and talked about it. Yeah.
yeah. He told me he'd be interested, but he wanted to wait until after
Me
he got
too.
results back in from Gary Nolan's analysis on the spear.
I've been wanting
there's a
to talk
lot of,
about his theory for a while because I see a lot of aspects in my videos that are relatable, and I'm not convinced on anybody's theory at any point, but I think he's got a fascinating one.
Can I chime in? So one of the problems is paranormal. Maybe aliens are real, and that's not really like paranormal. Is it supernatural? No, they're just science. It's how our universe works.
Just part of the universe. Shane's got his hand up though. You're the host. You're not supposed to do that.
I know, but again, I run this like I do most of my life, so this isn't about me. Most of the time, my spaces, I don't talk a lot. I like to hear everybody talk. I'm just part of the community. I only run them so that my rules fly because of my PTSD. I hate when so many people are screaming, talking. It literally makes, gives me to the point that I got to go. So in my spaces, I just like people raising their hand, being civil like they are in here, and being kind. Sam's is another one. Those are the only two spaces that I really can go to besides the Astral that shit's not wild out. Ocean holds them too, because she's actually pretty good about calming people down and getting them to go another direction. So there's very few spaces I go to that I can do this kind of thing. That's one of the reasons I end up running them, right? Just so we can have this community. Down here, I've been promoting the shit out of them. And that's what I said. I literally told everybody here, I said, hey, the best part about this isn't about us. We'll bring people from different aspects. And I mentioned Dr. Jack Brown. And I said, so sometimes it's a little off, people kind of like, wait, I don't want it to be about me, but that's what it's about. We can relate this subject of UAPs it's everywhere, anywhere. And for me, it touches all aspects of your reality. So it's cool to have people we can ask them questions about the topic that may be a forensics expert or a biologist like Dr. Masters and things like that. So I don't talk as much. I know quite a bit. And you'll see, like, going to these conferences, I realize that I can put most people under the table, or like me, Mike, and Chrissy holding the conversation. And like, this is so awesome. Just talking about your favorite cases, what your theories are, your favorite theories, and things like that. So I'll say this one more time. Because you hang out in these spaces, you're smart as fuck when this topic comes about. People's eyes, when me and Dr. Masters were just going back and forth to each other at first dinner, we're just like, who's this guy? Is he a speaker? A lot of people thought I was, just from what I knew and how I talked. Let me bring this back to Dr. Gary Nolan real quick. So Dr. Nolan actually made a comment, and this is something I've done so many times down here, and it's probably embarrassing. I'm literally the UFO Twitter hype man. That's my shit. If I had a card, which I will make, it'll be my @ and UFO Twitter. Because in these places, like, for example, the Experiencer session, I would constantly talk about, wow, this is amazing. But if you guys need more help and want those resources, I wish I had them on me right now. I have them in a thread in some place that we talked about, as people talked and they shared things, and I'd bring up, well, have you thought about this? Everyone was way behind because, again, we get right at our fingertips. We got this instant connection. Like, so one thing you can do right now, I don't give a shit about retweets. I don't give a shit about likes. If everyone in this space just goes down to that thread and puts one thing they like about the topic, whether it be, let's say, a case, whether it be a resource, anything that you think has to do with UAP, eventually, this is recorded, someone will find it, and maybe that case makes them think, oh, that's their book moment. Oh, shit, I've done that. That's all I ask. I don't give a shit about anything else. You don't got to donate, none of that type of stuff, right?
You're beautiful, Shane. You're beautiful.
Thank you, Randy. I love you too, bro. So that's the other thing. The support, I'm so appreciative of that shit. This is what I do it. I feel normal when I get to talk. As you can see, I've kind of become a social butterfly, but I'm forcing myself. The more I talk, the easier it gets for me. It's still a little difficult, and I have to psych myself up. So,
just a nacho freak. You're a nacho freak. That's what you are. We see you now.
No doubt. So, all right, let me start at the beginning here. So, last couple months have been pretty intense. I had a Wounded Warrior trip scheduled, and then I had this opportunity come up, and they run one after the other, and it made sense because of my experience and everything else I was going through and trying to just survive. I also knew that this is important, guys. So listen, you got to check your mental health. We shouldn't be afraid to talk about this subject. We are, and I know why. In these rooms, I found out why too. No one, they knew better than to talk about this with the professional, because I kept bringing it up that I did that on purpose, and people were like, "What the fuck are you thinking?" Because they knew better. I said, "How shitty is that? This is a common thing." No one's able to talk about this shit with the people they should, because there's some people in these rooms that should be talking about this subject with somebody, and they don't. They don't know about these spaces that happen every day. So I took off the Wounded Warrior in the hopes. Well, at first I wasn't going to say shit about my experience, because again, I thought compartmentalization was the best. That's probably the best aspect. But then I get there and I meet my doctor, clinical psychologist, amazing person, probably one of the best doctors I've ever had. And I'm not knocking the other doctors, but when you're in the VA, you tend to have a doctor a month, and each one gives you a new diagnosis, a new medication. And here's the shit show about that too. Imagine having to go in there. Now you're seeing whatever you want to call it, aliens. So I've been laughed out the first time. The second time, I'm like, I'm not even going to talk about this shit anymore with anybody. Doesn't matter if you show them videos. I'm very aware. So I went to Wounded Warrior, got some care. Mainly it was about the whole overall experience. Just it pushed me to the point that my self-talk was shit. I had good things going on for the first time in my life, but I couldn't stop beating myself up for what I've done, the past. You got to remember, I was 34 years old when I made the fucking choice as an adult to become an addict. I got sick as fuck, and I lived on the streets, walked away from my family, burned my entire life down, lost everything. So my self-talk was horrible. Doesn't matter what good things come. I didn't think I deserved them, so I knew I was going to sabotage it. When the experience came, it was way too much, so I went ahead and I was like, screw it. I'm going to go ahead and talk to my doctor. I'm going to go down here and put in for Wounded Warrior. It took a little bit of time because I think I went to Vernal, Utah, a series of synchronicities that just still blows my mind, where I met Micah, Hanks, and Chrissy, who were here this last time. And I'll talk more about them when I get to this point of the trip. Down at Wounded Warrior, I met so many individuals that I know that I'm doing the right thing. This is small. I get it. It's just a Twitter space with X amount of people. It's just a podcast with this. And see, this is the important thing about my podcast. I needed to go down there so I could do my podcast and do these spaces, because I was to the point I was withdrawing again from it. As I do more, I pull myself back thinking, you don't want to have anything to do with this. So as I was down there, I was talking to them, and I realized too that I love my veterans, but fuck, dude, my veteran experiencers, holy shit, dude. I don't think you quite get what you're missing till you're with other experiencers. Because now it's to the point where I've got to be around veteran experiencers or experiencers, because my life has been so inundated with this bullshit that as I'm talking to my doctor, I'm sitting there like, I have to bring this up. This is such a big part of my life. And so I just looked at her and said, what do you think about UFOs? And my doctor looked at me and she goes, I don't. Why? And this is back to Gary Nolan. Sorry, this is my ADHD bouncing everywhere. But what Gary Nolan was saying, it's about when you got to read a room. When you're talking to people, you've got to understand they're going to receive certain language better than other language. So let's maybe up our language game on how we say it. Maybe not woo. Use some scientific terms. Here's the best part. I just said, hey, Harvard's right here. You know Dr. Avi Loeb? She goes, I've heard of him. I said, don't take my word for it. And I gave her resources, the UAP Med. Just be armed with the information. That's one of the reasons I'm in these threads. Only thing I give a shit about resources and information. Because I promise you, I point to these things, and I did it so many times with my doctor and all that. I said, look, this is what we do. there's a lot of us. If you'd like to be on the edge of this and figure out something that's a real issue here, she was intrigued because the way I carried myself, I didn't act, and I hate to use the term like a crazy man, because this stuff, when it first happens, these experiences will make you go head first in the rabbit hole. So I just talked to her, and she could see that I was fucking serious. Just like when I was in these rooms, seeing somebody's face, that's the only difference when we're talking experiences, guys. So in these rooms here, seeing people's faces when they talk about their experience is a total different thing. So now I'm going to step back and say this as well. I went into this knowing I didn't know shit, but I used to call bullshit on a lot of things. Now, dude, I can promise you none of us know shit. We have zero clue what is going on. To listen to so many people tell the same story and look at each other freak the fuck out that it's the same story and they're from so many different areas will blow your mind. And so, again, we need communities like this because we need people who are in tech. They don't know shit about tech. We got to stop thinking they do. Like, why aren't they in these spaces? They have zero fucking clue what a space is. They can barely Twitter. So we have to do what I was doing. Hey, you want to check this shit out? Look at this. And I actually was just telling him, dude, you could do these ticketed spaces, raise money. You could do all these different things and prophesy. That's what I did the whole time down there with Wounded Warrior. All my vets, I was trying to get them over on there's something here, guys. At first they thought, oh, here's the weird one. I had 2 people that were already with me, and we would bullshit about the topic. And then next thing I know, I've got the Sinistry podcast, dude, because the way I talked about it was I read the room. I told them shit that wasn't going to make some of these people be like, oh, wait, what? Okay, you need some help. My doctor was the same way. She was receptive. The trip was amazing. I needed it. So I left Wounded Warrior. I was high as a kite just from that. Don't get me wrong, we couldn't smoke weed and shit, and I could not walk because of it. I did not realize how much I was relying on the 2 ounces a month I was smoking, right, for my hip. I'm going to have to get that replaced when I get back. But left there high as a kite, got home. My camera that you guys helped me get was home. I fell into a lucky as frick deal for my literally dream starter frickin' gimbal. I was like, sweet, and I got a actual tripod for a head for a tripod, which is like a fluid head, I think is what it's called. All for super sweet deal. And all my equipment I had ordered came in that I pre-ordered to be mobile. But here's the shit show, dude. I didn't know how to use any of it. I had all of it, but had no fucking clue how to use that shit. I got down here after being home for 3 days, and my wife and them sent me back down here, and they were fucking stressing and that. And I get down here with all this new equipment and trying to put it together. Jared, Jedi Camper, Chris, Jenny, Jordan, we were all trying to figure this shit out. It was a shit show, but it was a good shit show, right? I had such a freaking good time with them. And I was like, all right, I'm at ease. I got these guys here that I know from UFO Twitter. So it kind of put me at ease right away because I still have to deal with social anxiety and things like that pretty bad. But I can manage, no big deal. And then I ran into Micah and Chrissy, and that was the shit there because the last time I met him, dude, it was like, dude, meeting besties that you talk UFOs with. And then as soon as I talked to Micah, I was like, this dude's bomb. We were bullshitting, and I felt right at home. So one of the things that slowed me down was my pain. The hip pain was bad. Chris can verify that shit. I could barely walk. It sucked. And then I found edibles. So there may or may not be videos out there of me on edibles, but I promise you it's for a reason. When I say there's pain, I'll let her talk in a minute. She can verify I couldn't fucking walk. It was either be in my room or take some edibles. And I may have taken a little too much, but it was a vacation.
Dude, you can't take too much. Like, I had to
No.
eat the whole bag, like when I was in that room in Jerome, and I did.
You
So,
ordered
Yeah.
that steak?
uh,
Yeah, hey, check this out though. So last night I'd taken quite a bit of edibles, and the only thing I remember from last night's space is Matt talking. Listen, I kept waking up to Matt talking. He was having a fucking
dude, that was
field day.
Ambien's a whole different beast of a drug than an edible.
Oh my god.
Edible is nothing compared to fucking Ambien.
Oh, dude, you
Mr. Hyde comes out.
for real. You and somebody else were going back and forth. But let me say one other thing. I couldn't have done the shit I did without, I don't want to say names, there's people in here that like I talk to through text and, without my community, dude, I know you guys think I'm some kind of a social butterfly. That's not the case. Chris Converis, she asked me how many times, what's wrong? My brain eats me alive sometimes, and I have to force myself to do shit. So without you guys, Randy, my brother, I love you, dude. Your constant kind words and support. That's the shit that I need more than anything. Don't get me wrong, man. Because guess what? My VA disability got fixed. So here shortly, that should be fixed. I don't need for anything other than we're giving back to Wounded Warriors. So please make sure you donate to them. Check out my podcast, because I would be shit if I didn't mention that. Roswell UFO Symposium, sponsored by the Roswell Daily Record, who was so awesome. They got me tickets to come down here as press, right? And so all I had to do was pay tickets and stuff to come down here. And I had my camera and all that equipment. I came all the way down here, dude, all that shit brand new, looking like a newbie. And you couldn't figure shit out. But then I was like, fuck it. So I did what any other fledgling journalist would do. I took edibles. We're good, guys. All of it. So we had such a good time down here. And I talked to Jared too when he was down here, and he was like, dude, you're right. The reason for these events is the after hours when you bullshit with these people. You can talk about anything you want. And they're glad to talk about that shit. Every one of these people here were the most fantastic people I've ever met, from speaker to, just the person that's attending. There are several, don't get me wrong, that made my hair stand up, but that's like spaces. But you still got to be kind, and that's what I'm doing down here. So it was a blast. It's a total different. I recommend this, coming to this festival next year. And if you guys do want to do me another favor, kind of thank Roswell Daily Record, the UFO Congress. Do at least one tweet and retweet it at them. International UFO Congress, Alejandro, Karen Bard. They sent me here, dude. They let me interact. They were so fucking awesome with me, dude. They treated me like one of them, like one of the speakers, and I had such a blast. This show that they put on here, this festival, is amazing. It's not so much about like you have scientists and stuff talk, but it's a lot of experiencer shit. It's about community interaction, and I interact with so many people. I was like, this is amazing. It actually made me think there needs to be an experiencer only. I'd love to have Gwen Farrell, I think is her name, who's been doing what we do in spaces in real life for years. Did you know there's real life people? Yeah. So just do me a favor. If you can, retweet at these people. Tell them thanks. This shit's amazing. People are going to bitch and moan about how different things. It's not necessarily always the same. Sometimes it's about the community, the people you meet, and just realizing, oh shit, something's here. It teach me a lot and showed me that we have shit we can do, and we can actually change people's minds. We can help people in these spaces. No one knows about them. And the main thing I did was I'm Shane, OldVets Symposium on UFO Twitter. That's how I introduced myself to everyone. Ask Chris. I said, I hold spaces. I have a podcast. I said, we talk about this subject, especially from an experiencer perspective. We try to answers, theories, we toss it around, and it's the most amazing thing. And I said, we do it daily. And we are the smartest people I know, because other people don't get to do this daily. So you guys are doing good shit. Ocean, you're a co-host. I will keep going. Go.
No, it's all good. It's kind of loud here, but no, you're just talking. I was thinking, and like, I don't even think my town has a UFO like Facebook page. Like, I don't know where y'all are from, but I can't think of like, like whatever like UFOs and like where people post, because we have like Northern Lights and like cars for sale and missing dogs. So we got all those Facebook pages, but I don't think we have one just for UFOs.
So what do we do about that?
So I'm gonna make one.
That's what I'm talking about. I knew you were going to say that, and that's what we do. I know people get up. Matter of fact, let me say this. Someone has actually been kind of coming at me. I'm not going to say names, and DMs and little shady comments. If you pay attention in the last, anytime they're in here, you could hear the anger and pissed offness in their voice. So the point is, because they feel excluded, because they feel,
right.
yeah, because they feel excluded as shit. And I'm like, dude, no one handed me shit, bro. I'm paying for half this. I'm doing the shit that I need to do. And it may be small. Dude, what the fuck am I doing? I'm talking. I'm holding spaces, and I started a podcast. These aren't things that people can't do. Doesn't mean you have to. You can make a website. You can tell your family, hey, guess what? I'm an experiencer. Check these videos out. Gary Nolan, Dr. Avi Loeb. That's the important thing. Show them shit that they'll relate to. Like if they're a Fox News viewer, have that Tucker Carlson and Gary Nolan. That's the benefit of that episode, because Gary Nolan, what that did is it'll instantly that crowd for Tucker. That's that side of your family. That's my dad's side, right? That's all that is. So all I had to do was show him Tucker thought it was real. Bam. Any part that you want to do, I'm going to keep talking. So who is that next? B.
Shane, I posted up to the top. Like most of y'all have not seen this. It says this may be in interest to those doing brain studies using squid. I can't find journal articles with results from experiencers or others who have anomalous health incidents, anomalous cognition, or anomalous perturbation, or were exposed to UAPs. But this was a CIA slide. It says brain disorder phenomenology using non-invasive brain analysis. We're not talking MRI. We're talking about squid, which is it can read the brain as it's like very accurately using like magnets.
Don't they dye your brain? They
No,
put dye through it, and then
I
they
don't
can
think
see how everything like.
that's a pet. That's a pet scam where they use the radioactive dyes. I think squid. It's a array of magnetic sensors that can watch the magnetic fields change because they use it as, it's called magnetoencephalography. And but whenever Stargate program, they were doing things at Los Alamos with some of these squid things, and you don't hear about it. I mean, I had to do deep dives into Meg, squid. Like I think even Tom DeLonge was talking about it one time, and but this slide, it shows you like this is beyond MRI when you're doing some live action like phenomenology stuff, and they're doing remote viewing or anomalous cognition, and they're watching the brain at a very fine level. That's pretty cool stuff, and you don't hear about it. But this, yeah, that's some real stuff I found yesterday.
Hey, I have a question, Shane. I know you've mentioned you have some resources in some of the threads, but is there any? Can we create like a Google page or just a shared resource page where we can upload different articles that any of us can peruse at our own leisure that others have found? I mean, I can pull something together if it doesn't already exist. I mean, it just may be like a Google sheet or something, but I would love if people would upload resources to one place that we could all look at.
Well, here's what we'll do. You guys, I have no problem. People want to do some shit like that. That's awesome and amazing. The easiest thing for me to do, as you can see, since Twitter's literally the only fucking thing I know how to do, I will make sure that we have one thread that I have bookmarked, and that way I can, me and Chase, or when we're doing these things, that has all the resources in appropriate order. So I actually got a thing called, what is it, Tweetly or some shit like that, so I can make a thread and make it far easier
Well,
for me.
I would say that Deb at our study of UAPs, she has the UFO connector
Yeah,
that.
no, I'm talking. That's awesome. That's the one I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, I'm going to put all those, her connector included, and the thing throw in that in the thread, so people know where it's at. I'm just going to easyfy it for people. That's exactly what I'm going to do. He's right. Most of my shit's going to be from other people. I don't have this shit on my own. So UFA connector, UAP med, important. They're the reasons I'm even speaking about this shit. Deb from Deb Does Data, Deb's Data Dojo. Fucking, I can't remember what the hell it is. Deb from UAP Studies is also, and Ted Rowe are doing basically what's a reach out program for this stuff, for mental health, to talk to doctors and things like that. All this information I regurgitate is literally regurgitated. So I'll put it all in there and just have a thread. That way, every time we do a space, that's one thing we can have, at least, that if this common resources, bam, copy paste. So I'm glad you brought that up. We'll do that. And if someone wants to do a website, that's even better. But there is that connector already. and it's got a load on it. I'll try to post that in here right now. So go ahead. Was it defense?
It'd be nice too if we could also link up. I don't know how Sam feels about it, but have a link so that way people can check out the supercover.com and UFO timeline and all that shit. Like just kind of like cross reference each other or like promote one another type of
Matter
thing.
of fact, I'm glad you said that. Sam, are you there? Please tell everybody about your timeline.
I think he was making breakfast.
I'm here. I got hold on. I was just taking some ibuprofen. You guys know the drill. Okay. The UFO timeline.
Can I say something, please?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, forgive me. Go ahead.
So, my question is to Mr. Tupac. You said that UAP phenomena doesn't affect political parties. And I wrote in your Twitter, it does affect religions. And I have a very big question for you, Mr. Tupac. Why only Americans and one Indian is here? Why no one from China, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Middle East? No one is here. South America. Something
What do
doesn't
you?
seem right.
Hold on. What do you?
Wait,
I just want to understand your question. Now, you were talking about the post I made that said that aliens aren't political. That this is going to
Yes,
affect
right.
everyone.
Yeah, yes,
That
right,
that
right,
it will
right, right,
affect
yeah.
everyone equally.
Mm-hmm.
Was the whole tweet, right?
Right, right, right.
Okay. Okay. And then now addition to that, you're saying why is this room or the conversation being
Not
dominated
only
by
in this room, Mr.
Americans?
Tupac, I'm alone in India. Try to understand. I'm writing to journalists and writing to people in Asia. No one is understanding this stuff. It's not even the column end of the newspaper room. You understand the point? Something has
Yeah,
gone wrong.
totally. Yeah.
So my
So what's
question to
your
you is
sure.
that why you're talking about, it's about countries now. It's about religions. There's many things happening right here about the UAP phenomena. You understand the point what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah,
So
like kind of. But I don't understand your question. Like why is it not a big topic for other countries?
yes, and not only other
Hmm.
countries. Why not for Asia? Why not for Africa? Why not for South East Asia, where these things are written in the books, holy books? Why not? And what will happen? Because I was in Iran 3 weeks back, and I tried to talk about UAP. I thought they were going to do something to me. You understand? It's almost like blasphemy. So I don't know how will Islamic. I'm not an Islamic person. I'm a Hindu guy, but I don't know how will Islamic countries effectuate. What you mentioned was political. It's not political. It is more religious and the religious dogmas. That is my question. How will people react to it? And why only people from America in the podcast and one or two Indians? That is my question.
Great question. Now, every country is different as it pertains to their religious affiliations and how strong their religious and political things cross over. America is very separate in that way, and they celebrate it. So it's an interesting thing as it enters the entertainment sector. It's an interesting topic. People do like talking about it. There's a sense of mystery surrounding it, and we like solving mysteries. And so while our government may have some lore with the UFO topic, we don't have a strong religious base in our country anymore that has anything to do with it. So our first brush with this topic is usually through entertainment. I know mine kind of was. So that's one of the reasons. Other countries, I don't think they consider it entertainment value. And one of those reasons, the countries that you mentioned, I think they consider some of this stuff kind of sacred, and especially when it does touch on to the religious aspect. And I don't mean sacred in some type of like woo-woo type of way. I mean, it does appear that other countries have a much stronger relationship with something like we would consider the paranormal or what have you, right? And so that's one of the reasons. My family's from a Polynesian island, and they talk about this stuff. They talk about saucers, and I've had conversations with my dad, my uncle about it, and they're trying to get the conversation out. But the social stigma in other countries is much stronger. You say you're in Dubai.
I'm in India.
Okay, so so in India, I mean, you could speak to the class system, right? The idea of excommunication the risk is much higher, and the reward is much lower. So in
But Mr.
America,
Tupac, I'm the highest class, and then when I speak about this, it's like people are going to almost, you know, not all India. Like I told you last time, Mr. Tupac, in the
right?
podcast, I told you I'm a very big exporter to Home Depot and America. Even when I speak to guys in America where I'm exporting to, they don't take me seriously. So stop talking about it. You please understand, it's a universal issue. If you talk about the UAP phenomena, people think that you're kind of loony. You understand the point,
Well, that's
especially.
the amazing thing about the world is people can just do whatever they want. Really, as long as you're not breaking the law, people are allowed to say what they'd like to say. So
That's a good point, Ocean.
In certain
That's a
countries,
good point.
well,
Like, I guess
yeah.
the main point is that your experiences are your experiences. Your culture is your culture. The risk of sounding, um, the risk of being an outcast for this is much higher for you than it is in other places. And that's
No, Mr.
the
Tupac, that's where you're wrong. The risk of me is very low because it's mentioned in the books, in the
oh.
Vedas. That's where I'm going. But there seems some kind of disinformation where I don't know how to explain this. If you're going to talk about UAP phenomena, something is wrong with you. It's clearly mentioned. I gave a link in my Twitter account also. It's clearly mentioned the UAP phenomena and the Vedas. Being a
Yeah, but
Hindu, it's
who's that's what I'm saying. Like, you're in a safe space here. You feel judged by others if you talk about this to other people.
of course I do, and people think that I'm crazy. I mean, I stopped talking about it, and I've come after 1 month to UAP Twitter. I was like, I had to go about. I mean, I had to go away from all this. I was
Yeah,
losing it.
so the risk, I mean, is you're not taking a risk on being wrong because, like you said, there's evidence for this even in the religious papers. But the risk I'm speaking of is a social risk. You're taking a larger social risk by talking about this with people
Yes, I
than
am.
let's say I
Yes.
am.
So my next question to you, Mr. Tupac and Mr. Oldvet, is how do you handle when people kind of no, abuse is not the right word, but kind of look down on you, and then you try to explain to them, and they feel that something is wrong with you. Doesn't matter how many factories you have, what kind of business you have created. End of the day, if you speak of the UAP phenomena, something is wrong with you. How do you handle that? I just want to understand this.
Do you believe in God?
I believe in consciousness, not God.
Do you believe that you're a conscious being, that you
Yes.
exist? What if I try to
Yes.
explain to you that you didn't exist? I mean, would I have any effect on you if I tried to
No.
explain to you that, okay, so that's the way it is if you know something to be true, then it doesn't really matter what other people's opinions about it are. Everyone's going to have to catch up to it. I don't like to dictate to people what is what, and I think that I can avoid a lot of confrontation that way. So if I try to tell you, oh, these Greys are coming here to harvest human beings and they're doing all this stuff, now you have a lot to like push back from. But people are they naturally push back. They have resistance if you try to push them into something. So the best case is you could just like, sorry, they're robbing the bank again, but like you could just kind of lead them to what they really come right outside the window. So like the way to do it is to just talk about your views, talk about what you think is possible, and also state openly that you're open to other options. That way, no one
But
really has a direct reason
but
to
Mr.
like
Tupac,
resist
no
you.
one from Asia is talking about it. You're not understanding the point. No one
we've
from
heard
China,
stories from
India is
all
talking
over the
about it.
world. I'm just saying, me personally, my personal experience is I've met people from all over the world that have had experiences here on UFO Twitter. So I understand your experience is different, and that's okay. You're totally entitled to your opinions and your experience, and it's totally valid. I'm just saying my experience is different, right? That's all.
Yeah, and come in more spaces. I think one of the frustrating things is knowing something to be true, or at least being interested in it, and that's not very, and then it's not what's the word, um, reciprocated by anybody else, and then you feel isolated. But I find these rooms to be kind of refreshing because you get more people talking about this stuff than would have before. So yeah, pop in more often. It might alleviate some of that that stress. Not to minimize what you're going through, but I can't change a country. I don't think anybody has those answers. Just try to engage in it
Mr.
genuinely.
Tipa, sorry to interrupt. It's not country, it's
Sure, sure.
continent. No one in Asia is believing in this. Not country, continent.
Well, come to the spaces more often. We got your back. Real quick, and thank you, but we're going to get over to, we got Carl, Michael, and B in here. I don't know who was first. You guys let me know.
I think it's Michael. We haven't heard from Michael yet, I don't think.
Right on. Let's get to Michael. Thank you, Ocean.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. You talked about psychedelics a while ago. You were in New Mexico. I'm sure they didn't have any bags of peyote down there. But to me, that's one of the more fascinating psychedelics to either eat or make a tea out of, Shane. And it's always good. And I know a little bit about pain, but it doesn't control my life. And I try to do as much as I can when I can, whether it's disc golfing or playing music or walking or hiking. I lost connection a while ago. It's kind of strange. I went up to a high spot to check out the skies here in the Four Corners. We got a lot of clouds, but there's blue spots in between. And as we've seen in many videos, the phenomenon likes to sneak around in between the clouds. But I didn't have anything to report from northern New Mexico today. But it's always fascinating. I've lived in Roswell, and in fact, did you go out to the site, Shane? I don't know if he's still here.
I'm still here. No, I haven't been out to the Roswell site, but actually, guys, speaking of Roswell, this March I will be. I'll be speaking there, so I'll get to do all that cool shit.
We drilled a lot of wells in that vicinity, but to me, it was always kind of odd after I left there, and the phenomenon became more apparent to many people from all walks of life. That road out there is one of the shittiest roads I've ever driven on, and now I know why. They didn't want people going out that way that knew about the Roswell crash to be out there poking their nose around on any ranch land. And it's kind of the same out here at the Aztec crash. You got a certain amount of dirt road that's really passable. You can drive 35, 40, 45 miles an hour on. And then as you get to within maybe a mile and a half from the crash site, the road turns to crap. And it's like they won't develop it any closer to the Aztec UFO crash than what they had back in the late 90s, early 2000 when we were having our UFO symposium here. And I urge all of you listeners and speakers to go on Google and search for the Aztec UFO Symposium. You're going to find a lot of good information about here and about other places too. I had some friends of mine drop off a couple of magazines that had talk of the Rendlesham Forest incident. And they knew that I had talked about some of my early experiences and seeing UFOs on Diego Garcia and in California and San Diego area. So they brought me this article about Rendlesham, and those articles were almost like a precursor to opening the door to where we are today. Yes, we've advanced enormously, but they, meaning the U.S. government and other governments, still want to hold back information from us. And they forget who pays their wages. We, the taxpayers of all these countries, we pay their wages. And they work for us. And collectively, we're going to force their hand, and we're going to win, and we're going to find out more information than we ever thought fathomable. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Michael. Thank you for that. Before we move on, let me say a couple things. Do me a favor, guys. This is important to me. This is one of the things I talk about here, not just myself. Follow all the speakers, my co-hosts, because again, I'm only here and only have this ability from the support of Jared, Sam, Emily, the support, the way they talk to me and treat me like a fucking human, and all these people, the way they've interacted. Kai has made me feel like I can literally be part of the community. So they talk me up. They make me feel better than I am. We don't know the fuck each other, too. That's the craziest part. Most of us haven't met. So when we do meet, I promise, Jenny, Chris, they can all verify. It's like, hey, what's up, brother? It's there. So follow these people because they host spaces. We talk about this subject. And I've been promoting the shit out of these spaces because I've been sitting around this conference, and these conferences are amazing for that real life thing. But I can guarantee you the people we have in here, the conversations we have, is so far beyond what they're doing here every day, all the time. You
Hey,
guys know more
I
about
want
this
to say
topic.
that
Go ahead, Matt.
whenever I met with Melinda Leslie, right, and I hung out for 2 days, and she knows some people that are deep and they aren't on what she told me is that the people who know this stuff aren't on UFO Twitter. People connected or talking to those people, other people on UFO Twitter, and that's where all the arguments happen. But the people that you're meeting, like John Ramirez, he's not even on Twitter anymore.
Nope.
These people don't do social media. That's because their security clearances and stuff, they stay away from this type of stuff. So what you're hearing is always second hand. So always appreciate those nuggets of knowledge that do get put out and use discernment to vet the information.
Yeah, here's a cool thing too. Yeah, anyone you talk to, obviously you need to run through your filter. But one of the things I was trying to state is like here, the difference you make is connections. You're meeting people who you're not going to find on social media. And that brings me to, thank you for pointing that out, Matt. That brings me to what you can do, we can do. Chris is doing it. So when she got here, she's literally on Twitter, retweeting everything that's going on, kind of doing that type of stuff, just interacting, talking to these people. When you talk to them behind the scenes too, you might be able to convince them to come on Twitter. So one of the things that's important is we can all bring something little to it. And these hosts, these speakers, the amount of research and stuff they bring to the table, I cannot begin to express it. I've not heard people here that are any smarter than the people in these conversations. Jess, what's up, girl? You want to come up and talk? All of us, skeptics, non-skeptics, these places are amazing for the good time and for what it is. It's literally a festival, a UFO festival. You're talking to like-minded people. Half of them, actually 90%, don't know about. There's a whole e-verse of experiencer spaces. They struggle like we did. They come into they come to these groups for the first time in a year. So it's almost just literally what I was doing. Hi, I'm Shane, OldVets Symposium on UFO Twitter. If you want to talk about this stuff, we talk about them daily because that's the only thing I knew and it didn't frustrate me. And it doesn't seem like a lot, but that's my part. That's what I did. Bringing other people into the fold and just saying, hey, there's a place you can talk about this every day. You don't have to wait a year. And they were amazed. They're like, what the hell, really? So I just kind of showed them what it was and things like that. People do not realize how easy this is. So we're going to get more people popping in. And then I was also talking to James Fox and them said, hey, all you got to do is you see this going, just pop in. I said, it's an easy way to get your message out for us to ask you questions and you interact. They don't get what these spaces are. So Dr. Masters for sure is in. And this is probably my favorite thing. I like doing the podcast and all that other stuff, and I'm going to get better at doing that shit. But, dude, talking in these spaces where every one of us can interact, I've learned more than all the people that are at these places because, again, they get holed up in doing what they're doing. They either speaking on this topic or they only know about this topic. But that drowning myself in this shit show of spaces, I've opened myself up to so many things already that when I got here, I was like, holy shit, dude. I already know all these things they're talking about. I was pretty damn amazed at my knowledge. And I actually talked to Mike and Toby without trying to sound all egocentric and shit. I was like, holy shit, dude. The amount I know is way more impressive than I thought. And all I could think was about is each person that I learned that subject from constantly, like, who opened me up to these different topics. Matt, Kai. Oh, so it's so amazing to be in these spaces with people. The only thing I ask you to do, again, one last time, because I'm going to do a thread. I'm going to go ahead and do a nice fancy thread. Put something that you think is important or that you like about the topic of the phenomenon. It could be mental health related, whatever you want in the thread. I'm going to just go through and pull all these as resources and have one resource thread that's constantly going. I'll add to it. And that's the biggest thing I want from you. I don't need money. I don't even give a shit about retweets. I don't give a shit about how many people in here. Just most of the people that are in here are also the cool part. When I told people, hey guys, you should come hang out in some Twitter spaces, they're like, it's a shit show. And I'm like, no. I said, we know we're in there so much. We have so many people that when they come up, we know they're respectful. They may have good questions, but we have learned this way. And people are just kind of amazed at the fact that's what I was pitching. That in my podcast. But I kept saying Twitter spaces are the bomb, though, because it's like a podcast with so many other interacting people. And they were just intrigued. It's that easy. So be expecting a lot more of those, too, guys. I appreciate you guys being here. Who is next? Talk whoever you
Carl. Carl is next, and then B, and then Dave. Oh, and then we got requests too.
All right, thanks a lot. I've only got a quarter of an hour because I've got EastEnders in a minute. Okay, so for the Indian chap, I'm really interested in flying Vedas. But I think with each culture, they've got a perception of how they see extraterrestrials or the entities or the phenomenon, be it religious or paganistic. What I was going to say is that in Jack Valley's book, Passport to Magonia, I keep quoting this, but it's amazing that how many times that I'll call them aliens, they're visiting and taking a form that you would understand. Like and it's amazing how many different hats they wear through the centuries. They've always got like a fashionable hat. It's really strange that would happen. But what I'm saying is that each society have their own belief systems, and they've been brought up with stories, and that will manifest in what they see appear in front of them. So maybe that's why. Also, obviously, the media and everyone in different parts of the country have got their own prejudices against UAPs. I think in the West, with America and the UK especially, UAP is such a buzzword because of it's been brought to the fore that when you see something in the sky, you automatically start thinking UAP. So I think, rather than seeing an angel or a demon, you'll be seeing some type of UAP, some type of sphere or bright light or orb. And that's all I've got to say about that.
Awesome. We'll keep going around hands here. I believe it was Dave, and then B, and then we'll go over to August.
Hey guys, thanks. Gosh, I feel like I just jumped out of this room. I don't know if it's still been running all night or what, but I woke up and started listening again. I wanted to speak to what Old Vet was saying. I thought he made some really good points. And I've been in a lot of spaces recently. I'm kind of new to Twitter. I've been on about a year, but these ones really feel like, I mean, it's a topic I love, and it feels like a community. It doesn't feel like a shit show. So I just wanted to kind of just say that myself. But the only thing I want to do was, since I am kind of new and I'm just getting to know people, I've heard a lot of people talk about podcasts, and I started to do a podcast on a totally different subject. kind of taught myself the ins and outs of getting it, bought some gear, all that, because I'm sort of stuck in my spot right now. But I kind of getting burned out right away on it, just because I've been dealing with this stuff for a while. And I love podcasts now. And so I just wanted to say, like, I followed everybody who's been speaking. So you can go ahead and DM me if you want to. But if you have a podcast, just DM me the link or whatever, because I like to listen to stuff. And I kind of want to dive into this community more. And I'd like to have a little bit more context, because I come in and sometimes you guys are talking about stuff. I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? But it sounds interesting. So just
That's
DM me if you
us.
got it. I'm open.
Yeah, that's us for sure. Yeah, Old Vet and Shane and Toby have a podcast, and then also Tupacavra's up here. He does some pretty cool, like there's
Yeah.
UFO timeline and stuff. I don't know if you've checked him out
Yeah,
either,
I've checked out Tupa's
So check this out,
website
guys.
and all that. But just
Tupa's really
feel
cool.
free to DM me and I will listen. I don't care if you've only got like one episode or what. I'm interested just for context. Thanks.
So wait, one quick question, guys. So listen, I got a podcast. It literally just started. We had one speaker before I've been on like this crazy trip from Wounded Warrior. From there, I had to do some shit and had to come down. I came down to here. My second podcast, Dave. You may want to check it out. Let's just say I ate way too many edibles prior to the podcast. And yeah, dude, I probably shouldn't have done the podcast. I won't watch it again. I can tell you that. I ate way too many edibles. So
you know what? You still did it though, and you were comfy and having fun for the most part. So it's like good on you for still doing it.
I can't even walk. My hip was so bad here, and I was like, oh shit, I'll just eat these edibles. And then Jared Jedi Camper happened to come down, and me and him were having such a good time. And he brought a bunch of edibles. And I think at one point in the podcast, I need to clip that shit if I can figure out how. I said, Jared, dude, I ate all your edibles. Middle of the podcast, and he just looks at me. He's like, all right, I'm going to go talk to John Ramirez. And I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, why would you want to do that? So here's a funny story about that shit, right? He probably shouldn't have done that. He walks downstairs, and I'm in the middle of the podcast. I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden he comes in. He's banging on the door. And I said, what's up, dude? I think I get up in the middle of the podcast. Again, I'm only representing myself. I'm not trying to be nobody but in this shit, right? And it was a fun time down here. So I go to the door, and I'm standing there at the door. I'm like, what's up, dude? And he goes, hey, man, I think John Ramirez thinks I'm an agent. And I said, wait, what? And he goes, well, I was down there and I kept messing with my phone. I said, why would you go down there and talk to John Ramirez right the fuck now, bro? And he goes, well, I just thought we could have a good conversation. So he was all freaked out about John Ramirez thinking he was an agent. Well, fast forward to that night, we end up outside, and it was the party of all. Imagine having it was like Woodstock with the UFO celeb people. It was the most insane shit I've ever seen in my life. We were just getting down, drinking, half of them, I was on edibles. Everybody, me and Jared were on edibles, smoking weed, and then other people were drinking. I'm swimming. People were just listening to music, talking about UFOs. The most amazing shit I've ever been around. Everyone being completely real. No one doing illegal shit, just doing adult shit. Travis Walton, James Fox. It was insane. And I'm just like, this is cool. These people are all legit. They're real. No one's just trying to take shit, right? And so Micah Hanks and I we're sitting there, and Chrissy Newton, and we're just talking these subjects, like literally favorite stories, favorite experiences. And I'm like, this is the shit. I looked at him. I said, hey, we should record this, just talking about whatever we want to talk about, but mainly UFOs, because that's all any of us ever talk about. So you would fit in right with the speakers, because I only know the shit I do because of all of you guys. And I'm going to say this because I need to promote my podcast, Roswell UFO Symposium. I should post it in the thread. I'm one of the hosts. You got Mike at Mike Escape, and you have Toby. But yeah, the last one I was on way too many edibles. I don't give a shit. I'm not trying to be anything other than I'm not. Just talk about the mental health portion of this shit, veterans, and being an experiencer. So you're going to get me. I'm going to fail a lot. Just don't put me up on a pedestal, because I do not belong on that shit. I promise. I'm not anybody that's trying to make money off shit.
No, you're real. And that's what people love about you, is you're like a real ass person. You don't try to hide anything. You're like, this is who I am up front. Take it or leave it.
Okay. I only
Yeah, I
joined
don't
it
think just
because
because somebody's doing a podcast, they're looking for something like that. I think it's just people taking advantage of the modern world and technology. I mean, like the speaker that earlier was talking about some of these cultural taboos and social constructs in different countries, leading to the subject being less of an open, like an open thing to talk about. That that can be overcome, like Tupac said, by these kinds of spaces and things like podcasts, where you're actually giving people a voice. Whereas they were confined to much smaller groups. Now you can blow it up a little bit, and these spaces allow for people to have those conversations, to send the messages back and forth, and to build on the basically the base collection of knowledge. So yeah, I think it's great. I wouldn't judge, man, and I'll listen to your podcast. Like I said, I'm kind of funky on my phone. I don't know how to navigate, so you can just ping me whatever the link is, and I'll check it out for sure, man.
I'm more concerned, dude. Just show up to the spaces. Find my podcast if you can. I'm new at it. There's always tech difficulties, so it may seem like shit, but I don't give a shit. It'll get better. I gotta get more comfortable behind it. All I give a shit about, the reason I'm doing the podcast, it gives me a platform to talk about mental health, veterans, experiencers, and all that kind of shit. And I'm a little bit not behind the times on what's going on, but my crew's just cool as shit. So we'll figure it out as we go along.
No, that's cool. Hey, and I'm going to throw this out there too. So I pay for a service for my podcast, which I haven't got. I've only made like 4 or 5 episodes or something, and then I just was like, I can't do this anymore. It's a totally different subject, but I still have all the gear. But I pay for an end-to-end recorder, and I don't know if that's what you use or whatever. It makes a huge difference on the audio. But like, if anybody ever wants to collaborate or just like use my studio time, I've got stuff available. So it's there. I don't have, I'm not doing shit with it, and I pay for it every month like a moron. So,
Dude, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put you in touch with Mike and Toby, because I don't know what the fuck you said, but I promise you we will utilize any collaboration like we can. So
yeah, ping
for
me if you
real
want, man.
about this subject.
Yeah,
I
it's all
have no
good.
clue about anything. That's probably, listen, guys, you got this community helped me get a camera. I purchased a fuckload of equipment. I had big plans, but again, it was all brand new when I brought it down here, and I was proud of it too, man. I'm a combat veteran who's just spent clean since 2018. I'm trying to fix my mental health, had my experience. I can take on too much, and I did down here. I fucking did, and it stressed me out. So I had so much new shit, and I didn't even know how to fucking use it. And here I am, like, hey, dude, I don't know there's people who can verify how stressed I was about the whole thing. So anything like that, you want to be a part, you want to collaborate, you can do comics, you want to take a part of this shit about getting the message out, you can do sound, audio. You have something you can contribute, boom. Put stuff in the thread if that's what you'd like to do. That's all I give a shit about. We can have varying opinions. And all I want you to do is put something in the thread about it, so I can just throw that out there. Because people in real life, they don't have these resources. And all I was doing, the easiest thing for me was to be like, hey, I'm Shane, old vet. Come here. There's these resources. Rather than try to regurgitate, go ahead and go this website, www. I need to make an actual card for UFO Twitter.
Yeah, I don't want to cut you all off. I just want to say, Dave, if you follow any of us, whenever a podcast happens, we definitely share the fuck out of everybody's stuff. So you won't miss it if if you sign on and follow us. But I do want to
cool.
get around the room because I feel bad. Bee's had her hand up. Her fingers are probably going
I'm sorry,
tingly.
B. I'm sorry.
August too.
Hey guys, don't worry about me. I'm here as 100% service connected vet, disabled. I have all the time in the world. But Shane, to that point, sir, I didn't know. I don't know if you know this, but supposedly we get free air fare from local Air Force bases. So you should definitely check into that. But I've got all the time in the world if you want to get around somebody else. But I do want to address in defense's question. I think part of it might relate back to that observer belief, quantum engineering, allowing yourself to see these things, and maybe that has more to do with the news and all these authoritative figures coming out and saying, hey, it's okay to talk about this, and plus our scientific and academic. I mean, we still got people in SCU that withhold their public identity, right, because of the ridicule, but we're getting over it. But that might be a part in the fact of why there's so many more sightings and just people awakening to the fact that, they're always around or whatever, and then allowing themselves to believe it and to talk about it could be a thing as well as the media control of the narrative. But you go ahead and go ahead to August or defense if you'd like.
B, first of all, thank you for your service. I really appreciate all that serve. Thank you. I like to bring light to all those that have defended our freedom. Defense, I'm sorry that you don't get to speak freely. I've been there, man, walking in your shoes, and I've hid in the closet and been ridiculed, and haven't. This community has accepted me, and this is a safe place for you to be able to speak, and we're not going to judge you, and that's what's beautiful. And Shane, you're not perfect. I'm not perfect. We trip and fall, and we're all here to support you and help you, man. I know mental health is a difficult thing, and we try to open up, and it's not right to have to walk on eggshells through life, and cannabis can help us, with this issue. And
I'm sorry, Mr. August. Cannabis can't. Meditation can.
yeah, I just know with Shane, this is it's not, a Band-Aid, gets put on it lots of times and go about your way, but it's a daily battle, and just know that we're always here for you, and you can always reach out. And we know we're not perfect, but this is kind of a vent place for you. So if the pressure gets too high, you always have this UFO Twitter space to vent out to us, and it's a beautiful platform. So I love all of you, and thank you for giving me this time to open up.
Thank you, August. Yeah, for sure. Defense, you were next there, buddy.
So my question to Mr. OldVet and Mr. Tupac is, if you can help me out, because I feel very lonely in Asia. How do you manage how much time you must give to UAP Twitter and the business? You must understand, you guys in America and Europe, but in my work, there are thousands of people working for me. My time to UAP Twitter can impact people's lives, because I'm giving them employment. So is it worth it? Of course it is now. I understand that. But why no one in Asia is concentrating on it? It's, I have this, I'm always feeling guilty that, am I spending so much time on it? Is it worth it? How do I go about it? So, it's a very, very difficult thing. It's a very difficult challenge what's happening to me right now. So I would like Mr. Tupac to explain to me, how do you manage this? Like,
I don't know if he's with us. You can go first if you like.
I'm just I'm doing some stretches. So yeah, you know what? It's as much time as you want to put into it. I mean, obviously we each have our own lives and our own stuff, but like this stuff was consuming my mind and my time anyway. So I just strategized a way and to figure out over the course of like the long haul, how can I test out certain things that might have value, that'll be kind of reorienting my creativity to this field. And it's been really rewarding for me because, I did a lot of video work before this. I ran my own video company. Like I liked going out and shooting and editing all that stuff and creating music videos and commercials and shit like that. It was always good, but I found myself kind of feeling unfulfilled with the work because it wasn't doing anything that I like really got behind. It was just kind of making somebody else more money or something. And so,
sorry, Mr. Tupac, to interject you, there's a very big difference. There are thousands of people working for me in the factory. My every second, every minute, maybe is making a difference to your life. But I'm so addicted nowadays. I've come after 21 days, maybe 30 days to UFO Twitter. I don't understand. Is it worth it? Because if you go into UFO Twitter, everything else is becomes seamless. Like doesn't make a difference. You understand my point, right?
I would love to
maybe
interject here because I had a thought the first time you were speaking, and Yeah, so the people in this space here, like we use Twitter as a tool, and we use it to communicate with each other about topics we find interesting, just like going to a coffee shop to meet up with people, except we get to talk to people from all over the place and share ideas, and it's a tool for different ideas. And for networking. But it is true, there is fatigue. There are people that, they say, hey, I think I might sign off for a couple days because, this is too much. And so we do recognize that. And, if we see people getting argumentative or something, we might be like, hey, buddy, like, how are you doing? And we form relationships, not even just on Twitter, but outside of Twitter also, like adding each other to Snapchat, or if you notice someone hasn't been online for a while, you might like check in on them, make sure they're doing okay. So I think you're right in the sense of any form of social media can totally consume your life 100%. And that is something that like we have to recognize. And I've signed off and not been on for like days sometimes. And then I come back and like, I don't even use Snapchat anymore, really. So, yeah, it's just about being there for each other. And if you see somebody that maybe is tired, has been running spaces a lot, or needs to talk, or maybe the platform's not being so healthy for them, we mention that. We talk about it for sure. Go ahead, B.
Yeah, I definitely, I see it being used as both a form of therapy and a form of advocacy and a classroom, because I learned so much from everybody, right? And everybody has something interesting to contribute and to share. And then when we have hosts that can steer the conversation and help guide people out of more emotional, conflicting kind of information into more data driven information sharing, wider knowledge kind of gaps, it's useful. There's a different crowd too, to say the UFO Twitter via the types that just type out, and the ones that come into these rooms and actively, lively engage people, without a front, without a face, just doing their thing and talking to each other like we've known each other for years, right? And there's a sense of camaraderie and sensors and bonding that's happening. And definitely, we invite you to the community. Come on in. And if you have stuff to share and to bring to it, and if we can help, let us know. That's just the way this community is. And bravo on all of you for being that way. I sincerely, I love all of you.
Go ahead,
I love you
Shane.
too.
Randy's such a sweet dude, man. No, I was gonna say, B, thank you. One of the smarter people I know, and I've learned so much from you as well. Actually, so we talk about small parts people can do. If anyone is any good at social media, clipping like YouTube videos and working just algorithms and things like that, contact me or Toby or Mike. We could use a little help there because I can't be fucked for some of that stuff, dude. I just like to do what we're doing in here, and we need somebody. If that's your small part and you want to do it, do it. It's unpaid, obviously. Just contact us. Just let us know what you can do and what you can offer. We could use help. So it's simply about this kind of a platform, but in video format. You'd be helping us out. So let me keep going. Let's go ahead, John, and then take it back, Emily or two.
Yeah, I mean, a while ago I thought about this kind of stuff. What we're doing is the Invisible Community College, and then I was pretty bummed to go on Toop's page and find out that he thought about it before me and already made it into a T-shirt. But that's exactly how I think about this space: is the Invisible Community College, or it's really like I'm learning just as much, if not more, from spending time on this than I did doing the 60 hours a week for 4 years at university. And that's all I see this is like a great place to get educated and spun up on ideas so we can be those like ambassadors or facilitators for the big world. But it's everything else you guys said. It's therapy, it's fundraisers, it's sharing of ideas. It's just great social connections. I mean, I have a decent social life, but I don't know how many people out there are in rural communities and kind of cut off from big social networks. And this is a great avenue and venue for that.
Yeah, even if so, that's another thing about us too that defense made me think about. Like, I don't have the same beliefs as my neighbors, and their neighbors don't have the same. My family and I don't have the same beliefs. We're free, and that respects. But I feel like that maybe makes a huge difference too. And there's also some interesting stuff coming out of Iran, with the way that they visualize and see these balls of light and plasmic, and they've had their own UFO sightings, but they consider it with religiosity. And there's a book coming out on Amazon. I forget the name of it. I'll have to look, but I've pre-ordered it. It's supposed to be out soon. But that's an interesting dive in itself. I can't leave off a good. I have horrible leave offs. Sorry, guys. Host, take it.
It's not your fault. I don't mind quiet times because I am not always the fastest thinker, and so I like to kind of just think about stuff sometimes. So it's all good. But oh yeah, for sure, defense. What are you thinking? How did you feel about what we were saying? Does it make
No,
sense?
I'm going to say that suddenly in Asia, the news was Ukrainian people are seeing UAP phenomena above the nuclear sites. What's happening in America regarding this news, and maybe in Europe regarding this news? I want to understand from old vet, Ocean, and Tupac that suddenly UAP phenomena among the nuclear sites.
So you're thinking that there might be a tie between
No,
nuclear
no, no,
activity
no.
and
Of course,
UAP?
it's all our front news. It's the only news in India and Asia that there is some phenomena happening up above the nuclear sites, and they're trying to decipher this. This is the only time people started speaking about it. So I wanted to know whether this news has come in America or Europe that UAP phenomena above nuclear sites in Ukraine, because this is some kind of news in Asia. Suddenly,
Wow, yeah. In Ukraine, like recently.
yeah, recently, it's all over.
I'm gonna give it a search. I'm super interested. Yeah, like to me, it would make sense that whatever the UAP is, whether it's a government or if it is like a different type of phenomena, it would make sense that uh, nuclear activity would be kind of like a hot spot. You know what I mean?
I guess so.
Shane, Operation Trojan Horse finally came today.
What's Operation Trojan Horse?
Your book, Kane?
Yes, sir. Shane said this is a must read. I have two of John Keel's other books that are really good reads, and John Keel is just on top of things. He's just a great author,
Spot
and
on, Andy.
yeah, he's a great experiencer.
So check this out. Hey, your mic's hot. Somebody, I don't know who it is.
I just
Defense,
wanted to respond really quick to what Defense was saying, if that's okay with you, Shane.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say, because I was thinking about it, and yeah, like say, if the U.S. government did learn something in Roswell, learn how to maybe make a craft, or they were working on it, and maybe some of these UAPs we see, I'm not gonna even try to suggest what they could be, but I mean maybe if they did get that technology, they could be trying to use that in certain areas, right? So it would kind of make sense why you might see more flying craft in the Americas, if they had that technology that other parts of the world didn't. And then now there's sightings of it during war times around nuclear spots. It makes sense that, yeah, maybe they do have some type of technology that other places don't. So, but go ahead, Michael.
Thanks, Emily. And thanks, Defense. You bring up a lot of interesting ideas there. Before I lose my train of thought, I'm trying to roll a joint. So forgive me. But
Sir, please don't say joint. I can be arrested in Asia for that.
I was I
I'm also
was
praying to. I'm also praying to have a joint.
I was thinking about what you said, defense about the phenomena being more located in other areas of the world. Well, in my view, at my age, you come from a world that is becoming more advanced, but yet it's peaceful people. The people in Malaysia are very peaceful people. Everywhere but China, even in
But
Pakistan, they're very deeply religious, peaceful people.
but Mr. Michael, you mentioned Pakistan, Malaysia. I'm not from Malaysia. I'm not
No,
from
you're from
Pakistan.
India, and
Yes,
and India, the people are deeply religious. Three religions more, because Catholicism is deeply rooted there.
and I've started to hate them because they do
But
not believe in the UAP phenomena.
the people are a peaceful, loving people, and it's my opinion, and only my opinion, that the phenomena visits places where there are more activity. And touching on the subject of re-engineering or back engineering, it's written and it verified that the crash that happened 15 miles or so from my home was moved to Los Alamos. Now, Area 51 wasn't anything other than a dry bed called Groom Lake. After the Aztec crash, and I'm talking within 48 hours, construction began at Los Alamos to hide the UFO that crashed here. So is it possible? I say it's probable. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming and speaking there. Real quick, guys, let me just say my name's Shane. I'm OldVets Symposium. I host these spaces. All these speakers up here are either in there speaking on the panel, hosting these spaces. Give them a follow. Please do me the favor of putting a resource, which a lot of you have done, about the topic of UFP. It can be anything in the thread because I'm going to put a massive list together because people need this shit, right? Also, give my at Roswell UFO Symposium a follow. It's going to start getting better. I promise I won't be on edibles the very next time. Toby, Roswell Incident, follow Mike, Chase. We're going to be doing more of this shit. The one other thing I wanted to say is I'm en route from the UFO Congress. This was off the chain. And it's important to know, guys, all of you have played a huge role in getting me here. And the other thing is we have still got work to do. Now that I'm home from Wounded Warrior, got this behind me, all those things we talked about, I can start doing the org, all those other things. So I'm ready to get behind it and start doing that. I'm just sitting at the hotel ready to get on the damn airplane, thinking to myself, damn, there's 2 brownies left. Do I just throw them away or wait till before I get on the flight? What do you guys think?
Eat them on a flight, dude. You would definitely be getting high.
Eat them now so that way you can't eat them before your next podcast.
Go get a pack of regular gummy bears, and you know the deal.
Share one with the stewardess.
Don't listen to me. Eat them. I
Give
don't
them
know.
to the pilot.
Give them away. Give them away. The spirit of love, buddy. Give them to somebody on the way that you see on the side of the road. You know you love it.
Give them to the navigator.
Yeah, but let them know what's. You gotta let them know what's in it.
Dude, I can't eat them because there's a 4-hour layover in Seattle. And man, I'd be
Guys,
sitting there I'm high as a kite for 4 hours in the airport. Hell no.
is it?
Just know your limit, play within it, right?
Yeah, I'm good. I don't eat edibles hardly at all. But here, oh fuck, because the pain, like I just fell, sit down, my hip. I was like, screw it, I'm eating them. Yeah, I went a little overboard, but I don't think anyone noticed. Well, probably everyone noticed, but that's cool. I didn't get a shit.
Nobody cared.
Hey, did it help you? Did it help
Oh,
you?
hell yes, dude. Once they kicked in, I could at least get to places to go talk to people, and socially, as you can see and you hear, I was out having a good time. If it wasn't for them, dude, I was just kind of sitting up here in pain, just kind of, yeah, it really helped me.
So, anecdotally, as a person with PTSD, would you say it helped?
Yeah, I'd say anecdotally, hell yeah, it helped. Once, like I said, once, but I also am in a different place. So you still need therapy and things like that, right? I'm still in the upper end because of myself taking all these different precautions. One of the things with edibles is, or weed perhaps, and I hear from a lot of veterans, is anxiety and things like that. Now, I'm not taking that away because it does happen. It can happen. But I was in the place that, for me, the hardest part, what I get anxieties from, good shit, situations I'm not used to. So my anxiety really didn't come from the normal stuff. And I found, once I got the therapy and stuff, I found too it was controllable with breathing, whatever method you use for those centering yourself, right? So then I realized, oh shit, it's a timing thing for me. This is just an example. Like back in the day, whenever I'd have, let's say, a craving, I'd just be like, okay, these last 15 minutes. So if I get through the next 15 minutes, I'm good. And it just 15 minutes is gone. Bam. And I'm like, okay, I did do something for those 15 minutes, whether it be draw, whatever the hell I was doing. So same thing, right? All I know is this: people can bitch and moan all they want. Edibles, weed, all these psychedelics, these things have helped me. This is something that's serious. So, for example, I microdosed myself with truffles I bought and had like flown in from somewhere. I don't remember where, but it had psilocybin. Psilocybin. I remember I microdosed myself right after I had my first series of experiences. I just had this, started reading about this stuff, and I ended up doing that shit. And so every 3 days, I had, it had it broke up, whatever. I do that, and it blew my mind. It also brought me to a place that I almost felt like I could feel and see what my traumas were from a third point, from somewhere else as opposed to myself. I could step out and I could literally see what my issues were. I'm like, oh my God, this is my hang up. And I'm not saying I'm not a doctor, guys. So talk to your doctors. But I'm saying from my experience, it allowed me to pull myself away from myself, grieve the bullshit I needed to grieve. It pulled a filter away from my eyes that I will not even begin to describe, that just microdosing, this is not even talking about tripping, I saw things, and I'm not talking about UFO things, like beauties and things that I walk through daily that I always missed. Like I would go through just kind of doing my thing, and all of a sudden I would just sit there and stare at the tree, and it looked like a filter was gone. I could see like, oh my God, this is amazing. This shit is why it's supposed to be. So I'll tell you that, on top of the marijuana and things like that. Yeah, my PTSD, I don't like to take medications. So that shit was phenomenal. And when they get on it, hell, I actually signed up for Heroic Hearts, which is the takes you down to do DMT in South America. So as somebody with PTSD, that shit is phenomenal. And that's kind of stuff we discuss in these spaces no one else does. So
Well,
yeah,
it's a
cool.
medicine, right? It's only in modern medicine that these different like elements that come from nature aren't considered like cures or ailments or salves. Like we're going more towards like pharmaceuticals and like lab made things. But like throughout time, like that's a very short period of time we've had modern medicine. And if you look at the whole history of human life, like we've been figuring out how to like cure ourselves or help ourselves for a long time, right? So it's just about using it in a way that's like productive and good for you. And it totally has a bad like face or a bad like bad attachments of like drug use, but like when it comes to psychedelics or like just like conscious altering substances, like there's lots of different kinds, they can be super useful, right? But sorry, B, go ahead.
For sure, definitely. I beseech you all to go back and watch the movie. What was it? Reefer Madness, and watch that and tell me that the weed back then was so much better. And granted, I mean, the green brick stuff from Mexico, about 30 years ago was better than the stuff now. But in this sense, the science has broken it down to a molecular level, and they're able to take these cannabinoids apart and decipher which one's which. I hate that they're considering some of it junk DNA just because they don't know what it does and they're throwing it out. But there are some that are for anti-inflammatory, and I agree with Shane. The VA had me on 19 different pills a day. I was so sick that I didn't know I was sick. And just thinking about it, I can think of the taste in the back of my mouth, just constantly tasting that stuff. It's just horrible. But cannabis, seeing a doctor and figuring out the right type in the prescription and how to tweak it in different times, at the different days and different needs, it's a godsend. It's a godsend. Definitely. But realize that the makers of that reefer madness were people directly tied into the paper industry and deforestation, because hemp would have knocked that out of the park.
Well, I'm pretty sure hemp is like a whole food too. Like when you eat it, it has almost everything you need nutritionally, like as far as proteins and fibers and stuff like that. And not even just like, what the government considers drugs, but like turmeric, which is a spice, that has like crazy anti-inflammatory properties. So it's like, oh, I wish defense was still in here, because I know in India it's really big to like use like herbs and spices to help with things like inflammation and like not thyroid, but metabolism. So, there's so much out there that isn't made in the lab, that isn't sold at a pharmacy, that is just being ignored because it doesn't make money, right? But
even cinnamon. Look at cinnamon being able to reverse type 2 diabetes. Just a cinnamon supplement. It's amazing. And reverse fatty liver and cirrhosis. And it's withheld from us because they don't make money on cinnamon.
yeah, apple cider vinegar too is something you can get, like just a tablet. So like, check with your doctor even when it comes to like vitamins and shit, because you don't know what's going on. But like apple cider vinegar is like amazing. But we got hands now. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Michael, Matt, August, what's up?
I think August goes first.
I think Matt's been waiting longest.
Are y'all Canadians or what?
Matt, are you there? Okay, I was just gonna say, I usually smoke hybrid during the daytime. This is kind of uplifting and kind of is energetic. But at nighttime, I usually, I smoke indica, and that kind of helps me like come down and smoke and sleep. So I being a farmer, I worked 16 hours a day, so the hybrid kind of helped me focus on the task at hand and block out all the other crap that freaking the PTSD shit. And so it's just kind of, I think, kind of sativa, that kind of, that wasn't healthy for me. So it just took time to figure out the right type of variety of cannabis to smoke. I think helps you with your mental issues and anxieties, because like when I smoke sativa, it's like, okay, that just kind of amped everything up even more. And kind of just like I started getting anxiety and just like increased. No, this is not good for me. But the hybrid kind of energized me. I could smoke that throughout the day. But at nighttime for sleeping, when I want to get centered myself, the indica kind of helps me calm down and slow down and sleep. So that's it.
Picking up on that, I urge those of you that use or thinking about using cannabis to read articles by Brian Crum, Krumm, and he treats me out of Albuquerque, and I don't take any kind of meds. He treats me for PTSD. I smoke cannabis. I grow my own, so I don't have to go to the pharmacy anymore. It saves a lot of money. We make Canasav, which works great on my neck and hands and wherever else I might be hurting. And I make drops. I have a recipe to make drops that are very costly and very cheap to make. About the most you'll spend on money and making a quart jar of drops is for the bottle of 100 proof that you buy. I recommend buying a better bottle of 100 proof. But Brian has some great articles. He's written in AMA. He's written in nurses magazines. He's written in High Times, published in High Times on his ideas, and he's an Army vet. I don't know. I think he might have served in Desert Storm. But he's well versed. He's very knowledgeable. And if you can read an article by him, you'll be enlightened. And I take fish oil. I take 1,000 fish oil twice a day. I don't overdo it. I just recently had my results read back to me from my new doctor at the VA, and at 67, I'm still running along pretty good. I don't have many blood sugar problems. I don't drink alcohol anymore. I haven't for half a dozen years or so. I had my last beer. And that's a personal choice. But if you have PTSD, you need to get a medical marijuana card, or you need to smoke it on the side. It's a wonder drug. And, well, one of the reasons I left last night's conference was because it got too deeply involved in religion. And we weren't talking about UFOs. So I'll shut up on the marijuana.
For sure. I just want to add real quick, Matt, before you go. Sorry. I have known people that, like, when they smoke, they get more anxious. So, like, I'm totally agreeing with you where, like, it does wonders. Taking the CBD out does wonders if you don't want to feel, or if you're not looking for, like, mental or, like, that type of, like, change. But I do want to add, because I just, in these spaces, I just don't want to lead someone to hurt themselves. So I agree with everything you're saying. I just, like, always err on the side of caution, saying, like, don't be alone. Like, talk to other people. If you've never smoked pot, don't just go smoke a huge blunt, because you might have a panic attack. Just talk to your doctor about it. Even if it's a discussion, right? It should be a discussion. If your doctor won't discuss these type of things with you, then I don't think it's a very good doctor. But sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to post something whenever y'all were calling on me earlier, but no. Whenever I went to Arizona, I went out on these vortexes with Melinda Leslie, and if you see at the top on the jumbotron, there's this tree. So I'm like sitting under this tree, looking over this vista, this view, and man, when you get in that area and you start opening yourself up and knowing what really hurts and what you can't say, like you it's like the fear, it just won't, you can't talk about it, but you're looking over this vista where I was, and it I saw those blockages in me, like what you were saying, Shane. You know where, like, I could talk about all kinds of crap, but then certain things, it's like I can't go there. My mind, like, I recognize I have that blocked, and you realize that you get overcome with that powerful emotion that, damn, there's something I need to work on and get moved past. And it I may have had some edibles in my system. I can't really recall, but there may have been there was something that I was in that vortex, and it was powerful.
Right on, dude. Let me say, go ahead, Nora. Or was it B or Nora? I'm sorry.
We haven't heard from Nora yet.
Go ahead, Nora.
Hey guys, just jumped in when you guys were talking about cannabis and dealing with like pain and stuff. If you smoke cannabis and you collect your like stems and like shake and stuff and put it into a jar of rubbing alcohol for like 24 hours or just leave it in there, it'll actually collect all the CBD from it and you can use that rubbing alcohol as like a tincture for pain and it won't get you like stoned or anything. It's just like a topical. So like instead of like throwing them away, or if you have like shake and stuff, you just throw it into a rubbing alcohol jar.
My employee on the farm, I would grow my own plants for the buds. He'd take all my stems, and that's exactly what his wife would do. Would put that in alcohol, and they would rub it on their skin for their achy joints and stuff.
Yeah, my father-in-law had like a lot of like joint pain, so we made that for him, and he like swears by it.
Well, like I said, turmeric, you take like a turmeric supplement because no one likes to just take a mouthful of powdered like curry essentially. But like that stuff is so good. And you know what causes inflammation? A lot of it is sugar, having too much sugar in your system. So I don't know. It's like we have alcohol, which is legal, and you can buy as many sugar-loaded beers as you want, and causes all these like health problems. And then you can go to the doctor and get like medication for those problems. But I don't know. I think the world is coming around though, at least with cannabis.
Great point, Ocean. Sugar is an inflammatory. It really is.
Is there someone talking and I can't hear them, or?
No, we just got quiet. Me and my son were
Okay.
doing a pumpkin
You're
now,
fine.
so I'm still here and listening and contributing.
You're being mom. You're fine.
We're gonna carve
How's
a
this
pumpkin.
sound? Does this sound okay? I had to swap headsets. I don't know what it sounds like. Good?
Oh yeah, you sound
Okay.
great. Yeah, no, I always apologize. It's like I won't tell my kid to shut
No,
up, so if you hear him in the background, that's me.
never apologize for being a good mom, good dad. It's cool. Do your thing. Talk about whatever we talk about in these spaces. It's not that big a deal. Not that formal. So I'm going to ask again. So if anybody out there thinks, even if you're not like doing it as a job, you think you can help out on social media stuff, just making clips and stuff for the podcast, we could use the help because I have zero clue and I take on too much and that shit just, nah. So we could use the help.
Well, yeah, I offered to help you with the TikToks. I don't mind doing social media when I
And
worked at.
we will talk then. I got you, girl.
Yeah. One of my jobs, I did like videos. I do videos of animals and stuff. Like adopt me, cute, like sad. Not sad. I try to make them happy, but you know.
There we go. And see, that's the thing. It's like most of this stuff, if you want to do your part, you can do it from wherever you're at. It's just little things. Not a big deal. None of us are getting paid. We're just doing this for fun and getting a message out and trying to talk about what we talk about and get it out in different formats. And then also explain that there's other ways that you can get access to information, kind of like a clearinghouse, right? I'm the smartest people we know, so it's cool as shit. I got to finish packing up real quick so somebody else take over.
Yeah, for sure. Shane, do you know like I think it was Astral posted websites before, but is there like an actual like UFO experiencer website where you could just go on and like report your experiences and connect, kind of like a Facebook, but not quite like and I say website, not a whole platform because I think that's a bit much, but just like a website would be good because that's you could tie multiple platforms to it. You know what I'm saying? Does that make
So
sense?
Jay King actually, the Experiencer Network, because it's kind of vetted and it's a good place to go. So I will say that I will try to post in here if I can. But yeah, his Experiencer Network, it's kind of it's like a really vetted place where you could go and it's definitely safe because it's not just letting anybody. You kind of it's like almost back in the day where you gotta know somebody to get in there. But by that I mean you're in here talking about these things and you can tell someone yeah they're legit because that way you're preventing people from coming in and trolling and doing stupid stuff, right? So that's a really good place.
Yeah, I definitely would love to check that out. It just seems like I noticed with this topic, there's a lot of different like people doing different things and moving parts and websites and like then there's the big guys that know a lot of stuff and like information is released here and there, but it's very hard to try to get it like all collectively together like on one like platform or one page type of thing. So that's what I'm striving for.
I'm here for the memes, yo. Jess, you haven't talked. Oh, there she is. Somebody must have kicked her.
No, I just brought her up. I don't know. She was speaker before. I'm not sure what happened. I hope we didn't remove you. I didn't remove you.
I didn't. I'm just over here contemplating if I should wait till I get to the airport and eat this brownie or throw it away. You guys said throw it away, but man, there's two
Go
of them.
ahead, just do it, man. Just eat it right now and let it wear off.
No, I don't want to eat it right now. If I ate it, it'd be right before. I don't want to go through security high as a mofo. I can do a plane, but
It's
not going through security.
It's legal. You ain't doing anything wrong.
Yeah, it is legal here and in Washington, but still, I'm going to look like a weird. Trust me, it's hard enough to not look like a weirdo when I'm not on that shit. Walking through security, play it cool, guys. Just play it cool.
It's like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas whenever he's going to the circus, bro.
Go ahead, Jess.
What's up, man? I'm sorry, I had to drop off. My mom called, and Mama takes precedent, and she'll come over here and whoop my ass if I don't answer her phone calls. But I wanted to go back to something that I heard like a while ago, probably about an hour ago at this point, where you were talking about the spaces. I think spaces are great. I think they're a good way to get to know everybody in the community. It's a good way to share information. It's, of course, everybody knows like nobody's making money off of this. So it's pure at heart almost. And the time you guys see, people who are talking against people who host spaces. I know a couple of you, I've seen comments saying, oh, why is this person hosting this space? Or, those people typically have podcasts and they're typically monetizing their podcasts and they don't want this to draw money away from them. So it's a good free way for everybody to communicate. And it's something that's so new. I think a lot of people are trying to wrap their minds around it, but I enjoy them. I saw Logan. He actually posted something this morning about somebody that was in one of his spaces that was like really, really drunk off of his ass and like he was slurring his words and everything. You're going to get that sometimes, like, especially late at night. I am myself guilty. I know a couple of you guys have jumped in on some of my late at night spaces where I've, had a few too many. But I mean, that's part of it. That's the fun of it. Nobody's making money. We can all share ideas. We can all get together and just talk bullshit and talk UFOs and do what we do. It's nice. I love them.
For real. That's what I'm
agree.
saying.
I just wanted to add though real quick too, I think that making a little bit of money, like if you're producing a product or what you're doing, it does have a cost. I think, getting support is okay too, but I think like monopolizing something or trying to get rich off of an idea is different, right? Like there's like people that are adding to things and making it better that deserve that support, and then there's I don't know, those grab and snatch guys.
I mean, can I say something really, really quick, like about that? So you have two different sides, and I completely understand a lot of people put a lot of work into this stuff, and I know many, many people who deserve to be rewarded financially for the research that they have done. This is something totally different. Why can't those two things, like, coincide? Like, why can't you have both avenues? It eventually will cut into a lot of their revenue, so they're going to have to like come up with different ways to put information out, like where people were putting just bullshit information and talking nonstop. That's where I think it's going to pretty much cut into. Like, people are only going to focus on the news that's coming out that actually has something that we can benefit from. So Like 3 hour long podcast, I think, you know, in the upcoming future, I think that's going to be like a thing of the past. That's just my opinion.
But Lex Fridman, I mean, I love his 3 hour long podcast. The long forms with his guests are like truly worthy of a 3 hour listen. But like Pasolka or Gary Nolan, but they actually have something to say.
Right. It's gonna be the people who actually have something to bring to the table who are going to continue to be, I guess, the most successful in those arenas. People who are just doing it just to do it. I know several people who just get on and talk about bullshit for 3 hours that I wasted my life. I think those people are going to start to fall off. It's hard because I know a lot of people have a lot of aspirations to like break into this arena because it is, you know, there's a lot of money to be made. And I'm not against people making money off of it, but I'm against people making money for stuff that doesn't really add to the conversation.
I 100% agree. I just want to say it reminds me of like those reaction videos on YouTube. It's like I just wanted to hear the song. I don't want to hear you react to the song. Like, come on now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
yeah.
with that preacher that was listening to Judith, like his reaction to it, dude, that's what broke me into some of those reaction videos. And yeah, for that one, it was like, oh, yeah, that was actually a good reaction video.
I
I
get
mean,
what Jeff is saying though. Like I've seen some like channels where like like Jamie Mousson will post like a clearly like hoax video, and then someone will spend like 2 hours like talking about it, and it's like, why are you even wasting your time? Like, why
No,
would we waste
it's
it?
neat to see how technology progresses, though. I mean, because that was like a big thing for like the past couple of years. But just like everything else in technology, something else always comes in and steps up to kind of like overthrow it. Let's go to the next new thing.
no, the thing that like I personally don't really like at all are podcasts that criticize other podcasters. I'm like, come on, man. Like, really? That's all you got to say is like, oh, I'm going to have a 30-minute podcast or an hour-long podcast about this other podcast. It's like, dude, get a life.
I
Yeah,
have
I don't get
to.
that.
Sorry.
That's kind of
Those are the podcast wars, man. Podcast wars. They go on. Even
it
within
should
UFO
be.
Twitter. I know a couple still going on right now.
Afternoon, all. I have to agree with the previous speaker. Um, especially like with how we're all into UFOs and all that kind of thing. The last thing the and alien researching community needs is to have it infighting amongst itself. It's actually really kind of sad if you think about it, because we're all trying to figure this one thing out, but having like, well, such and such is a jerk and so doesn't know what they're talking about. That doesn't do us any good.
Yeah, it doesn't really add any value. It's like we should be sharing like data and experiences and resources instead of like trying to like shut each other up.
I don't know. How is everybody this afternoon?
I'm off and I gotta stay up all night and flip my circadian rhythm. So I'm just doing the housework and enjoying life and talking to my friends on this talk spaces, Twitter space.
Cowabunga. Myself, well, actually, I have a question to pose towards the group and all. What was that thing that really made you get into aliens and UFOs seriously? Like, what was that thing that made you go, okay, this isn't just something I enjoy reading about. This is something that there's a lot more to it.
When they were above my house, like hovering and making that om sound.
Okay, you beat the snot out of what I was gonna say, dude. That's amazing. Uh, Myself, I really got into the Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. I'm not sure if any of y'all know that one.
Coast to coast, yeah, there are a lot of people in here know coast to coast.
Okay, Well, I wasn't sure. Not it's sometimes it comes off as like what's coast to coast AM kind of thing. The one thing that really got me sold me like okay, there's more to this than I ever thought it would be, and I've seen some stuff. Was the panic phone caller. I'm not sure if you guys have all heard that one.
Oh, dude, that was even Tool even made a song about that, dude. The
Dude,
Frank
dude,
Culture
that
was
was that
awesome.
was what sold me. That was like made me go, all right, you know what? That's enough to make me throw my chips in and go, yeah, I believe in this.
That was art
Yep,
pill.
full going and all. Just because the sound of the person's voice, and I'm like, I've had experiences where I've seen some stuff, and I felt this way. So yeah, I know. Uh, what about you all?
What about the Liberation Times things? Have you guys covered that? I'm sure everybody has. I'm like late to the game. I've been out of Twitter for a while, a couple days.
The
That they're
what?
The
more.
Liberations Times articles. Anybody like you guys
Yes.
talked about that already?
I don't think we talked about it. I don't know.
I have no clue what that is.
Refresh
Uh,
everybody, Jess. Please tell
all right.
everybody. Bring it up.
Chris Sharp come out and he had an article and he basically said that the biggest focus on the article that I saw was the fact that, and I've heard this from other people, Ross Coulthart and several others that I won't name, but they're all the rumor around, rumor on the streets is that Congress has uncovered these crash retrieval programs and they
Mm-hmm.
are aware of crash retrieval programs. And that was reported in the Liberation Times article.
I posted it to the top, by the way.
Well, see, now I'm based up here in Canada, so like crash retrieval programs, that's kind of a up here in Canada where like yeah, of course that's kind of thing going on. Um, I've never heard of like where the U.S. Congress is finally admitting that yeah, that goes on. That's news to me.
Yeah,
I
my
like how
hands are
you
covered in
summarized that like Gossip Girl just. You're like, rumor on the street. The Congress has found pieces of UFOs, but will they show it to us? XOXO, Gossip Girl.
Okay, well, the word on the street kind of thing, I kind of like that because like that's usually where I pick up a lot of my information. So like especially like during the COVID years, I a lot of the information I got I was just talking to random bus drivers or delivery people, and I was able to pull a lot of like true to fact information from them. Mind you, you have to sift through stuff, but still.
So
Um,
I heard this months ago. And this is the first time it's actually been reported on. I think Ross, well, no, I take that back. I think Ross Coulthart, I think he mentioned that, and I don't know if it was his last broadcast or if it was like in an interview, but he also mentioned it. I've seen probably 4 or 5 people right now who have mentioned the same rumor that Congress has uncovered this program. What does that mean? Nobody is willing to actually come out and say what that means. So in the
well,
Liberation Times article, he says that only information regarding one of the programs has been validated. So
well,
we're still like at this point where we don't actually know what they're talking about. We're just getting like breadcrumbs.
Well, we've had like Science Bob come on and spill some beans. We've had Richard Doty come out and he's blown some whistles, and it's coming. I mean, whistleblower legislation that Liberation Times that's through the NDAA 2023 is going to conference right now to be the final wording for the bill to be voted on is going. That's what the article was about that Chris but the whistleblowers are already starting to I think Gary Nolan even talked about it in New York that some of these people that were part of these legacy programs are ready to tattle Congress.
well, I think that's amazing. For myself, the whole I think it's about time in a lot of ways because like no offense to any of the Americans in the room, but you guys spend like $20x billion on your military, and in 1 year, like I think it was like 40 billion went missing, and all. It makes me always wonder is like that's where a lot of the missing funds have gone, is like gone to like the UFO and alien retrieval programs that go on down there, because it's got to get funding from somewhere. So every once in a while, when someone catches, hey, we have this funding. What's going on with our funding? Where's all this money gone? I think that's where it gets funneled to.
Well, I think when you have people who are jumping in and thinking about the $22 million, it's literally chicken scratch. It's nothing in UFO programs, and
Oh
especially if
yeah,
you consider the fact that half of that may have been allocated to another program completely unrelated. But the thing is about the programs that people are talking about is that could be something as simple as everybody knows Representative Gallagher. Everybody knows him at this point. After what he did, was it in April, in the congressional hearing? Everybody knows him. Everybody knows who he is in contact with. It's kind of a nod duh at this point to say that, he has spoken to Eric Davis and several of these, other people that were mentioned in the Wilson doc, since he brought that up in the hearing. So could something as simple as Eric Davis confirming to him that this actually happened, could that be the whole, hey, we found information regarding this program that's actually legitimate? Could it be
Well,
something as simple as that?
did Oak Shannon and Eric Davis, have they already talked to Congress? You got to think, if Oak Shannon coming out and
Well,
talk,
Congress means the entire Congress, okay? So
well,
when people say that Congress has already confirmed this, Congress is huge. If one person who has an interest in UFOs has like dived in and confirmed something, that does not mean all of Congress has confirmed it.
no, the select committees is what I was actually referring to. I apologize.
But I think that's how it's being reported, as all of the House and all of the Senate has confirmed this, and they're all on board. I think that's very deceptive and very misleading.
Yeah, but if they're saying, okay, Eric Davis spoke to Congress, well, he spoke to Congress, but he spoke to, more specifically, the Senate Select Intelligence Committee or something like that.
Eric Davis, as far as I know, has never spoken to Congress or any committees.
I
Like,
believe he has spoken to somebody.
I think he had, like, a couple of years ago, he briefed a couple of people, like in a committee, but that's not all of Congress.
Hmm.
Like, this is where the hearings need to continue, and these people need to get up on stand.
People cover. I want to ask you a question about that NASA tether video that you shared yesterday.
I know what he's talking about because I was in on that conversation and that tether video. That, like, one of my buddies, he worked at Edwards at one point, and he does certain electronic stuff. And what he was telling me about the tether is that was like they were trying to generate electricity with the tether. And if you look at the video, you see these little, it looks like little jellyfish or whatever floating around. But my buddy, I asked him, and he said, "Dude, that was like, it could have been ice. It could have been little particles. It's not. It wasn't any life forms floating around. It was um, a power, like, charge thing, and the amount of charge build up on that got really, really high, and it broke apart."
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the video and I read like the explanation, and they said that all those moving things around them were like ice crystals. But like, do you think that's like accurate?
Yeah, I do, because my buddy, he in the Air Force, and he knew more about that than I did. Like, he had already told me about this, and I didn't really know about that. And whenever, like, they brought that up last night, I was like, that's the video. And so then I said, is this the one you're talking about? He's like, and people, what did my buddy say? He actually he said, wait, let me.
Hey man, I love you too, dude. I appreciate that.
I can't. Oh, here we go. Um,
Were you talking to us when you said you love you? I love you.
yeah, I don't know if I said I love you. I said I'm gonna look for it.
Sure.
But I do love you, man. Um, but the tether video.
Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is because of that announcement that NASA made. Oh my God, my kid's freaking out in the back here.
Oh,
Um,
this is what he says. He says ice, classic lens flare reflection from debris, etc. The real interesting part is the coax construction and what it did before it blasted. None are looking there.
Camera, I see your hand's been up for a while. Did you want to jump?
Sorry, I'm here. Yeah, I'm not sure who was first, if it was Tamara or Jess. And then Sam bounced. What the heck? Didn't even tell me I was on duty.
I wanted to add to this Heather video because it's one of the most compelling videos. It's been around for a long time. I've had certain people tell me that it's all ice crystals, it's all up front, and I've had other people say, "Oh, well, look at the background and look at the actual measurements and the distance." Because I think it was like 12 miles long, the actual tether, like off the top of my head. So you have certain crystals or like little circles like that are pulsating. Some of them actually go behind the tether. It just depends on the original video, like if you have like what quality video and how long ago the video was taken. There are several different versions, but some of them appear to go behind the tether. If the tether was 12 miles long and you have something that's going behind the tether, that's a huge freaking ice crystal. So some things like nobody's ever really been able to explain that, and they're all uniform, they're all pulsating, and they all look like little microorganisms that if you were to actually measure to scale, they would have been
I
huge.
just posted on the Jumbotron if anybody wants to see it up top. Tamara, did you have something to say?
I might be out of the loop of what you guys are talking about, so I was just listening. But the original topic had to do with paranormal, that kind of thing. What I know to be truth is back when Eisenhower was in office, he made a pact that included alien abductions, that kind of thing. And that ended in, I think, the late 80s. So everything that's going on now, I believe to be truth, is that it's just a matter of disclosure, awareness, and things are being disclosed slowly from NASA, from everyone, to sort of make us aware of what's going on.
Oh, that you just brought up the NASA thing yesterday when the actual UAP was at science.nasa.gov/UAP. To see those four words for a link, science.nasa.gov/UAP, and it's NASA's UAP website, and they say Daniel Evans is the new point man for communications about UAP with NASA. I posted that. I posted his email to the jumbotron earlier. So yeah, I was gonna say it, but yeah, that's so cool to see NASA have a UAP website with a person you can email and they give information. He's even on Twitter. So, yeah, it's cool.
I
Coming
think it's
from
cool
NASA.
that they do that, but at the same time, I'm like, you guys have been studying space for how many years? So, like, they have data that they can aggregate and release, but they just don't. So, like, I'm
Well,
not sure if they're even going to give us anything.
well, certain things like because you had like keyhole satellites, Corona, and certain defense projects, and not only ours, but the Five Eyes. Like if you have someone in France or someone in England, if they want it to remain classified because it could possibly be one of their military satellite stuff, we can't disclose that. So, but so NASA can't talk about certain things because they're a civilian agency. But if one of the classified people that are part of UAP task force tells NASA, hey, you might want to check here in this unclassified system on this data, you might look here, and there might be something that is anomalous, truly anomalous. So because it's that word of mouth behind scenes, it allows that information to be transparent through NASA's UAP research study.
I
That's
hope
going
so,
to
because I think transparency in the scientific community is important. Like, there's people out in the civilian community who could look at things through a different lens, rather than like a governmental, like weapon perspective or safety perspective that can still, bring contributions to society. So I really hope they do that.
I think they are because even whenever you had the head of the Arrow and Bill Nelson shaking hands, and even Chris Mellon retweeted a picture of those two. I mean, that was how it was going to be done. Through the boys in the back room were going to tell NASA, those people, hey, look here. You can't use these classified systems, but these things are dates or times you may want to look at on your systems that are unclassified and public domain or public use, and they can use unclassified systems to be transparent about the subject.
Someone talking, or just everybody just stopped talking?
It just was some dead air.
Oh shoot! I was like, man, these Twitter bugs are starting to irritate the shit out of me. So everybody, Jared's in the room. Come in, Jared. Can you talk and tell everybody about your experience down here at this event? Maybe he's doing something, maybe not.
Screen's in here too. Yeah, if y'all want to come up, just request. I'll let you up. Jess, you'd asked I think you had asked how we ended up at UFO Twitter, like how all of us have. I just want to say my mom's had some pretty crazy experiences, and honestly, when I came to Twitter, I was investigating different things. I kind of just stumbled across this group of people that talk about UFOs, and so it kind of re-sparked that interest for me because I didn't really have a big outlet for looking up that type of stuff. Or so yeah, it just kind of sparked
The
my
the good
interest in
part
it.
about UFO Twitter is that everybody here has had to have looked up or searched UFOs at one point in time in order to find us. So it had to have been an interest at some point in time for you to be able to get here right now. So I think that the more the merrier. A lot of people disagree. Some people were like, "Oh, well, let's keep it a tight knit community." No, screw that. Like the more opinions, the more, especially like people who are scientists or they're working in the field. Like the more the merrier. Let's get everybody's opinion in here. Like even if it's something that may hurt your feelings, let's hear what they have to say.
Gets to be a Royal Rumble with some of those people, though.
But I think that's the only way that we're actually going to be able to get to the truth. So if everybody is in the same mindset and everybody is perpetuating the same sort of narrative that's not true, that's completely unhealthy. Uh, so I like everybody's opinion. Like skeptics, believers, Like, I don't turn down anybody.
Yeah, I just wanted to add real too. I think the more that people are communicating, hopefully that would mean too that like if people are communicating the wrong information, it would be quicker to like debunk it or find out like what actually is going on instead of having like these just separate groups with their own personal beliefs. When you push them all together, there's like conflict, but then there's also like knowledge, I guess, too, right?
I love the debunkers. That's less time I have to spend on like worrying and diving into this shit. Like if somebody wants to go ahead and do it for me and like present me their findings, like if that's it, like then I can move on to the next topic. Because everybody has UFO sightings. Like if you look around the world, there are thousands a day. People are filming stuff on their phones, people are reporting stuff to MUFON and all of these different agencies. Like they're doing a service.
Yeah, but what's cool is when you find those cases that haven't been debunked, like Kirtland Air Force in 1950, Air Force Base in 1957, when that stuff gets swept under the rug really tight because it was a military base and stuff, and you find out later on people did more investigation. Like this is some serious stuff, but nobody really knows about it. Now those
Right.
cases are the ones that Jacques Vallée would be interested in.
Those are the cool cases, the ones that can't be debunked. I've only ever seen a couple in my life that I would like to go back to, and I would really love for people to pick apart. Some cases are undebunkable, so that's why I'm still here. But the meaningless ones that the more this topic gains traction around the world, the more videos you're going to see. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. So if people see something in the sky, they take a video of it, they send it out, they say, "What do you guys think this is?" You debunk it. You say, "Oh, I know what this is." That's it. Sweep it under the rug. Like, let's go on to the next one. Like, people give Think Tank a hard time because he posts, and Think Tank is not a huge fan of mine, I would like to say. He and I have gone back and forth. But, he does kind of do a service by putting out some of these videos. Pretty much everything that he puts out is debunkable, but one of these days we're going to get something that's not. So whoever puts that out is going to be the one.
I love that. Tamara, your hand's up. Sorry, I see you there. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm listening to everybody, and it's all a matter of discernment at what level of frequency you're at. There's a lot of truthers out there. There's a lot of intuitives out there that are saying certain narratives. Do I have all the answers? Absolutely not. Um, because we're all on this process of ascension. My biological mother left when I was 6. She told me that she was abducted, and I don't know if I necessarily believe it, but what I do believe to be truth, I'm an ex-military police officer. I have a master's in psychology, trying to figure this whole mess out. We have to use, the more in frequency we rise, we are able to use our own discernment to interpret realities from, fact or fiction. But what's most important is stepping into our truth and recognizing that there's a level of deception that plays out into the narrative, from these elites, from everyone. We have to become that higher version of self, and in doing so, we sort of become a lie detector in a sense. And I believe that everything is based on energy, frequency, and vibration. The more you rise up this ascension scale, the better knowledge or discernment that you have. Um, do I believe in alien abductions? Absolutely. Have I ever experienced it? No. But from my own personal experience, I'm able to feel energy, raise it with intent without the emotion involved, and able to astral project with that energy rising. So, what does that mean? Everything that is going on in the collective right now is meant to awaken us to our truth. We have to step out of the narratives that the elites are trying to put into our perspective, which lowers our frequency, and become that version of self that we are trying to challenge ourselves in every single lifetime that we come into. That being said, you know, have I ever seen spaceships up in the sky? Absolutely not. But I've gained some intuitive knowledge about what is going to happen. And this is about disclosure when we rise to a certain frequency. And I've seen, like the borealis, the lights in the sky, and seeing all the ships. So I think that's a potential outcome, a potential timeline. But we have to believe in ourselves before that timeline manifests. These elites control our matrix by harnessing our loosh and our energetic frequency. We have the ability to create with intent, and they know this, so they harness it. They steal our loose or adrenal, you know what I'm saying. They know how to manipulate consciousness. We have to step out of the narratives that they're playing into our perspective and recognize our truth, recognize who we are, step into the light, step into a higher degree of frequency. And by doing so, we can change the narrative. So everything that's being played out through the media is meant to lower our consciousness. Stepping into that 100 hertz, that fear-based paradigm, that's what they're trying to do. We got to step out of it, believe in ourselves, ground, step outside, do anything that you can to raise your frequency. And by doing so, we step into that 5D narrative.
Thank you for that, Tamara. I always love your input. Go ahead, Jess. I saw your hand popped up there.
I'm sorry, somebody else can go ahead. Like I was distracted.
Oh, all good. Yeah, I guess I could just add then real quick. Maybe. Oh, I just muted everybody. It's just me talking anyway. Yeah, I guess too for me. I agree. Like I'm right there with you. Where like I'll listen to anything. The only time I ever have a problem is when someone comes and like tries to tell me what to think or be like, "This is exactly what I'm saying it is." That's when there's like conflict. It's like if we could all just like just kind of like respect each other's opinions and do take the fact for the fact, right? If something's debunked or proven to be untrue, or if you can't prove it untrue, it doesn't really matter. But just I don't know, people get way too passionate sometimes, and I think I've noticed that that's a problem. I'll just be like, well, this is what I believe, and your opinion's valid too, type of thing. But it is hard when like it affects people so deeply, like these experiences, right?
I'll tell you something that has kind of irritated me today, and it's been irritating me for a long time, and it's something that has gone on for a long time, the past couple of years within UFO Twitter. We have this sort of catchphrase between some of the old school guys that are in this sort of secretive club. It's I don't want to mention certain names, but the phrase was, it's kind of like Fight Club. Nobody talks about Fight Club. That's the first rule of Fight Club. Nobody talks about it. That is perpetuating the secrecy. And if you romanticize that, and I've tweeted about this several times today, like if you romanticize the fact that, you're not supposed to talk about it, if you come into it, you keep your mouth shut, you're not supposed to talk about it, that does nothing but perpetuate the secrecy within UFO Twitter or within the whole Twitter, not Twitter. You can cut Twitter completely out of it within the whole entire UFO movement and all these people who are keeping these secrets. Like they think it's kind of like a cool secretive club. And if you think that the club is cool and you perpetuate the coolness, that stigma around the club that you're one of the cool guys, that does nothing for disclosure.
But Jess, the there's reasons like I think someone talked about comfy web and dark forest communities where people share things that aren't ready for prime time. You know, some people may be scared to talk about it, but they want a place to talk about it. Now, if you're talking about certain, I think I know who you're talking about with certain disclosure elements that are.
And I'm talking about Diana Pasulka. Like, I love her. I've read her book, but she's like the main advocate for the UFO Fight Club. You know, you don't talk about it. That's the number one rule. Fuck that. Okay. You know, get rid of that. That's the number one problem within the UFO secrecy. Okay. If you want disclosure, you want everything to come out, you need to tell these people who are keeping these secrets
Well, no,
that
you
it's
can't
not cool to do that.
I'd like to
do that.
add because I don't even know who you're talking about, but I can agree. Like, if you're gonna say it, say it. Don't be like, I'm gonna only
No,
say it to you two and be quiet about it. Like, that's not
That's
disclosure.
the
So I
no,
agree with
biggest
you
thing.
there.
Everybody wants to say,
Yeah.
hey, I have cool sources. I have cool information. I have cool this and
but
that. Like, even myself, like, I have cool stuff, but I never, like,
yes,
do that. That's bullshit.
do that. Like in academia, like to get published, like your
This is not
stuff.
academia.
Hold
None
on.
of these people are part of academia.
Government and academia. Government and academia, there's the Fight Club or Invisible College or whatever, but they don't come out to everybody because it is that backroom talk. And
But you're perpetuating a stigma that allows that to be okay and
no,
allows that to continue.
repercussions if they come out and say something about it. And
But
what
it's
it
Who
also
does
affects
not
that?
your
their
job to
career.
prepare people to be ready for information, right? Like, it's not on you if they're not prepared to hear it or not. If you're gonna speak the truth, speak the
But if
truth.
your publication journal like deny you a publication, and that's what used to happen, they don't talk about it because it's their career and their credibility.
I do
That
understand that too. That's hard. You don't want to like lose your job for what you believe, right?
But if you are coming out and saying, okay, so I'm not sure that we're on the exact same page. So you have a group of people, whether it's the Collins Elite, whether it's the Avion, whether the whatever different groups of UFO people are concerned, like the whole message is it's almost like a secret society. Like, what's the point in having a secret society if you're promoting disclosure? The two are, it's like they contradict themselves.
I just joined in like a minute ago. I just want to respond to saying how Dinah Walsh Pasalka is part of the problem. I would say it's the opposite. She's bringing
I didn't say
awareness
that she
to
was
it,
part of the problem.
but
No,
she's
no, no. I
perpetuating it,
didn't
is
say
what
she
you
was part
said,
of the
right?
problem. I'm saying that the idea that there is a Collins elite, this is a group, and that it's okay. It's like UFO Fight Club. The number one rule is like you don't talk about it. Okay, don't romanticize that. Okay, that's part of the problem. Yes, it is.
Okay, so you're agreeing with what I said. So basically, what I want to make you aware though is you wouldn't have heard about the Fight Club if it wasn't her talking about it. I mean, she's trying to bring awareness to the fact that, hey, this is kind of hush hush, but we have to change that. Part of the hush hush is driven because people are doing this in their own free time, and like Matt said, they're scared of not getting funding for their work, being seen negatively for their work. But how do you change that stigma? You gotta get the word out slowly and quietly, right? So I think that's what Diana Walsh is doing.
And I'm a huge fan of hers. Like, I've read her books. Like, I've listened to pretty much everything that she's ever said. I agree with a lot of her theories. I just do not agree with the fact that she's kind of a little bit enamored by some of these people, and nobody can, say otherwise. And I know
Because she
that she's
likes the
come
work
out,
they're doing.
part of
she
Understand?
has been one of the people who have spoken out on, early on, she spoke out against TTSA. I admire her for that. I admire her for so many different reasons. I just do not believe the, the UFO Fight Club, that whole, catchphrase. I
topic.
don't think that's a good for
Yes,
everybody. I
Yeah,
don't
I
think
do want to get to hands here, Matt Ahmed. I didn't want to interrupt. I hate interrupting, but Logan had threw his hand up and then screen too. So, but let's keep talking about it. Logan, what do you think?
Oh, what's up, Screen? Hey, what's up, everyone? Ocean, Jess, and Tamara, and Ahmed, and Matt, and OC, Jess. Old Vet, what's up?
What up?
What's going
Yeah.
on?
Are you still over there?
Yep, I'm in the Uber right now trying to get home.
Damn, how long does it take to get home? Must be like
I leave. I just left the hotel, so
Did
now
you
I'm gonna
eat
be at the
that?
airport.
Did you eat the brownie?
What'd you say?
eat
Did
the
you eat?
brownie.
Did I eat what? The
The
brownie?
brownie.
No, no, I haven't really. I haven't even been to the airport yet. I'm not. I'm gonna throw them away. I'm not eating those brownies before I go in the damn security and stuff. I'm good. So
Best time too. You don't. That way they're kicking in when you're in the plane.
We were talking about that. He said he had a layover, so that was a negative because he didn't want to be in a layover. But Screen, you did have your hand up too.
I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know that Logan was just saying hey to everybody. What up, Logan? Everybody else. Yeah, my comment's quick, right? The rule's not to deny Fight Club, right? The rule's just not to talk about it. So we don't deny his existence. And with that said, I don't think everybody would be welcome in Fight Club, right? Like you don't want little kids in Fight Club. So that's just my thoughts on it.
Go ahead, Jess.
That's a bullshit issue, in my opinion, because this is not Fight Club. This is a humanitarian issue that regards every single human on the globe. They're
So do you,
not analogous, in my opinion. We're not some underground sort of society that's hosting these fights. It's completely ridiculous. We're talking about something that could affect the globe.
yeah, very
But what if?
true. Okay. But
What
what
if?
if it was a button and somebody pushed it and it would blow up the whole world? Would you want everybody to have that button?
That makes absolutely no sense. We're not talking about
It
buttons.
does. It's
We're
called
talking
responsibility.
how?
That's all I want to say.
But we're talking about a button. What button are you talking about pushing?
Well, you're talking about the whole world being affected, and most people don't even care about aliens. So
But you're talking about a button. It's not. It's not
yeah, because
analogous.
with
Like,
you
it
know the
makes
famous
no sense.
quote, "With great power comes great responsibility." Some of this knowledge that they're protecting could hurt the world. That's what people don't think about.
So why tease it?
What do you,
Ahmed has his hand up.
what do you think
Hey,
is being held secret?
I had my hand raised. OC. What I was gonna say was, I think I think changes in publicizing ideas and changing stigma takes time. I agree with you. If there is the concept of a Collins elite, Majestic 12, aviary, call it whatever you want, very, very wrong. I can understand why it was formed that way because you're focused on defense and national security. But as you get deeper into it, and then like you said, Jess, you realize that this involves so much more than just that. It's a huge. It involves a lot of the humanities and other aspects of it. So I think for me, to find out that someone like a religious studies professor, to find out that there are other people studying sociology, anthropology, all that sort of stuff that are part of this group, I somewhat feel better that, hey, at least they're taking a wider scope look at this. But again, you're fighting against the government, the largest source of capital and power, but you're trying to change the wave, you're trying to change the thought, and that's going to take time. So, like Avi Loeb, I'm pretty sure he is a member of this Fight Club, even though he's not publicly talking about it. Why do I think that? That paper he had, right, about why he wants to go underwater to pick up that thing, it's because he had access to data from like secret military satellites. How else would he get access to that data? It could be because he's an astronomer, but most likely, why is he taking this public stance on it? Why is he going this public route of, hey, let's try to put things up in Harvard and try to capture all this? That's part of trying to publicize it. That's trying to bring it into the public sphere and outside a private sphere. Dino Wash Pasalka talking about it. Maybe some of it might seem romanticized, but maybe it's also us reading into thinking it's romanticized. Because the bigger thing is she's actually talking about it, whereas before it wasn't even talked about. Avi Loeb is bringing things into the public sphere when it wasn't talked about before. I think we're witnessing the change of the stigma, Jess.
Well, like I said, I'm a huge fan of Diana Pasulka. Like, I read everything that she's ever done, and I listen to all of her broadcasts or podcasts or whatever, wherever she's speaking. But I think that honestly, she should probably say, "Hey, this whole Fight Club type scenario of these people who are saying, don't talk about it unless you're part of it. Like, that's bullshit. And I think that's part of the secrecy, and that's part of the secrecy that needs to stop. And she's perpetuating it and romanticizing it instead of stopping it. She
Yeah,
has a
she
voice.
can't control the other members, right? She can't
Yeah,
control,
but she has a voice also.
and
So
she's
I would
using that
like
voice
to
to
give
talk about it, raise awareness.
Carl a
Yeah.
chance to speak and Logan because they want to add to the conversation too.
Oh, thank you, Diana Pasulka. Oh, here's a subject. Oh, I don't know, man. It's I don't think a lot of the entities are very nice. So that's probably why they don't want us to know. But the thing is, right? Okay, so how about this?
Hello?
Do y'all hear anything, Carl?
I can't hear anything.
I can't
Well,
hear you,
how is that
Carl.
so ironic? He like says, "How's this?" and then goes quiet. Did you do that on purpose, Carl? Carl?
I would just like to know, like what's it going to take the Collins elite, or what's it going to take to take the aviary to those guys? What's it going to take to get those guys up on Congress and for them to testify?
I think Carl came back. Oh, maybe. I'm trying to add him. Twitter's just being a...
Yeah, Jess, I think that's part of the legislation that's going on, asking to go back and categorize ever since 1947 all the government efforts, including programs and projects for disinformation and misinformation. I think hopefully that would come out in there, and then that would lead to more hearings to bring out the aviary and Collins elite. From people I've talked to, I don't think there's actually any alive original members of the Collins elite, even though some of that thinking still continues amongst the members, but the actual Collins elite.
Who is not still alive?
Logan, your hand is up too. I want to include you. We haven't even got around to you yet.
I mean, we love, honey, we love Logan, but this is like a very important question.
Well,
Who with the Collins elite is not still alive?
But the religious right, there's a movie called The Family. It's about these
I do want to give Logan a chance to speak, guys.
that
Fair.
are the Collins elite allegedly. But go ahead, Logan.
Logan, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just busy clipping the audio from what Jess said. She said, that thing, and I just wanted to clip that audio for, for later, because I love that statement she made there about loving me. So, yeah, what were we talking about?
All right,
Oh my
who is
gosh.
in the Collins elite is not still alive, Logan? And who should we like? I mean, there are a lot of people that have passed, like and my grandfather included. Like, he's come and gone, and that's why I'm like trying to make sure that my children do not have to continue this fiasco of like this road that we're traveling down. Like, I'm multi-generational at this point. So who in the Collins elite is not still alive? I think that was the question.
Yeah, well,
Let's
so who
burn
do
them
you
all
think
down.
is?
Let's just like take axes and just axe them all. Burn their houses down. I'm cool with that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What are you gonna do with the human secrecy? We love it. Even UFO Twitter people love it. I mean, look at Joel Dodd or whatever his name is. He like skeptics. They all preach about the same stuff, but they form their own little secret groups and stuff. I mean, even we do it. So I mean, if we do it, how are we gonna stop anyone else from doing it? You know what I mean?
All right, so I guess I can ask this at this point. What can we do to cut that shit out and eliminate the secrecy going forward? Everybody wants to have their secrecy and everybody wants to have their sources, and that's something that's going to be prevalent. It's like a journalistic type thing, but I am of the opinion that anybody who is in this topic should not abide by those standards since it's such a global phenomenon. It's like above and beyond any type of journalistic secrecy.
For sure. We got 3 hands up now. So Ahmed, John, and then Chupacabra, and then Matt. Put your hand up. I want to include you.
Yeah, you got like sometimes it's the flow. Like if usually we do hands, the people change the subject totally, and so if you're still on like topic, jump in typically. But if you raise your hand, then you usually change the whole topic and the whole flow of the conversation.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So I just want to try hands for a little bit because I think they want to be included in the conversation. I think they're
Yeah,
just
because I mean,
struggling
look,
to.
everyone wants to talk right now. It seems so. If they all did it at the same time, no one would hear each other.
All right, so I'll go ahead. Yeah, I agree with Matt's general sentiment of, just raise hand if you want to change the subject, but let people get the opportunity to reply back. But I agree with Logan that everyone's talking at the same time, so maybe hands are good. But Jess, I want to answer your last question of how do we end secrecy? I think the way to do that is you have to gain mainstream public, awareness. Once the people care, that'll make the legislative branch care, because people want votes, and if this is an issue that's pertinent to your voters, you will try to make this known in Congress. How do you gain mainstream public awareness? You have to get more data, and you have to create more content based off that data in a way that the mainstream would accept it. So people creating videos more on consciousness, all that sort of stuff, and not for the old hardcore UFO crowd, but for the newcomers. That's what we need. People like I mentioned, Avi Loeb and these other projects, Dino Watch Pasalka, people coming from different backgrounds saying, hey, and Sam Harris, all that, talking about, hey, there's a there. We need to look into it. That's the first step. The second step is now they just need more data so they can keep talking about it. And as long as everyone knows, that's what's going to get it out. But yeah, power is and it concentrates. It's not spread out easily. So this is going to be hard to fight. But how do you fight against that? You dilute it.
Thank you for that, Ahmed. Thanks for putting your hand up. I will go over to John now. How are you doing, John? What are you thinking? Nothing? I can't hear anything. I don't know. Chupacabra, did you have something to add to this conversation?
Yeah. I think like we're standing on the shoulder of giants and we're trying to like tell them how to do things when we're trying to critique the Collins Elite or the Fight Club or any of these groups. It's kind of weird to start to like take all the fact that we now know about them and then to demand like what we need from them. This isn't going to be popular, right? This isn't a popular take, but like I don't trust, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I wouldn't trust most of y'all with this shit. I just wouldn't. And I know you guys agree with me deep down. You guys agree with me. You wouldn't trust most because we have people call in and they got like people dealing with all kinds of stuff, and like that's cool. But this isn't like this isn't what people think it is. And if I think that when you start to make demands on like how it should be coming out, then that kind of makes that tells me that there's assumptions being made about what this actually is. And although no one has all the answers, right? There's enough that we don't know that can tell us some things, right? And that's like, in my opinion, there have been groups and private study groups and secret societies and mystery schools that have been dealing with this stuff for a long time. And there's always like this weird level of upper tier, lower tier stuff when it comes down to this type of study because it involves a lot of personal self-reflection. And like it gets dangerous and that's my opinion, but I do think so. Like in order to advance in a lot of these mystery schools and stuff, you have to really know yourself. You have to really understand that. And then trying to like dive in with all this powerful information. And then they expect for these people to share with you who've protected the information because of how they got it or what they think it means or all this stuff. I mean, I don't know if we should expect that privilege. I don't know if we should expect to like demand like, oh, I want everything, because we might want to figure out, and people could disagree with this, but we might want to figure out like why the secrets are being there in the first place. Of course, there's probably some ones that are there for like industry and private like gain, which not great. But then there might be some of these truths might, do a lot more to the brain, the mind, the person, than something we want to have like explained on TV by a newscaster. You know what I mean? So there might be levels to it. And I personally I don't expect any answers from these guys. A lot of the stuff that you could find out, I think, is available. And what they are, they just seem like, centuries old versions of what we're doing here, just talking about it, sharing information. And for someone to come from the outside into this group and say, why aren't you guys putting this on a paper? Tell me everything you know. It's like, well, we don't know shit. We're just over here talking about it. I would imagine that some of these groups are just like more advanced than that, but not by too much.
Thank you for that, Sam. I do agree. Jess, I did see your hand was up there, so get around to you.
I mean, it was up. I put it down. Like, I completely lost my thought of train.
I don't mind jumping in and talking a little bit about
Let,
that.
yeah, let somebody else jump in.
Hi guys, this is OC. I'm just passing through. I saw OldVets in the tag and I just dropped on in. I wanted to just touch on a couple of things and thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm a retired military, served 23 years in the Navy submarine force. I've had several sightings at work in Washington State and California. I was on watch watching radio message traffic when the Catalina sightings were taking place, and we had like a server that processes non-classified messages, and you have like a top secret message system that is processing messages, and we're reading all this stuff, and everybody on duty was gathering around what was going on in Catalina during this event. And so that's what kind of opened me up during that Catalina incident, 2001, 2004 time frame.
Well,
But
the bubbling
yeah,
under the Tic Tac, like whenever David Fravor saw the bubbling under the water. If you were in the submarine, did y'all were detecting some anomalies underwater?
well, see, I was very closed up, just like Tupac Cabra was talking about. Everyone's at different stages of their spiritual evolution, and I think that's what a lot of this is. It's a fight for our spirituality and the methods in which we need to get to those places and ascension and all that stuff. I'm really taking it all in, but like I said, I worked in the Pentagon for the Office of the Secretary of Defense in an administrative and program support capacity. So I was basically doing
My friend
admin, and
Robert, he was up in Office of Naval Intelligence.
I did no
Max, stop
intelligence, and
interrupting him, or I'm going to kill you.
I did no intelligence gathering. I was an admin, HR guy. I put people on leave. I wrote up awards. I took care of people's records. I was very face down in the paper. But there was times when we were on deployment where I was read into specific programs, like you had to sign this, you had to get briefed, and then we would do the operation, and then we'd do the debrief, and we'd sign out of it. So there was some compartments, just like Tupac was saying, is that we all have a specific hand, and there's no trusting one person with the 3 pound brain or whatever size of brain we have. It's everybody's collective effort studying all this together, not keeping secrets, collecting the information like Avi Loeb wants to do, and I hope it becomes a lot more open in the future as we go down this path. But the most interesting thing about this whole group is that you all remind me of my coworkers when I got to DC. This is the only thing they really cared about the entire time we were working there. I worked for an office called WHS, which is it's Admin and Program Support Directorate within DC, which is right underneath that branch I was talking about, the SecDef admin. Anyway, so the interesting tour about that 3 years I spent in DC was meeting these interns and civilians and young civilian contractors who were just in constant search for jobs. That dealt specifically in the black budgets because their fathers knew about it, and they were just like leading in their father's footsteps, and they were teaching me about all these offices that has, here's NGA, here's office down the hall, they do alien shit. So it was like a tour of what I had no idea what was going on, right? I do believe what Lou is saying is that we need to evolve our conscious. We need to learn about exopolitics, whatever that is, and the spiritual sciences and how it relates to ancient knowledge, known knowledge based on facts that are talked about everywhere nowadays. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Keep talking about this, and I will always be here if you need any information.
Shippy, I wanna jump in here. I salute you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm so glad to have you in these spaces, and look forward to hearing more from you.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Logan, was your hand up at one point, or?
Yeah, but I took it down just because I forgot what I was gonna say. Hey, but nice to have you. I'm sorry. What do you have a name? OC just something?
OC is what I go for, but it's Oscar Casasola is my name. It's OC just because it's my gamer tag and it's connected to Twitter, I guess.
Oh, cool, man. Well, I live in OC, so that's cool.
Nice. Orange County. Yeah, I used to get that a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Ahmed, what are you thinking?
Hey, Oscar. Yeah, want to thank you again. And I was just wondering, since you're a guy who spent time digging into all this, could you give us a list of offices or areas that we should look into, or that or has this information, and areas that would be a waste of time? And again, no
Well,
one flame him because we're just seeing one person's opinion. But yeah, that'd be
well,
great.
the thing that had just opened up really big and wide was the Black Vault when we got there, and that's all we would tear into. Is what I started off was the Gateway experience, and that's what led me down the whole path of learning that we had programs that really dealt in, and delved into the consciousness and how to remote view and all that good stuff. So I would dig into the Black Vault and stay really, really close to the guys in Tupac Circle, which is the groups like George
Anything
Knapp.
non-public? Anything more from your learnings of like you said you had these people chasing black budget
Well,
work.
when
Well,
when
what teams were those, or what departments were those?
I don't have specifics. Yeah, I was telling you, I'm an HR guy. In 2003, 2004 is when it all opened up for me, and I started asking questions. I got myself in trouble a couple of times because those questions were with my direct commanding officer next to me at a pretty classified briefing where we were being told the future of what our conflicts were going to look like and how much was being invested in the submarine force just for these conflicts. So I was curious to know, and I was asking a bunch of questions because I had already been stationed in D.C. And the admiral raises his hand and says, "Is there any questions?" Usually, we all get in trouble for not asking questions, and I'm the one asking the most questions. It's all extraterrestrial based, and it's all questions that got me in a lot of trouble. So that is when I just said, "Look, I got to decide if I'm going to make senior chief. I'm going to have to start not talking about this because it keeps on getting me in trouble." And it wasn't very open. I retired in 2018, and it still wasn't very open. I still post about it now. Like I have an officer, administrative officer, that I was stationed with. I know he was stationed in Area 51, and I know he knows a lot of stuff. Every time I text him, because he's told me stories that relate to the tall whites, and I said, "Sir, what do you think about this documentary? Can you let me know?" No response. So he's obviously waiting for some kind of non-disclosure relief so he can tell us because he's always hinted at it. And so I'm just in the dark as much as you guys are. I don't know a lot. I know it's spiritually based.
Well, the collective makes us so much stronger. And we can all use each other to figure it out, man. John, were you here earlier? I feel like you were, and then like you couldn't speak or something. Something happened.
Yeah, I apologize. I had my hand up earlier, and then I got a phone call, so I was on that, and I think I missed what was going on. But yeah, I wanted to pop in. I'm sorry if you guys talked about it, but I want to address what Jess was saying about Pasolka and, how these secrets are too big to just keep them secrets. And what I'm thinking is like when you get sources and you want to stay part of the community and leak things out or put things in your writing, like you can't just go around burning sources, especially if we're talking about Cons elite or aviary type people. I mean, she's kind of alluded to the fact that like she thinks some of these people are legitimately dangerous. Like, I I don't know. She might even just want to release their information, but is actually scared for her physical safety to put information out like that. And I think it doesn't really like it would be great for us, like the UFO Twitter type crowd, to know these names because we know who these people are or we take it at face value. But I don't think it would really do much to move the conversation or topic, at least for the mainstream. She could just name drop whoever she wants, and most people wouldn't know, wouldn't care. And all she ends up with is burnt bridges, not access to information, and potential threats against her life and safety. So that's why I think it's not as simple as like just tell everybody everything. What do you think, Jess?
Yeah, that was directed towards Jess, so for sure answer, and then I think I looked away for a moment, so be it. I'm not sure if you know who's next or not.
I think it was Carl, and then Oscar, OC, and then Jess, and then me, or I don't know.
Okay, we'll do that.
Wake up, Carl.
Carl?
Carl, you there?
Oh, sorry.
Hey,
I thought I was
I'm
waiting for
sorry.
Jess to say something.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
do you want
I was speaking,
to?
but it was on a mute. But if anybody can listen to me,
Yes.
Diana Pasolka had an absolute right to be concerned about safety. It's it's a safety issue, and anybody who is here that is listening, it's absolutely a safety issue. You cannot speak about certain things when you get so close to certain things without having a safety issue. So it is.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jess. Because there are people that disappear for, you know, you can't, and burning your bridges as well. I'd just like to say to OC, it doesn't matter how small a piece of the puzzle you're putting into something. This is a collective thing. No one has the answers. And I do believe that the universe has millions upon billions of different types of entity. And it is way, way bigger than just some one UAP that crash landed at Roswell. That is in literally that is insignificant to what else is going on.
I really, really wish that everybody could speak freely, but there are certain levels of free speaking, in my opinion. So, the closer you are to what's going on within the government and their phenomenon and what they're trying to hide, the more in danger you are. If you're like throwing shit on the wall to see what sticks, like bouncing off like conspiracy theories and like different types of like ideas, that's fine. But there is something where you pass a certain threshold that you need to be concerned, in my opinion.
Thank you for that. I think, Logan, did you say it was you and then Ahmed, or Ahmed and then Logan? I'm putting away
Oh,
dishes right
I
now.
didn't know Ahmed was even in line. Oh, there you, buddy. It must be after. But OC was before me, I think.
Go ahead, OC, what's up?
Oscar.
You know what? His hand has been up since the last time he spoke. That's why I.
Oh, my mic
Oh.
mic was messing up. Sorry about that, guys. No, I just wanted to.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to say he's absolutely right. The man with the British accent. That definitely I believe there's ET species out there. I didn't touch on my experiences or what I believe, but I'm actually an administrator for CE5 San Antonio, Texas. I run a Facebook group here. We do outdoor meditation, sound healing, yoga. We have like nature walks. We do all sorts of grounding stuff. So I think that's where we're headed with all of this. And I do believe that there's beings watching after us, and I do believe there's bad beings out there that we have to protect against. All that stuff goes into play, and I'm a 100% believer in all of it. Go ahead.
Oscar, do you know Daniel?
Daniel who? Bostic? I don't know who.
Oh no, he's in here. I forget his last name.
Daniel
Oh, okay.
Jones.
No, I don't. I
Are
actually
you?
don't know anybody here yet, brother. I just been.
Oh, because he's in Texas and he's like highly active in the scene. So I guess if you're in Texas, I figure you just
Is he
must know him because
is
he's
he a
everywhere.
streamer?
Well, kind of. He has a YouTube account, but anyways, who cares? I was going to talk about You mind doing me a favor, Oscar, and just muting your mic? Thanks, brother. damn, I totally forgot what I was gonna say. Shit, I'll come back.
Okay, cool. I'll go. Hey, Oscar, great. Hey, whereabouts are you located again? I think I may I know a couple people in your circle. That was OC talking about Texas CE5 group, right? Who was talking?
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's having mic problems there.
It definitely. I was in Cleveland, Texas. It's some of my most profound, in my face
That's right
kind
down from me, B.
of. Sorry.
I said that was right down. That's 19 miles from me.
Oh wow, man! I had my ISR on night there, and the teardrops and a bean night, and the big one that looks like the only thing they were just talking about it earlier. There's one on that film that looks like a big donut with a slice missing out of it, but this was like huge, bright, fluorescent green. And if you hold a plate at arm's length and then cock your elbow in about 10 degrees, it's like that big, right above the first layer of clouds, and it was huge, bright, fluorescent green. It was right there in Cleveland, Texas. I saw some crazy stuff down in Cleveland, and it was crazy. But your team is having some remarkable footage too, if I recall. If you'd share any with the group, I'd love that.
Go ahead, Jess.
I'm sorry, I'm at this point. You guys carry on.
The ISR on it was one of those that even the zigzag, the line of the zigzag, the invisible artist, that was taken there too. And but the ISR on it was like one of those invisible orbs that come in and they start blinking at you, but they're only like maybe 75, 80 feet above your head. But they Shane's got a video of them too. It's the one that I told you that they can do the flame of the sword of flames. I think that was our ancestors' way of transcribing what a laser light kind of thing was looking like. But it literally looked like the ISR on sitting there shooting it out, and then I don't know, I had a sense of like joy from it. It pointed like 3 inches from my toe.
What do you mean by ISR, B?
Huh?
What do you mean by ISR?
Sauron out of Lord of the Rings. The one big tower with the eye looking at you. That's the only thing I can relate it to. But I hate doing that too, because that was kind of like the bad guy in the movie. Because this was a really awesome encounter.
ISR. You said something about ISR. I thought.
Sauron.
Okay.
The eyeball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. But
I'm
Texas is
sorry, I
where.
got to butt in. Sorry, Bev. I was thinking, what the hell's ISR? I got to look that shit up.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. We saw some crazy stuff down there. My mother-in-law, my husband, my grown children, like my 24-year-old daughter now. I mean, she's all into it. She lives in Alabama now, but and I live in Florida, but she sees stuff down there too. But it's crazy. I don't know. It's fun.
Good old East Texas.
Right? Some of the craziest stuff I saw out there, and just up in my face, and just downtown Cleveland too, because it was down. Like, I've got the orange glowy. I was finally like the first like big sighting I saw was when I was deployed on the Emory S land out of Norfolk, and the first time we went out was during Hurricane Fran, right? But this is a big nuclear submarine tender, and like a bunch of subs, so can come up and dock to you. And so after the hurricane, that was fun. We stayed out for a little while, a few weeks, doing maintenance runs with the submarines, and there were these two big orange glowies out in the horizon, about 15 degrees up, just fading in and out. And the reason I know they weren't flares is because sometimes it would be in the same spot that they would, phase in and out, and sometimes the side above, just it was back in 96 too. But I finally got one on film, and that was there in Cleveland, Texas.
I just posted up on the jumbotron, like out near Cleveland. There's this place called Bragg Road, and it was actually mentioned in Alien Viruses by Bob Wood. But like I went out there, or my buddy actually. Well, I went out there, I saw it, but my buddy captured a picture of that red orb out there, and that's up in that tree. And I was like, dude, that's for real. And I even showed that to Richard Hoffman from SU. And he's like, "Yep, he's like, good catch."
I mean, nobody is speaking on this at the moment, but what do you guys think about the new FOIA releases on the 2019 drone incursions on the West Coast? So one of the drones was actually captured. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, personally, I not really interested in like drone stories. I think it's cool if they found like a conclusion and ending, and it's like, hey, this was all drones. But once it's there, I'm like, okay, case closed. On to the
So
next.
you're not okay. I get that completely. Like you and I are on the same page. Like we're not interested in drone stories, but Jeremy Corbell, are you interested in what he is bringing forth? Because this is his story.
Yeah,
Who's
I don't
Jeremy
know. I don't
Corbell?
think about it too much. I'm not too
Jeremy who?
wrapped up in. I don't know. I don't give it really too much thought. Like I'm not wrapped up in it. I don't know. Sorry, I can't give better insight.
I will say, Jeremy Corbell recently wrote an article, and it was really stunning to me. And he just released a screenshot of this article, right? But some of the things that he was saying in there, um, just read them. And from my perspective, that certain people, it's like you know that they're known to the unknown, right? And they just certain things you just I don't know. Just read it. There's some profound words in it. Definitely, he's an experiencer.
I have yet to see anything. Hang on. That Jeremy Corbell has produced that has been factual. So, the stuff that he comes up with is interesting, but it's not necessarily factual.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree with that's. Oh,
sorry.
sorry, Carl. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to agree. Yeah, Jeremy Corbell, I think he's a good showman, and he gets people the stories and pushes them to the mainstream for some bucks. But on the other hand, I will say, without Jeremy Corbell, I would not have got into Skinwalker Ranch and the other stories behind that. I just wouldn't. I would not have known about that. So I kind of think, well, okay, Jeremy Corbell. Uh, he is a showman, but he does lead people to some stories that you might not necessarily have heard of.
TTSA and those guys over there, and even our soft disclosure that we've had over the last decade of like ancient aliens, it does seem like the powers that be, whatever they are, have decided that cultural mass media intake is the best way to disperse this acknowledgement. And it seems like they've decided that showmanship is a component or a part of the recipe here.
Yeah, like that's how we get a load of Fight Club and the YouTube people and all that nonsense that I wasn't part of or didn't read. I've just heard about it, but yeah, I think that's all psyops or encouraged. That is their kind of thinking, that let's get more noise in the system.
Um, Yeah, I don't know exactly if this applies to what was being talked about earlier. It seems like people were talking about how ufology kind of feels like a secret, and people like are kind of gatekeeping and not wanting to like share info with people because of how they got it, or whatever. Um, I guess I haven't encountered. I mean, I guess I've encountered some of that, but I'm not too familiar with that. Although I do sense in myself a tendency to like with Jeremy Corbell. I'm almost like, I don't want people's first exposure to be through Jeremy fucking Corbell, and maybe that's my fault because like he's done some great things, and I've actually seen him do certain segments where I'm like, okay, that's the real Jeremy. He's like this, just really excited, boyish, and I kind of found it endearing, but I don't know, and maybe that's my problem. Like on the contrary, Kelly Chase, I just found her new podcast through James Iandoli, the UFO Rabbit Hole podcast. She's fucking excellent, man. Like, it's probably her marketing background, but she seems like so normal, which, let's be honest, like this topic kind of needs some of that. But I don't know. Tupa Cabra's the same way. I mean, there's some great content out there, right? Like that UFO podcast is great, and the Disclosure Project, Project Unity, a lot of great stuff going on. I don't know, with James Corbell, and then if I have another family member who's like, "Yo, have you heard of Stephen Greer?" Like, I'm gonna lose it. Like, I don't want people to be exposed to this topic in the wrong way, I guess. And maybe that's like gatekeepy of me. Like, maybe I just need to like chill and like let people find it how they will. But I don't know. Some people, it just feels wrong with certain people, and I don't know if I should trust that feeling or not.
It does, but then you got to think about human nature too. Like the Romeo and Juliet. You tell people not to go into certain directions. That's where certain people are just naturally going to go. But it's. I like to tell people a big net with big holes in it. Look and disperse it all, but use your own discernment about it. But don't fall into any one, because no one set has all the answers. Period. And if they tell you they have all the answers, definitely run.
My first experience with Jeremy Corbell, I think, was on the Joe Rogan show. And I thought, wow, I better look into this. And that's where we really, I think also, yeah, that, the phenomenon presents itself in so many different ways. And I know I keep on going on about this, but the hats, I don't laugh, but these entities have been turning up in like airships, from the 1800s, these airships, and they weigh anchor. The anchor gets caught on the church. And then there's a guy that turns up as with one of these, I can't remember what they call it, a tapo hay, like one of those big old Scottish hats that the old English army used to wear, like this huge kind of big hat.
Oh, those hats that were in that thread. Those pictures that were all posted, you were talking about, Carl?
Sorry, what? Sorry, say that again.
Remember all those hats? You were like, oh, every person in Disclosure should have to wear these hats. Are those the same hats you're talking about?
Yeah, those are. I mean, can you imagine, right? Okay, so you've got these entities, thousands or millions of years advanced. They come to Earth and they land and they're wearing these hats, man. Come on.
I love Jeremy Corbell too.
I want to get Jeremy Corbell one of those hats. I think they all should wear those big hats. I really do. But what's bizarre about it that and if I go to a story with the Diana
No, no,
Polsaka.
no. You're
Yeah, Balshaka.
Mr.
That's
Carl.
right.
You're Mr. Carl.
Polsaka, is it?
You're
And when
Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl.
yeah,
Mr. Carl, please don't
with
speak
the
like this.
sorry, with the entity coming down like an angel, and it happened over about a month, and then the church got involved and called it a miracle. You know, and these are audited true miracles, and she's got access to the Vatican's archives, so there must be thousands of accounts of these sightings. But yeah, going on to the evil side of things, or the demons, that's a, you know, we're living, I would say, like in a galactic jungle. You know, they're not all nice. They're all not nice creatures out there. That's all there is to it.
I agree. There's no way that there isn't like tons of other life out there. It might be far away, but be your co-host, so you go first.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Defense had his hand up next, and then OC. But Diana Pasolka did say something very interesting to me, and I did mark it in my notebook. Hi, they were saying hello to my dog. Stay. Thank you. But she does say in her research that there were a bunch of these like nun type figures and saints and people that would see these orbs, right? And like these Merkaba or Ezekiel Lesk or Ephilium or not seraphim-esque type of light apparitions, right? And that they would go off and get the friars or the popes or whoever, and they would come out and they wouldn't see them themselves, and they would just declare that they were, you know, evil entities or something, and that the women were possessed or some crap, you know. So there is a lot of that stuff that is worth looking into. She does. I find her research methodology excellent. I don't know. I haven't read the book yet myself, and I know that that's apparently a sin in the Twitter world, or the UFO world, but I haven't yet. I've got it on my list, but I haven't yet. But go ahead, Defense. You're next.
I was just trying to be nasty. Sorry, huh? You cannot speak against Mr. Jeremy like that. I'm sorry to say this. Mr. Logan, Mr. Carl was trying to make fun of him. He has done a lot to UFO Twitter, and I guess we shouldn't make fun of him. That's about it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't take pleasure in anybody being made fun of. Nobody, not
Was
even if
someone
I
being made
disagree
fun
with
of?
them. Well, yeah, I mean Jeremy Corbell and even the UAPX. I mean, if anybody's putting forth an effort to do anything, I think that's an effort that should be heralded in itself, right? And it's especially with experiencers, but people that are actually doing the legwork and getting stuff brought out to the public, regardless what it comes out to be. Even the lights in the Boca, I feel like there's going to be an explanation or a need that's going to evolve, and we'll further understand why that need was there for us to be able to see these things. You know what I mean? But I think it's a lot of it's tying into it, and I think we shouldn't be harsh on anybody, because I do think that that's having a ripple effect on other people, other whistleblowers, other experiencers, other truth seekers in themselves, even people just looking into it from an outside perspective. They see that, and that's ugly, right? And nobody likes ugly. And I think that's something we're moving toward, and I think it's something that we're graduating and evolving to as a loosely dispersed coalition of advocates for this topic in the general sense of the entire public's knowledge for itself. And the inclusivity of it, I feel, is going to be of utmost paramount. And I don't think we should knock off anybody. You know what I mean?
I 100% agree with you. Like, I just thought you meant like someone in the group, but you were talking about like people, as far as like people that expose things that are kind of got a big name and get a bad rep for it. Like, I don't know. Like, nobody should be mean about it. Like, if you don't believe something, doesn't mean you have to be mean about it. But at the same time, too, when you're telling your experiences here, you just got to know, like, this is your experience. So, don't take other people's shit. Like, I don't know, just there's no nice way to say, like, if someone's gonna tear you down, to just, like, not care. You don't give a fuck. It's a lot easier just said than done. But yeah, you
It
get the
is.
whole mob mentality going on. It's not fair at all.
It
I'm
was
trying
like
to.
3 years ago. Sam can testify to this. I was helping mod Dr. Greer's Discord over there, and there were some people from UFO Twitter or UFO Discord uh, that are Reddit UFOs or whatever, and they had the Discord. They came over, and they were kind of like trolling behavior or whatever. But I had a couple of people that were already in Greer's Discord, but they convinced me to come over, and this is before I came out about the military experience or anything before that or anything. But there was a lot of trolling behavior, and a lot of people get really turned off from that. But um, again, I feel it's very important to keep that all open for everybody, except for the people that know everything. Like, we had somebody in the space yesterday that's going to tell us that the world's going to go down exactly like this old movie that we all know, and that he can hold a grenade and it'll go off and not hurt him. And my husband heard that, and he's like, "I dare you," and I was like, "Shut up." But anyway, John, you're next. I do believe. No, yeah, go ahead.
Cool, thanks, B. Yeah, I want to put my tinfoil hat on for a second and just preface that this is, complete speculation, hypothetical, but imagine a situation where everything Jeremy Corbell was saying about the drone event in 2019 was true. It actually was UAP or unidentified, and people leaked this information and whistleblowers. But now there's been a concerted effort to totally twist it and paint it all as it was just drones. We explained it. We falsified some deck logs, made it look, showed we even recovered a quadcopter. And now Jeremy's looking like an idiot. And by the way, they're also going hard on the whistleblowers. And now the whistleblowers get nothing out of leaking that information. And Jeremy Corbell now looks like an idiot and has no credibility. I'm not saying I'm there yet, but I'm not ruling it out either. So I just wanted to have fun with my tinfoil hat on for a second.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. John. He's not an idiot at all. He's not looking an idiot. The only person who has come into UAP phenomena, the whole Asia, India, China is looking at Jeremy Corbell. He's not at all an idiot, nor is he looking like an idiot.
No, I don't. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if there was a move to discredit, because he was putting so many eggs in this basket of the 2019 events being UAPs, but now if it's coming out, or at least it's making it look like it was all just drones, it's not that Jeremy's an idiot, but there's a move to try to discredit him and make him appear like one. That's all I meant.
That is a pattern that we see repeated over and over with a lot of these peeps coming out, even with Alessandro. They tried to say that he didn't work where he stated that he worked, and had he not had his own verifiable proof and even a senator stand behind him, I wonder where we would be.
Yeah, I mean, they straight up deleted his emails. I wouldn't put it past them to do other shady stuff.
Go ahead, screen.
Oh my gosh, sorry. It's the worst timing. My phone went to a different screen. I couldn't get out
You
of it.
waiting for a high five? Here you go.
Yeah, I was. Thank you. That's all I needed. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. About what John was saying. I find that very interesting, right? Because I've had an experience with the TR3B, and even though it was as big as an airplane to me, um, I got the feeling that it was a drone, just the way it moved and the lack of visibility and stuff. I believe it was a drone, and I think that's the size of these things. So people just think drones are small, and but I think that's a very good possibility that these things are drones.
And if they are, if some of them turn out to be, tied back to that black tech, the back engineered stuff, maybe that's important that they show that kind of stuff too. I mean, we've seen now, it was interesting right around the time that MUFON stopped taking calls of plasma-like, orb-like entities of experiences, right? We start getting these leaks from Department of Defense and United States Navy of how they have weaponized balls of plasma will emit radio frequency into your nerves, in your nervous system, without leaving a mark on your skin, but burning your nervous system, and that can speak and emit sound and audible, and they call it crowd control. And what's amazing about that is right before that, you could look and you couldn't find where anybody involved the plasma containment fiasco. They couldn't even figure out a contain a ball of plasma. Now all of a sudden it's crowd control. So I mean, there's a lot of questions to ask of our own Department of Defense as well, and there's going to be hard questions that they don't want to ask. And they were people that told us in advance of the hearings that they would in fact enlist people that had not been read in to go in front of the public. That way they could claim that plausible deniability because they absolutely do not know. You know what I mean? So there is a lot of that. But anybody next? Anybody's got anything? Hey, OC, you're back. Come on up. Astral, you're in the house.
Yeah,
Good
finally
evening,
got my
sir.
message out.
Estimate, everybody. Good evening. Shake, everybody's aim. Good evening, Astral.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what you guys are talking about. There's definitely a very level of openness on the subject. I I went so far as to join that CE5 group, which is one of those things that Dr. Greer was pushing, and I only joined it because I was able to find people in my local area of San Antonio, Texas, that were seeking answers and were open-minded and believed a lot more than I was going into, and that's why they got me beating a drum and doing sound baths and doing all that kind of good stuff to try and wake myself up. But my point is that with all these varied levels of openness on their consciousness. Like, I can't even get a really close family member of mine to watch a documentary on Netflix that deals with after death experiences because they're just in actual fear of reality. And we have to respect those people's fear of reality, but they have to understand that there's a whole subsection of us that are going to demand answers, and I think it's embedded in our DNA. It's just we're just that much different than those other people, and because you're seeking all this, you might even get together and say, hey, what's your blood type, because that might have a really big thing to do with it. What's in my genes, or what's my history? That's how far this stuff goes. And I think joining a CE5 group is very beneficial. And what Jeremy talks about, like you guys mentioned, Jeremy Corbell. I hate to switch subjects, but he is kind of like exciting. He's helping the young audiences like my son come around, but he isn't the main source that I want to tailor it to an older audience. So he is right where he says Jeremy comes off sometimes as boyish and too overexcited about this subject when it's really fearful for some of us, some of the older people. But I'm here with y'all.
He's a great hype man for the topic and conversation.
Absolutely, man.
I agree, and to tell you the truth, OC, I only came out to CE5 and stuff. It was over a decade after I had the big sighting in the Navy, right? But I came into it with a very open mind as well, and I was more interested in the different people that were saying that this was happening outside and away from Dr. Greer, right? And we have all these groups. Right. We have CSETI of Dr. Greer's, and they believe that they're seeing Syrians and people from meat sacks, the apparitioning from Star Syrian. We have Peter Gilliland of ESETI up in Mount Shasta that believes it's Lyrians. And then we have Peter Maxwell Slattery as well that worked with him for quite a while. Gilliland was actually on Fox like 30 years ago too with this stuff, right? Long before the UFO prophet. but it was just laughed at and mocked, of course. And but you have all these different groups, right? And even Bledsoe's, but everybody's belief system of what they're seeing, like they're capturing the same kind of stuff, right? But when they put the camera away and they really wrap up into their beliefs, it's there's this quantum drama stew going on, and the phenomena is it's presenting more of itself as a form of the observer's belief mechanism than any kind of trickster element. You know what I mean? It seems like there's quantum drama going on.
One thing I heard recently on the airwaves and UFO Twitter, I don't blame them for anything. I enjoy the back and forth and the you have to discuss these hard topics, and it has to be uncomfortable, and there has to be a little finger pointing, and that's what the government's doing. I think it's on a schedule, and once we're ready and we show on social media that we're really engaged in a positive outcome, we're going to get a lot more information. And it has to happen here in this circle. And I have no connection to the military at all. As a matter of fact, I'm enjoying retirement, and I'm enjoying the ability to access cannabis and open my mind and relax and not focus on this subject too much. And that's what I think everybody has to do, is just positively influence the people that you can and relax about the information coming, because I think it's going to be grand and there's a lot of players involved, and we're not food for aliens. Don't believe that. You guys are much more holy than you believe, than we know maybe. So think about positive things and we're going to get there. I got to go.
Agreed. Thank you, Shippy. Absolutely. But as far as people holding these spaces, that reach back into an earlier conversation, and the reason and why is a lot of people that experience this kind of stuff and on a steady kind of basis. It's like you can't do anything else, right? You can't watch TV, you can't play Xbox with your kids, you can't, like, there's no time to waste. Almost like you have to know, because your reality has been shown to you that it's definitely there's not what people have made it out to be, and you're just on the search, right? So it's I for one am very, very grateful for these spaces. Ocean, Sky, or Shane, Sam, everybody. I gotta go though. So it's been a wonderful evening. So much.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for being here. Thanks for helping co-host. I'm kind of distracted. I'm still carving pumpkins right now, so forgive me. But yeah, I think I just wanted to add to that too. I think like all different opinions and walks of life and like views on the world are important. So there's a lot of times where it kind of seems like one topic's up against another one if there isn't like internal fighting as well. But I think what we can do is find similarities and find things that work well together in lots of different like topics or views or whatever, and kind of like use it to strengthen like both sides that are playing, right? I really don't like the idea that it's like this idea versus another, right? It's like we just take what's good from both and just work together and be open-minded, but it's hard sometimes.
It is, and that is one thing that is yet another thing that I do agree with Dr. Greer about, is that our language seems to be the biggest barrier to this conversation, right? Because there's such a big umbrella of what we term as the phenomena, and certain people have certain mental aspects that entails, and with those labels of alien box and parameters, and that's just the way that we're raised, and that we've evolved into being. And anything outside those boxes is just like we shot up. You done said it was aliens. It's got to be aliens, though. You know. But like, there's elementals, there's interdimensionals, ultra-terrestrials. We hear all these different words, and there's all these different things that are showing connected, especially with these experiencers, right? Because it's not just UFOs or certain. It's like there's a very wide umbrella here, and but you guys are great. Have a great evening, guys. I gotta go. I love y'all. I'm addicted to you guys. Bye.
Love you too. Bye.
Bye, B.
Go ahead, Carl.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm picking up on what B just said. Yeah, one of my thinkings is that, like these interdimensionals or these ethereals or these spirits or these demons are all using various forms or the similar type of technology to appear as that, but they're all of a physical of another world. So they originated from another planet. They might have been here for several thousand years. They've figured out how to move interdimensionally, and their mode of communication is through picking things from our consciousness, our history, studying us, and then representing themselves in. Am I still speaking? Hello.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, Logan.
Oh, right. I keep getting, I keep losing connection halfway through or something. But my point is that the phenomenon that people experience seem to be like, how would an alien communicate with us? How would some being communicate? First of all, they'd have to study us and work out what our language or form of communication is. It just all these different things that we call the phenomenon. There is an underlying technology. Now, whether or not a species might be able to kind of tap into like this quantum or beyond quantum and develop itself as some sort of biological or ethereal being that can kind of pull its way through dimensions, I'm not too sure. I mean, it's very difficult to talk about stuff that's like you don't know. So yeah, it just seems that I just keep going back to the hats. They keep changing their bloody hats. That's the thing that's really bugging me.
Maybe the hats are like badges.
I need a picture of this hat that y'all are talking about because I don't know. Go ahead, Logan, and then John.
Yeah, maybe like ooh, thank you. The reason for yes, the why does it keep happening to me? I keep forgetting what I'm gonna say. I don't know. The phenomenon kind of reminds me of like this thing of like I know it's probably been said a million times, but just like because like how elusive it is and like how the different ways it kind of presents itself to us. Bigfoots and Loch Ness monsters and fairies and elves and aliens from Venus and whatnot, or Sirius, or God knows where else. Spin the wheel. It's trying to like it's not like it's kind of like trying to like just tell us that there's something else out there. It's like as if it's trying to like help us grow into like something, right? Like if we wanted to help like a little species that was secluded, but we knew like it wasn't going to be secluded for very much longer, and we knew that that species would have a really hard time adapting, if be able to at all, unless we kind of directly intervened a little bit to help it move it along, to give it like the best chance at surviving what was to come. We decided to kind of just appear and let it realize that all it knows isn't like all that there is, and that there's more, and to try to like think bigger and to think about other things that it normally wouldn't think about, because it's that's the best shot it's going to have at what's to come, is if it gives it the opportunity to maybe think outside the box a little bit about other things that have nothing to do with buying Nikes or anything like that. I mean, that's the way like the phenomena kind of reminds me like what it's doing, because it's the only thing that like makes sense for all like the different bullshit going on. You know what I mean? And yeah, we gotta get some of those hats, by the way. I'm gonna look into that.
So look,
Yeah.
guys, check this out. Hold on, real quick, real quick. I just made it through security. Thank you for holding down the fort. We'll just keep this shit rolling because I got to get on the plane. And here's the deal: these aren't my usual spaces. These are more experiences I want to share. We're recording and do whatever. Right? My co-hosts are awesome. Make sure you follow them. When I, it was a little more stressful than I thought going through, and I don't know. I didn't want to waste those 2 fucking brownies earlier. I might have taken that shit way too early though. So just chill with me, guys. Keep me calm. We'll be good. You know, this is just me coming home. So we'll keep this going to someone else to start a space that I can jump on when I sit at the airport for 4 hours. We should see how that shit goes because it's already coming, man. So it should be a good time. But I don't want to waste shit. That's what it's about. And I cannot walk. It's taken me an hour to get to the airport. It's so painful. It sucks, dude. So my first thing I gotta do when I get home, hip replacement. I can't cane. I can't even walk with nothing. I'm talking it's just bone on bone. So whatever. It slowed me down a lot, man. So I can dig it. But hey, check this out. I think the lady at the front desk or the counter for Delta may have known something was up. Everybody else was just kind of like, "Oh, what's up?" I was just like, what's up?" Yeah, but that one at the Delta, she knew what's up. Shout out to her. You were awesome for helping me find the ticket that I lost within 3 seconds of getting it. I appreciate you, girl. That's all I got to say. Made my trip a little easier, and I didn't want to take it with me. Ain't nobody wanted it, so it is what it is. It was just 2 brownies. And then when I get home, I got to start the grind. I got some cool shit, guys. Make sure you follow Astral, B, all these people in these rooms. We're going to start doing some really cool shit. The whole reason I was coming down here really was to meet a lot of these people again. I paid for quite a bit of this trip, and I'm glad to be down here. And then I got access like I couldn't without, UFO Symposium, that podcast that's hosted by the Roswell Daily Record. Alejandro is the bomb. Karen, all these guys were so courteous, and it's just a party like in here in person. So you should shout them out. But make sure you follow all these people in these rooms because when I get home now, I have the time, the studio, the know-how, and the people that we can have just do this and continue on. So we got lots of projects, and it's nothing about money. Literally, it's stuff that we can do here, and we'll figure it out from there. So bear with me, my host, co-host. Thank you guys. Keep this shit rolling. Mainly, I'm just gonna be chilling here at the airport, and I'll talk every now and again. Keep me company, please.
Cool. Flash section. Logan, I loved everything you said. I've been kind of thinking about how people perceive and understand the phenomenon, and I've been like visualizing where most of us in this world, like you think like this is like this community that lives in a landlocked mountain town that has no ocean, and then we have experiencers that find their way.
What happened? We muted everybody.
Oh,
I don't know what happened. That could have been me. I'm sorry. Sorry, continue. I might
Go
have
ahead,
hit some
John.
sorry.
dumb
Sorry about
fingers.
that. No,
Yeah,
somebody.
so
It
it's
wasn't you.
like
Continue. It was somebody accidentally muted you.
like we're living in this landlocked area that has no concept of the ocean, and then we have experiencers that end up finding their way to the ocean and come back, and some of them are saying it's just monsters out there, it's sharks, it's giant squids, it's things they want to eat you and kill you. And then we got other people come back and saying, I don't know what they're talking about. I just And then we have other people come back saying, I don't know what any of these guys are talking about, but there's these magnificent birds that are flying and they hang out. I think that's kind of what's happening when people are talking about their experiences and trying to define what's going
Hey
on.
guys, is it me? Hey, I don't mean it's definitely John. Is it me? Is it cutting out? I'm having trouble picking up everything. It keeps cutting out. I'm not know if that's just me here or you.
Yeah, same
Everybody.
here.
Okay, John, we're having trouble picking up
Sorry,
something, and
guys,
it
my
keeps cutting
service is
out a
bad.
lot.
I'll try later.
No, don't. Hey, dude, don't apologize. I'm at the airport, bro. I just wanted to make sure because I was listening. I was like, is that me? I wanted to make sure I need to go somewhere else. So Maybe when I hit your spot, don't sweat that. It's no big deal, man. Maybe move a little bit and come back and do it again. I'm just chilling,
Yeah,
waiting on my first plane, so it's good.
I'm gonna drop out. I'm in a bad area, so I'll try again later.
All right, man. I'm glad you're here, Boo. I
I
call
like
you
what you're
Boo.
thinking. Bring it back later.
Yeah, dude, come back anytime. Hell, we're just bullshitting. This is just, hey, here's the cool part, man. The spaces we've been doing are way ahead of the curve. I'm not kidding you. Like, when you come to these events, what are they really? They're speakers giving presentations, but they don't get, the community doesn't get the access that we do in here. And I talked to quite a few of them. They have interest. It's just a matter of walking people through them. So, dude, it's a lot cooler. And after our podcast, we'll have people on like we had that one day, and you guys can ask them questions. A lot more fun, I think, than them, just us asking them questions. That's, it doesn't matter what opinion you have, as long as you're respectful as hell, it's always welcome.
Have you guys
So,
ever seen The Gulf of Silence?
no.
That is a phenomenal movie. And I know it's kind of been hidden. So The Gulf of Silence, I can't remember the lady's name who like produced it, but she like the entire film, like she did it like on cuff, like she put the money towards everything. It was a phenomenal movie. It's very well researched all the way until the end. Some things were fabricated, but most of it was like on point. I would suggest that everybody who is like interested, like check it out. It was crazy to me. You guys know John Warner. He is Chris Mellon's cousin. Like he and I had a conversation about it after like she went silent. It's one of those movies where it has so many factual details that are accurate and so few that have been I guess fabricated that it's worth checking out. The Gulf of Silence. It's hard to find, but if you can find it, it's worth the watch.
What's it about? You said exactly like a.
It's about the UFO phenomenon. Like she did it like a year or two ago, and it encompasses like so many details and so many facts. You have to watch it. It's called The Gulf of Silence. Sorry, it's freezing here. Like we are in a cold area. I'm outside, so I'm like shivering. So it's hard for me to speak without like my teeth chattering. But the Gulf of Silence is something that you want to watch, definitely. Like it's a
That
great
was normal.
film. Like you have to fast forward through like the first 30 minutes of it because the first 30 minutes of it's like talking. The last 30 minutes of it, like if you watch it, it resonates with you.
I'm gonna have to check that one out. I don't know. I low key think that disclosure happens in Hollywood, like through movies and stuff. They let us know things that maybe they know, as in like the government.
What do you guys think about Tom DeLonge's new movie that's coming out? You guys think it's going to have like some secret type of stuff like woven in between like the narrative?
I'm not sure of this movie you're talking about, but I don't know. I would think so. I would think that as someone who knows, if like he did want to disclose and share more information, that's like a creative and kind of sneaky way of doing it. Not that it should be sneaky, but you know what I mean.
Hey, Logan, I'm trying to get you up, dude. So I'm trying to figure out back to co-host. So don't sweat it. I appreciate you guys taking over the reins. All I want is people to be respectful. Keep your hands up. I prefer to just keep it on some UFO stuff today. Here's the cool shit, guys. I was at this convention, and one of the things that I love more than anything is that just all we did is sit around with the speakers and talk about this subject. And it's the same stuff we do. And when they talk to you, if you sit in these rooms enough, every one of you guys, I promise they're going to be like, oh, I want to have this conversation. because the people they usually talk to, it's more about them explaining things as opposed to them coming up with some pretty good, answers to a really deep question. Jared can verify that. All these other people. So I recommend having this experience. Go out there, meet people in the community.
Travis, I mean, Shane, did you get a chance to talk to Travis Walton? I saw that you saw him there.
Yes, I did a couple times.
Oh, somebody got a little
Hey, let's just
tipsy.
say this. Let's just say this, guys. My pain was enough. I had to take those edibles, and then when you're paying for some of the like different passes and stuff, and because of this Congress, I'm telling you highly, no matter what, these guys put on a hell of a convention because it's all here in this hotel. The hotel rooms, they have the hot tub, the pool, they have the convention. So you're walking back and forth. You can go eat, all these other things. So yeah, the convention is great. But what's amazing is you go to sit down and here comes James Fox. He pops down beside you, or Micah, and you're just looking at him like, "What's up?" And you start talking about what we are arguing, whether it's not, arguing. Him and Chris, we were arguing over the name of a lake because he was talking about one of his favorite cases, and it's just cool as shit. And then the next day, you're sitting there talking to Chrissy, and Mike is down, and then here comes James Fox to tell you some of the shit he had to leave out, things like that. I'm like, that's how they
Hey,
always are at
did you
every
just say
convention.
Jay Stratton?
James Fox. Did I say that?
I can't hear you very well.
I said James Fox.
Okay, sorry. I thought you said Jay Stratton for some reason.
No, no, no. But my point being, it's kind of cool. Just sit and talk to him about stuff UAP related. And then what was really cool for me is like going to experiencer groups because no one talks about mental health stuff in there. And I was just kind of giving them resources and saying, well, look, yes, some of us need help. Someone's got to talk about that shit. Everyone was scared. I get it. So that's why I'm kind of like, hey, I've been talking to my doctor, and this is what I said. He'll take my word. Just here's Avi Loeb, here's Gary Nolan. Just give him a bunch of resources and people. They're like, okay, wait, let me just have a look because that may make the difference. Because, like I said, there's people taking drugs that don't need to because they're prescribed for shit they may have seen and stuff. Trust me, I know. So
Hey,
go ahead
old
and take.
vet,
Go ahead.
did you see Travis Walton playing House of the Rising Sun at 3 a.m.?
I no, check this out. So I didn't know what was going. All right, look, man. Look, it's nice. It's warm here. So I would spend a lot of time out in the pool. I could be on these spaces just listening to you guys on these in the pool. And as I'm out there, I hear Eric space, and he's crashing that shit hard. And I'm like, where's he doing? I'm looking up on the balcony. They're having a good old party up on the balcony. And I know they don't want cameras up there. And he's just rolling around recording shit. And immediately he's like, oh, I'm getting booted out. And I'm like, what the hell do you think was going to happen? He just crashed up in that shit. I'm down in the pool thinking, what's going on? Yeah, that's when he was doing that. But they were all around. Hell, the very last night here, okay, this is recorded. So I'm going to say as much of this as I can without saying names. So check this out. All right. So last night here, I'm sitting downstairs and I'm like, damn, my leg is killing me. So I had like a half an edible, maybe a little bit more, something like that earlier in the day. And I'm just sitting down there like, all right, it's the last night to chill. And for some reason at this hotel, the bar had closed early and everyone was supposed to be eating and drinking there. And that they just had the mixer and things and all the speakers had come out. And they were just like, what the hell? And then a wild Dr. Masters appears. And I'm like, hey, dude, what are you doing, Michael? And he's like, nothing, what's up? And I'm like, the bar's closed. What the hell are you supposed to do about beer? He goes, oh, dude, we got beer. And then a big old thing of freaking, all of a sudden, out come all the speakers with liquor, beer. And I'm like, holy shit, this party's just starting. And I'm standing there like, I didn't even know it need to go to the mixer. So he goes, just come hang out with me. Oh, some of these people may kill me. And then so we come rolling out the back door. I'm thinking I'm a pimp here. I am talking to Michael Masters about Dr. Masters about all his theories, his books, and I'm just like, this is cool as shit. And then I walk out and then I look up and there's Jared talking to John Ramirez at a table with some beers, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, this is crazy as shit. And I know Jared was on some brownies, and I'm like, what is he doing? I was like, this dude's crazy as shit. I didn't know John Ramirez would be up in there. He's over there just spitting it out. And I'm like, again, this whole group of people is smart as fuck. The things we were able to keep up with and talk to, these guys would hold a conversation and they loved it. Every speaker here is interjecting, so I just need to keep saying that. So here I am outside.
I
Thank
heard
you.
I heard Jared's story, and Jared's
Just
very.
wait. This is not the best part. Just wait. So you got to remember, go watch my podcast, dude. I'm literally even in the middle of my podcast. My first podcast, I told you, Jared, I ate all your edibles, bro. Well, that's the after party I went to. And so here I am at this after party, Travis Hall. Everybody's out there just having a good old time, legal time, having a great time. And I'm like, gosh, I can't walk. This sucks. And then I was like, man, I'll be right back, guys. I got to run upstairs. I was like, I'm going to put some trunks on and get in the hot tub for my leg. I was thinking I'm going to smoke it. And Dr. Matthews is like, smoking what? And I was like, oh, shit, marijuana. He's like, let's go. So we went outside. Then we talked about his strains and the stuff he likes and, all that kind of shit. I thought, oh, this is cool. So smoking with him, me and Jared, we were just like, this is cool shit. And I got my walk back a little bit. So I went out back and then we were just talking UFOs all night with any one of the individuals. No one was too good for us. No one was wasted, shit faced. I don't think, any of that kind of shit. But I'm telling you now, these people are such good human beings. It was crazy good. This is essentially what you would say is a festival that's just right here in person, and you have access to all the people there. So you get to tell them things behind the scenes that you wouldn't normally. Like if you pay for a VIP pass, you pay for that interaction. Here, you get the room during the event, hint, hint, and you go to all these things, and you just chill and hang out and go hang out at the bar afterwards. And I promise you, every one of these individuals will be there hanging out, eating dinners and things like that. So I'm just recommending, if you can, this is an event to go to if you like getting together and a community type of fun talking about the subject. But there are also events like SCU, the one in New York. There are different types of events. So be in mind of that. Some of the stuff you guys come to here, these are the speakers talking about subjects we bury into the ground. So you can't go in thinking, oh man, what's going on? These guys love that though. See, when you're talking to them in here, they love every minute of that. All right, I'm going to move down to my thing. So take over, guys. My gate.
Thanks for that, Shane. Yeah, no, your connection's pretty good. At one point, it sounded a little bit garbly or whatever, but you came back really good. So, yeah, I don't know. I want to go to the one in March there. Logan, do you remember what it's called? Is it like a convention or something?
It's the one that Chase is going to.
Yeah, is it not in Roswell?
Yeah, UFO Con or something like that. I can't remember. But hold on. I think like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Um, um, remember like Jess? I wanted to ask since you're here. Like, remember Moran said he would have like a big reveal, and you like kind of backed it up, but then it just nothing's ever happened. Do you know what that was about?
I do know what that was about. And I do know that the people who have been working on that information have been dragging ass, kind of. So the timeline has been pushed, but it's still going to come out, as far as I'm aware. Maybe another week or so, but it's still there.
What's it about again? I can't even remember. Like, yeah, what is it about?
Oh my God. And I don't want to overspeak. There is a certain facet within the community that there's a certain group that are a little bit overzealous, and they will do whatever they have to do to sort of push this narrative forward. It's a little bit about that. It's a little bit about some stuff that has happened in the past, and I'm not completely sure about everything that's going on, but All I can say is just, wait until it comes out, because I'm like kind of in the same boat as you. I'm a little bit anticipating for this to drop. So I know Cambion is working on it. I know he is editing the film. So when it comes out, I'll let you know.
Is that an eagle? What is that?
What are you talking about?
This sounds like Fight Club talk.
Oh.
Yeah, they're just working on a story. They're working on a story that's like has like a little bit of a corner of UFO phenomenon. Basically, that's it. So
That sounds cool. I'm excited to see that. I didn't even know that was coming. To be honest, I until someone just messaged me, I completely forgot about it.
who
But I
messaged
kind of
you?
know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
The that guy, what's his name, Chris Wolford or whatever.
yeah,
He's kind of like really like militant. I think he would say that he agrees with that. Like whatever he has to do to push the narrative forward, no matter like the consequences, right? And yeah, I mean, there's a group of people that are very like in that same like mindset that I guess you're talking about.
yeah. There are a lot of people with different mindsets. Wofford in particular, like I've known him for a long time now. He is hell bent on no other narrative going forward other than, the disclosure narrative that there are aliens coming down to visit us, and Congress is going to reveal that to everybody. That's his narrative. So anything that varies on that, like he's pretty much against. And I'm in the type of mindset that may not necessarily be 100% accurate. So I don't know. We're all in this sort of like waiting game. Everybody is waiting to see what's going to happen. Like if the next year, the next 2 years, if nothing happens, I think that you're going to see a completely different arena with a completely different mindset of people who are pretty much pissed off at this point because they had been waiting for like almost 10 years. So we'll see.